Apocalypse, my items upgrade infinitely. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Cleaning Up the Battlefield and Advancing to the Next Level. Lin Feng stayed in the mother nest where Qin Hu and others were, waiting for the nearest Western Middle Stage Queen to come and investigate the situation here. However, what surprised him a little was that after losing so many warrior hunting insects and the signals from two early queen mothers, noon came to check. Even if they sent one or two warrior insect hunting scouts, or the green-winged insects or wind-winged insects hovering in the sky for reconnaissance, it would have been fine, but nothing. This guy seemed to have sensed something and decisively curled up to avoid exposing his whereabouts. Soon after, the genetic warriors in the other three hive entrances, after noticing something strange in the hive, realized that the queen here might have died, so after killing the second-level Zerg in front of them, they left the hive and gathered at the entrance in the middle, join up with everyone underground. But what surprised Lin Feng was that only 5 people out of the 20-man genetic regiment led by Shenji came. The remaining 15 people, including Shenji himself, actually discovered a hidden wormhole tunnel after exploring the southernmost insect nest. It is only about 5 or 6 meters wide, and even an ordinary first-order black-backed worm would find it difficult to pass through it. In addition, this bottomless tunnel goes deep into the ground for thousands of meters, unlike the ventilation duct of the insect nest where the red beetles lie down to rest. Therefore, the appearance of this tunnel deep underground seems very suspicious. Shenji and others, after discovering the residual scent of the warrior hunting insect inside, decided to sneak in and explore. I want to find out where these warrior insect hunters come from and where they go. They believe that this secret passage is likely connected to the underground nest where the queen mother is. So Shenji led 14 people into the group, and the remaining 5 went to inform the leader Lin Feng, middle stage mother queen west of the capital city. This also means that Shenji and his 15 companions have now entered the spiritual detection range of the mid-stage queen mother, and can then deduce that the 2 early stage queen mothers on the front line and the Zerg under their command were attacked. This also explains why more than an hour had passed since the surprise decapitation operation, but the queen mother in the rear had not implemented any reconnaissance measures. Fortunately, Shenji has entered the early stage of the 3rd stage, and the 14 genetic warriors under his command have also begun to master the power of the spinal insect clan's artistic conception. With all members equipped with replicas of the electromagnetic cannon, it is no problem to kill an early queen. As long as they don't go deep into the heart of the hive and face the mid-stage queen directly, they can stay on the periphery and be less affected mentally, and then they can escape unscathed. The 5 of you go and inform them that this decapitation operation has ended. The 2 early queen mothers have been successfully killed. With our current state and strength, we can't fight against a mid-stage queen mother. Let them return as soon as possible to avoid exposing our strength and intelligence and alerting the enemy. Even though the 5 gene warriors had seen the corpse of the slain queen lying like a hill deep in the nest when they first arrived. At this moment, after hearing the leader confirm that the mission was completed and the other queen had been killed, he couldn't help but reveal a look of great regret, and the excitement in his eyes suddenly disappeared by more than half. Lin Feng saw this and added with a smile, "Don't worry. Today I am only here to give the Multi-Emperor Alliance a small warning. Don't forget that there are 3 early-stage mother queens outside Yangsha Ridge. Since we can't touch the middle-stage queen right now, let's continue to use them to increase our strength. Be prepared, there will be a fierce battle tomorrow." Going to recall their leader and teammates after seeing these people off, the support troops that Lin Feng was waiting for arrived at the surface entrance of the insect nest half an hour after Zhang Yuna returned to Yangxiling. They drove armored personnel carrier across the tragic battlefield strewn with corpses, and arrived at the surface entrance of the insect nest. 50 newly promoted second-level members all stayed at the front line and continued to hold their ground. Although Lin Feng and Long Yi had revealed the matter of the hydrogen bomb to the Multi-Emperor Alliance through Zhang Yuna, there was no guarantee that they would not take risks and launch a surprise attack. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. Especially now that it has come to the critical period of confrontation, Lin Feng will not expose such a flaw that could determine victory or defeat. In fact, the team members did not have much work to do in addition to dissecting the 2 huge queen corpses under the guidance and arrangements of Long Yi before he left, cutting and removing the breeding mechas and the required biological tissues. They also had to detect and search the insect nest. Find the main hatching nest in the 2 Zerg underground nests that is used to store and feed the second stage Zerg eggs, and dig out the second stage Zerg eggs inside. There are now more than 200 early and middle stage second level fighters in the Salvation Army. Their daily energy consumption has squeezed a lot of biomass energy that should have been used for the development and cultivation of colonization mechas. There are also new types of electric-driven cells prepared for Lin Feng. All these things have long been too much for the youngling main nest, which only has tens of thousands of insect swarms, an insect nest, and a hatching meat tower. Due to the lack of the ability to hatch and cultivate larvae, half of the youngling insect swarm that was originally recruited and controlled by Lin Feng has lost more than half in the daily overload of labor and collection, especially the red beetles at the bottom level. As the cheapest and most useful logistics worker insects, their lifespan is linked to the working time. Generally speaking, with reasonable rest and rotation, they can barely survive for several months. But due to the urgent need for nutrient solution by the Savior Army, they collected biomass almost day and night, sent it to the biological meat nest, and decomposed it to condense the initial nutrient solution. Therefore, more than half of the original swarm of 20,000 to 30,000 insects had died from overwork within just a few early days. The 2 queens chose to raid the north this time, not only to resolve the crisis in B-Town and Kinhu Core, but also to recruit more ownerless insect swarms. At this moment, Lin Feng asked the soldiers to distribute the organic nutrient solution carried in the armored vehicle to everyone present, especially Kinhu, who had absorbed the tremendous life energy and was about to evolve. He needs to drink at least half a ton of organic nutrient solution to ensure the 3rd level transformation of a genetic warrior like him. When Kinhu and others were about to leave, Lin Feng stepped forward and said earnestly, "Promoting your rank will activate your artistic conception power, allowing you to receive a more complete artistic conception inheritance. Perhaps you will return to the land of the end and even meet a legendary 4th order Spine King there. However, the power of your state of mind is fearlessness, not killing, so the Spine King will not have a profound impact on you. Remember to maintain your self-awareness, so that you can break free from the constraints of the spiritual world after receiving the inheritance of the artistic conception. If you're worried, you can come with me." Kinhu hesitated for a moment and chose to put himself first. "Okay, I'll stay and go with you." As he said this, he turned to his 35 second level peak gene warriors and said, "Everyone, please go back first. Leave everything here to the Savior Army. We have completed our mission." Kinhu knew very well that this time, not only did they break the siege of the Zerg Nest army with the help of the Salvation Army, but he also, with Lin Feng's deliberate assistance and humility, reaped the life of the dying Queen Mother and completed the final kill. This is the only chance to get promoted to the 3rd stage. This is the most valuable treasure in the entire Zerg in all the Zerg nests. Even hundreds of tiger spine worms and hundreds of second-level insect eggs are no match for killing the Zerg Queen and getting the chance to be promoted to the 3rd level. But he knew even more clearly that the reason why Lin Feng was so generous in making the gift was obviously because he had something more important to entrust to him. So at the most critical stage of promotion, he chose to believe Lin Feng and follow him back to Youngsiling. Yuki and Kinhu, who had completed the mission of killing the Queen Mother, back to the main hatching nest in Youngsiling. The rest of the guards regiments, under the command of Liu Yi, continued to clear out the remaining second-order Zerg. The Savior Army does not need second-order Zerg as slaves. These large soldier insects, which are over 20 meters in size, are only suitable for combat and have no way of providing logistical support, making them seem out of place or the raw materials for various weapons and equipment. As for other low-level black-back insects and even lower-level red beetles, they will become the army of hard-working worker insects under the command of the dragonfly. When Lin Feng and others arrived at Yangshi's main nest in an armored vehicle, the cicadas inside had been waiting for a long time. "Want to stay and observe their promotion process?" Lin Feng walked to the side of Long Yi looking at the 2 people lying in the incubation pyramid not far away, who are about to start upgrading to higher level. The second-level insect eggs serve as biological cabins for hibernation and promotion, which can ensure a stable supply of the nutrients they need. Ling Yi shook his head. "It's okay as long as you're here, and Zhang Yuner is back too. So she can keep an eye on things. We can talk about some things later. I'm leaving first. Remember to send the Queen Mother's biological tissue and the 2 golden Queen Mother's brains into the incubation tower. Give the rest of the eggs to Zhang Yuner and reconnect them." Lin Feng nodded, accompanied Ling Yi out of the main nest, walked to the foot of the Youngsiling Mountains, and sat on a green-winged insect. with a pair of flapping membranous wings on its back vibrating at a high frequency. After taking off, Lin Feng controlled the green-winged insect, maintaining a low-altitude flight, and soon disappeared under the moonlight. The main nest. Lin Feng noticed that Zhang Yuner seemed to have become a little depressed after meeting the Eastern midterm perfect Queen Mother. He also became weak and listless when operating the hatching pyramid and storing the Queen Mother's tissue materials. Could it be that this contact and surrender was not pleasant? Lin Feng wanted to ask, but after thinking it over, he decided to wait for Long Yu to come back and then listen to the whole story. 4 hours later, when it was almost dawn outside, Long Yu controlled a swarm of up to 100,000 low-level insects, including more than 60,000 red beetles, and successfully returned to Yangxiling. In the egg chamber of the hatching meat tower, the two people who were undergoing cross-level upgrades also entered the most critical stage. Liu Yuki has completed the metamorphosis. Through the fleshy outer shell of the insect egg, one can feel the powerful third-level aura being slowly released. Long Yi walked to Lin Feng's side, looked at the two people in front of him, and then focused his attention on Liu Yuki. She was also quite concerned about this human girl. Although the awakened superpowers are not as amazing as Lin Feng's, they are also very rare and full of potential. Liu Yuki's current state is probably that she is experiencing the process of condensing her own artistic conception power. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Liu Yuki was an important part of his future plan, and he couldn't let anything go wrong here. Will there be any danger? What will happen if the cohesion fails? Ling Yi shook his head. There is no danger to life. Even if it fails, the most it will suffer is a loss of mental strength, which will not affect the overall combat effectiveness, but there aren't many such opportunities. There have always been geniuses who have evolved to the peak of the third stage and have the potential to reach the fourth stage. Everyone will find their own unique artistic conception when they enter the third stage. Only in this way can they master the basic and complete artistic conception power when they grow to the late third stage. So for the indigenous civilizations on a planet, those with outstanding talents are lucky. Although the road ahead is uncertain, at least they can write their own legends, and most of the races in the universe, especially the descendants of the god-level civilization, have been locked in the cage of artistic conception in their blood genes since the moment they were born. They have to live in the shadow of the superiors for their entire lives, and return to dust after just 10,000 years. Wish Liu Yuki good luck, whose fearless state of mind should not be affected too much by the Spine King. This Mad King has been completely engulfed by the killing state of mind. As long as Qin Hu can hold on until the absorption of the fearless state of mind is completed, he will be able to return safely. After listening to what Long Yu said, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Just about to ask about Zhang Yuner. At this time, the insect egg cabin where Qin Hu was located first began to move. Qin Hu, who suddenly woke up from the inheritance of artistic conception, stretched out his hand and tore the fleshy shell of the insect eggs into pieces. He raised his head and gasped for breath. The body has been deformed and multiplied with a large number of spiny worm-like appearances, and a hard orange-yellow and golden shell, which is spread all over the limbs and torso, and has even spread to the half-transformed head and face. It was as if it had transformed into a third-level king-hunting insect. As he woke up, a powerful artistic conception was released from his body and gradually began to spread throughout the entire hatching nest. Fortunately, Long Gai was quick-tracked and immediately used his infinite reproduction state of mind, mobilized his spiritual energy, and began to limit and encircle Qin Hu, who unconsciously exuded a fearless state of mind. The fearless state of mind is very effective against low-level swarms of the spinal insect race. Even second-level tiger spine insects will become brave and crazy and fearless of death under the call of fearlessness. This is also the reason why the Queen Mother does not like the other two types of King Spinosaurus, except the unyielding. Their existence itself is a threat to the Zerg under the Queen Mother's rule. Fortunately, Qin Hu's awakening and unconsciousness did not last long. 10 seconds later, he regained his self-consciousness, began to recall what had happened in the past, and restrained the release of his fearless mood. At this time, the result of the other party's attribute identification also appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Qin Hu, LV 3039 horsepower 1.4K, pH 1.4K, SP 1.2K superpower awakening, physical fitness enhanced by 100%, the power of artistic conception, fearlessness. Chapter 277, The Effect of the Fearless State of Mind. Qin Hu joins the game. Horsepower 1.4K, pH 1.4K, SP 1.2K superpower awakening, physical enhancement, Fusion of spiny worm cells. Physical attribute value increased by 50% after superposition, lasting for 10 minutes. Each time consumes 10% of mental attribute value. Power of artistic concept. Fearless artistic concept. After activation, it will call on all beings within 1 kilometer who have mastered the artistic conception of spiny worms. Each third level being of the same kind can increase the basic attribute values of all members by 5%, with an upper limit of 100%. After releasing the fearless state of mind, 100 points of spiritual attribute value will be consumed every minute after the spiritual attribute value is lower than 1000. The fearless state of mind will be gradually released, and the effect will continue to weaken. Note, the fearless state of mind is also effective for the second level peak beings who have mastered the state of mind of the spinal cord insects. Each one can bring a 2% increase in basic attributes. Note, the effect of fearless mood cannot be stacked, but it can extend the duration of the mood effect. Evaluation. The harsh environment of the planet Spinal Guard has created the tenacity and bravery of the spinal insects. If they want to thrive in this environment, the power of the tribe is indispensable. And fearlessness is its interpretation. The human gene warriors who have mastered the state of fearlessness will lead their hybrid tribe to survive tenaciously in the apocalypse. After reading the introduction of Kinhu's attribute identification, Lin Feng was impressed by the power of the fearless state of mind. After adding the physical enhancement, he could even exert up to 150% of his own combat power. At the same time, relying on the increase in basic attributes, he could additionally improve his health and weak spiritual attributes. It can be regarded as making up for the lack of mental value in the early stage. Moreover, if he could gather 23rd level gene warriors, he would be able to obtain a 150% physical fitness boost, which is 130% more than Shenji's current maximum of 20%. However, there is not much comparison between the two. Shenji can directly obtain physical enhancement by relying on the killing state of mind, without any other additional conditions. At the same time, he can also prolong the duration of the killing state by killing beings of the same level. For someone like Kinhu's fearless state of mind, it is extremely difficult, almost impossible, to gather 23rd level gene warriors. Currently, there are probably only him and Shenji, the only 3rd level genetic warriors in the world. Including subordinates at the peak of the 2nd level, the maximum bonus provided is 60%, and this bonus does not last long. Because the subordinate genetic warriors may encounter various accidents during the battle, or leave the 1 kilometer radius they cover. Based on a 60% attribute bonus, the spiritual attribute value is 1920 points after deducting the fusion version of the physical enhancement ability and the activated 10% basic spiritual attribute of 120 points. The remaining 1,800 points can only last for 8 minutes under the terrifying consumption of points per minute by the fearless state of mind. After that, the effects of the state of mind of the other 3 fearless state of mind members will not only have their range reduced, but their duration and degree of amplification will also be greatly reduced. It is far less effective than Kinhu, who has entered the 3rd stage and inherited 30% of the fearless state of course, although the effect of the fearless state of mind is not as good as the killing state of mind. With a collective enhancement, it can enable the cluster of spinal worms to fight against the alternative race, the killing king spinal worm, on the primitive and harsh spinal god star. This is one of the reasons why they can still survive and reproduce despite the destruction caused by the killer spiny worms, can stop the destruction and attacks of the killing king worms and ensure the safety of the tribe. Perhaps this is the reason why the spinal insect tribe was able to be passed down and the 3 major artistic conceptions remain to this day. The unyielding is the most common low-level king spine worm, while the fearless king spine worm is the leader of the tribe. As for killing, it is more like a carnivore on the planet, responsible for eliminating the weak, promoting the continuous evolution of the spine worm race, and ensuring the inheritance of the spine worm's original and wild bloodline. The simple yet complete food chain writes the poem of life evolution on the planet Spina for hundreds of millions of years. In Lin Feng's eyes, perhaps this will also be an important means for the other genetic warriors under his command to check and balance Shenji in the future. As he has mastered the state of killing, it is very likely that he will follow the old path of the 4th level Spine King. Under the influence of the genetic curse of the spiny worms, he eventually lost his sanity and became a mad king. However, before he ascended the throne, the other 6 captains who mastered the fearless state of mind, led the remaining 28 indomitable gene warriors to be the last line of defense to suppress his madness. At this moment, when Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and thought about Kinhu's fearless state of mind and what might happen in the future, Qin Hu came back to his senses, slowly crawled out of the broken insect eggs, and stood in front of everyone as the physical enhancement abilities activated by the stimulation were retracted into the body like the artistic conception. The deformed insect shells that proliferated on Qin Hu's body surface detached and fell off one after another. In the end, only a layer of black soft armor remains, attached to the body surface, serving as a permanent scar of genetic assimilation, which is an indelible deformity. Ling Yi then controlled a hatching pyramid, extending several tentacles covered with suction cups to clean Qin Hu's body surface. Lin Feng stepped forward and presented a set of second-order orange LV-29 Tiger Armor arm guards to the other party. Congratulations, Brother Qin, you have officially entered the third stage and become a powerful high-level evolver. Qin Hu put on the arm guard and clicked the button on it, transforming into full-body armor. With his nearly 2-meter height, he looked very dignified and majestic. The vitality lost due to excessive use of the genetic assimilation state was also restored a lot at this moment. The white hair on his temples turned back to black, and the wrinkles on his face disappeared. After absorbing the life energy of the Zerg Queen Panbo, Qin Hu seemed to have changed from being in his 50s or 60s to being in his early 30s in an instant. The only pity is that due to overdraft before, the spiritual attribute value during this cross-level upgrade was only 1,200 points. This is also one of the common defects of most genetic warriors. Unlike Shen Ji, the price they have to pay to activate the assimilation form is greater, which is equivalent to bearing the consumption of 2 superpowers at the same time, and the damage to their mental strength is even greater. Qin Hu's spiritual attribute value before the upgrade was less than 900 points. This time, while repairing the damage, it was able to increase it by more than points, which was a great fortune. Shen Ji's spiritual attribute reached 1,300 points, 100 more than Qin Hu's. This also means that his supernatural powers and artistic conception will last longer. Even if it is only a short minute, when the level and strength gap between the two sides is not big, 60 seconds is enough to create too many variables. It can even allow Shen Ji to defeat Qin Hu and his group alone. Qin Hu, who noticed the change in his condition, was also overjoyed by Lin Feng's congratulations, and couldn't help but wave his fist at the air. The basic force of 150 tons, at a speed close to the speed of sound, has destructive power comparable to a missile bombardment, and can easily break the armor of a peak tiger spine worm and kill it instantly. His rapid punches produced a series of air cannons that were like real objects, with a power comparable to that of a Force 8 Gale. Compared to the previous peak of the second level, Qin Hu, who has completed the cross-level upgrade at this time, is already at another level of life and is several times stronger than before. Looking at Qin Hu, who had a strong desire to fight and wanted to vent the endless energy in his body, Lin Feng smiled slightly. This was the same as himself in the past. But soon, Qin Hu discovered that his strength and condition were declining faster and faster. As his stomach growled in protest, Qin Hu, who entered the third stage, faced the biggest problem of endless hunger caused by high-speed consumption. Lin Feng took one from the pile of dead insect eggs nearby and handed it to Qin Hu. These were second-level insect eggs that were about to hatch. They were looted from the insect nest of the queen who had been killed previously. Since they had no value in keeping them, they were given to 50 soldiers to kill and complete the cross-level upgrade. The remaining mature larvae have already produced a toxin unique to the Zerg. Although purebred humans cannot eat them in large quantities, they are indeed a rare and delicious dessert for genetic warriors like Shen Ji. It's just right to give it to Qin Hu to replenish this strength now. While handing it to Qin Hu, Lin Feng said, "When entering the third stage, the first thing you need to learn is to restrain your own strength. At our level, even an unintentional wave of the hand can cause huge damage, releasing a full-strength attack comparable to a late-stage second stage being, so we need to collect the energy in our body and reduce the body's daily metabolism to a minimum. At the same time, when you are not in combat, relax your cells and only exert the power of the early second stage. Otherwise, keep your third stage cells tense at all times. Even if you eat 1 second-level insect egg per hour, you will still feel hungry and never feel full." Qin Hu, who had taken over the dead second-level insect eggs, was opening his mouth to gnaw on the translucent white jade larvae. When he heard what Lin Feng said, a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face, and he was stunned for several seconds with his eyes wide open. From Lin Feng's super combat performance, he was very clear about how powerful high-level awakeners were, and he also yearned for such invincible power. But he didn't know how much it would cost to maintain his invincibility. Just for energy replenishment, we need to set up a team specifically responsible for logistics supply. The tens of thousands of insect swarms under Long Yi's command are the logistics team of the Savior Army. Otherwise, they would have to eat several tons of ordinary food a day, and doing so would consume too much time for a third-level life form. At the same time, it will also cause a decline in strength. If a third-level life form eats low-grade meat that is lower than the first level for a long time, it is like an ordinary person drinking sweet water all the time even if nothing happens within a few days. If it continues for a long time, your physical condition will definitely deteriorate and you will become weak. Even second-order insect eggs can only bring a certain sense of fullness while reducing the body's metabolism. In order to satisfy the needs of the body and the consumption of increasing strength, one must eat the flesh and blood of the same level. Or like Lin Feng, who has been killing high-level Zerg queens and absorbing the higher life energy in their bodies to ensure his own continued evolution. The road of evolution is like rowing against a current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. Qin Hu was deeply shocked by Lin Feng's explanation. He swallowed a crunchy and elastic foot in his mouth and took a deep breath. I understand. A level 3 awakener is like a nuclear bomb. It cannot be used lightly. Lin Feng hummed. That's about right. The destructive power is comparable to a small atomic bomb, so try to reduce consumption as much as possible. By the way, when you were promoted, did you see the 4th level Spine King in the artistic conception inheritance? Qin Hu pondered for a moment, looking somewhat confused. I don't know. It seems that I didn't enter the final place of the last state trial during my advancement, but instead reenacted the trial challenge where we first killed the fearless King Spinworm. But I can feel that this time the fearless King Spinworm is much stronger than the one we had last time. I died several times in this trial. It was not until the last moment that I managed to defeat the opponent by chance and gain a stronger fearless state of mind. But, speaking of this, Qin Hu seemed to remember something. Under the gaze of Lin Feng and Long Yi, he frowned slightly and continued, when I obtained the artistic conception energy ball, the entire artistic conception inheritance spiritual world began to collapse before my eyes. At the same time, a strong repulsive force appeared in the space, trying to exclude me and squeeze me out of the spiritual world. At the moment I was squeezed out, I looked back with a sense of something in my heart. I saw a supergiant king spiny worm, locked in the magma under its feet by countless. It was a moment of less than 1,000th of a second, and I thought I was seeing things. After listening to Qin Hu's detailed recollections, Lin Feng and Long Yi looked at each other. Confirming each other's thoughts, Lin Feng then said to Qin Hu, it's okay, this 4th level Spine King has lost his mind due to chains to killing, so it has a great impact on the holder of the killing state of mind. However, you are in the fearless state of mind, so you will not be implicated. After hearing Lin Feng's confirmation, Qin Hu nodded with lingering fear. This was the first time he had seen the legendary 4th order existence with his own eyes. Regarding the 4th order life forms, he had only heard a few words in the top secret intelligence circulated among the federal high-ranking officials. According to rumors, the 4th level is no longer just a living being, its power surpasses all lower life forms on the planet. It can even roam freely in outer space and shuttle between planets in the flesh. Even a powerful high-level queen like the Zerg is powerless against a 4th level life form. The latter could even wipe out a 3rd level queen. With just a click of his fingers, worm clan were flowing in his body. The 4th level Spine King is his future goal. However, at this moment, just a spiritual imprint condensed in the artistic conception world made me feel short of breath and pressure. It can be seen that if a true 4th order Spine King appeared in the world, even if humans used all the nuclear bombs they currently possessed, it would be difficult to perish with it. Even before that, humans will be trampled into ashes by endless 3rd order king spiny insects. The beautiful environment of Blue Star will also degenerate into primitive wasteland and become a harsh and barren place like Spinal Asteroid amid the endless plundering of the Zerg. Thinking of this, Qin Hu couldn't help but tremble and said, then, the 4th level Spine King will appear on Blue Star? Lin Feng patted Qin Hu on the shoulder. Don't worry, not for now. As long as we humans can complete the transformation to the 4th level before the Zerg Queen birth to 4th level Zerg King, we can save everything. Qin Hu nodded solemnly. The joy he had originally felt for being promoted to the 3rd stage disappeared, and his expression became extremely solemn. I understand. Entering the 3rd stage only gives us a chance to catch our breath. If we want to save humanity, we must take one more step. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Keep eating. After you've replenished your energy and Shenji and the others come back, We'll discuss the next decapitation plan for the third stage mid-stage Mother Queen. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he saw another insect egg chamber next to Long Yi also vibrating violently. Liu Yuki, who is currently advancing to the third level, suddenly his eyes opened and in those eyes where white light appeared, a golden light flashed. Chapter 278, Liu Yu 7 and number 039, S. Artistic Conception, the Queen Mother of the West escapes. As Liu Yuki woke up, a powerful energy was released from her body and quickly spread to the surroundings. Lin Feng and Long Yi were keenly aware of this unusual energy fluctuation and responded quickly. Even Qin Hu was gnawing on the limbs of a larva, sensed a strong aura in another insect egg chamber after entering the third stage. It was no less than his own when he released a fearless state of mind. The three people present immediately became alert. After all, Qin Hu's artistic conception was known in advance and could be controlled, but no one could predict what kind of destructive effect the girl's artistic conception would bring. Lin Feng took the lead in using the particles in his body to control it. With the help of the spiritual energy released by Long Yi, this fluctuation was gradually suppressed in the egg cabin to prevent it from spreading further. When the continuously compressed energy was concentrated in the 2.5-meter insect egg cabin, as the energy density increased, the gale that was originally only equivalent to leaves flying in the sky gradually evolved and condensed into a turbulent storm with countless flying knives and sharp blades in an instant. The soft shell of the insect eggs wrapping Liu Yuki was torn to pieces, but in the eyes of Lin Feng and Long Yi, hidden beneath this torn appearance is an even more horrifying truth. In just a few seconds, the unknown energy released from Liu Yuki's body turned into single particle blades, gathering into countless sharp blades, cutting all the surrounding matter into single atoms. Moreover, as the cutting became more intense, the eggshells that had originally been broken into pieces were directly turned into powder that was invisible to the naked eye during further cutting. It is difficult for others to notice, but Lin Feng can control the artistic conception through the released particles and see it clearly. In his vision with the golden light in his eyes. At this moment, gathered around Liu Yuki are countless atomic level and molecular supernatural powers. To be more specific, this is Liu Yuki's artistic conception. Previously, she could only release a little bit of molecular cutting, and only when it was attached to a weapon could it have a long-term effect. Now she has entered the third stage in the process of advancing across levels. She has awakened her artistic conception and can directly control molecules and release their supernatural powers out of the body. These blades are made of energy, and the sharpness of the blade's edge is due to the arrangement of the smallest hydrogen atoms. Unlike the other two isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium, protium, which is the most abundant and widely distributed hydrogen atom in the universe, is composed of only one proton and one electron. This means that its size is already the smallest at the atomic level. By manipulating such a sharp blade, any covalent bonds between other elements can be ruthlessly destroyed, including the golden armor that Lin Feng was wearing. The surface was made of the golden plate bones outside the brain of the Zerg Queen, a super dense and thick solid armor that could withstand thousands or even tens of thousands of injuries. At this moment, the outer armor on both hands was constantly being worn out by the cutting of this sharp hydrogen atom blade. Molecular cutting separates the armor at the atomic level. Any compound in the world, from organic molecules and protein genes and carbon-based life forms to methane, a small hydrocarbon, will be ruthlessly crushed by it. Unless the protons and neutrons in the nucleus of an atom can be disassembled and given extremely strong pressure to overcome the nuclear force between the protons and neutrons, and they can be combined into a single substance to form an object similar to a neutron star, it will be possible to perfectly resist the invasion of molecular cutting. However, as a means of attack by an energy body, its density is between elementary particles and mental energy waves. Simply releasing a strong enough energy shock can gradually offset its invasion and destruction. For example, the particle control released by Lin Feng at this moment can dissolve the attack of these atomic blades at the atomic level and completely disperse the artistic conception ability that condenses them. However, on the material level, especially when dealing with spinicids that have no spiritual means, the upgraded molecular cutting state of mind awakened by Liu Yuki will be invincible, and even if the mental shield can resist its attack, as long as Liu Yuki regains self-consciousness, he can control the atomic blade, converge it at one point, and break through the shield line of defense. If Lin Feng hadn't been here, Liu Yuki's awakening would likely have destroyed the hatching pyramid, eating it away bit by bit, tearing it into atomic level powder that was imperceptible to the naked eye, and scattering it in the main nest. As this terrifying artistic conception energy was constantly terrifying decomposed under the control of Lin Feng's particles, it was defeated step by step and finally surrendered. From its original raging violence, it turned into a quiet and orderly state surrounding Liu Yuqi. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and he and Long Yi saw the faint golden light emerging from the girl's slightly opened eyes, confirmed to be the power of artistic conception. So Lin Feng increased the injection of particle control and soon destroyed the remaining last atomic blades. After losing the protection of the artistic conception, Liu Yuqi collapsed back on the hatching pyramid like a deflated ball. Long Yi walked forward cautiously to check Lin Feng, spoke calmly, "It's safe now." She passed out. Ling Yi used his mental power to check and nodded. Well, it should be, because it was her first time to awaken her state of mind, and she didn't know how to control it, so it was released wantonly, and eventually exhausted the energy in her body. But the good news is that apart from being weak, there is no other damage. The body has also completed the leapfrog, upgraded and awakened the power of artistic conception. The golden light in Lin Feng's eyes faded as he looked at the pale, skinny girl. Feed her with organic nutrient solution so she can recover quickly. We'll need her to attend the meeting later. This meeting will be a discussion about the final battle of the Northern Support. All current Third Order beings need to attend and understand the tasks they need to undertake without hesitation. Long Yi sent Liu Yuqi into another brand new second stage insect egg, and began to use the egg and the vast life energy in the hatching pyramid to accelerate her recovery, just like nurturing a tiger spine worm. Soon, Liu Yuqi returned to his peak state at a speed visible to the naked eye. The complexion on his face returned to normal and he looked radiant. At the same time, the aura of a third-level awakener also returned at this moment. Long Yi walked forward and asked about the awakening process. Sharp light wave, presenting a white and golden glow, poured into the blade from the palm of Liu Yuqi's hand, holding the handle. The entire blade, like a lightsaber, was completely enveloped by this powerful energy compared to the previous molecular ability, which could only be released at the edge of the blade and gathered in a thin layer. Now, with the blessing of the cutting of the power of artistic conception, Liu Yuqi's thousand-cutting sword has become a carrier of artistic conception, becoming the indestructible and unique weapon on Blue Star, the only one of its kind. Feeling the drastic change in the energy in his body, Liu Yuqi put away the thousand-slashing blade and replied, "During my promotion, my consciousness entered a closed space. In order to leave, I had to use the only ability in my body to break through the wall, but the recovery speed of this space is much faster than I imagined. At the beginning, my cracking speed couldn't even keep up with their recovery. I had no choice but to try again and again, while improving my skills in using the cutting." While Liu Yuqi was recalling the awakening process, a golden light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he identified the other party's attribute data after the state was restored. Liu Yuqi, LV 3039 horsepower 1.4K, pH 1.4K, SP 1.5K superpower awakening, molecular cut. Gather the energy in the body to 1 point. The power released ability can cut links within the molecules and ignore the defense structure of all complex flesh and blood life. Power of artistic conception, shattering fractured state of mind. It is evolved from the molecular ability while possessing all the efficiencies of the molecular ability. It can also release a large amount of molecular energy, gathering into an atomic level blade to cut off all links. Note, each time a microatomic cutting blade is gathered, 1 point of cutting mental attribute value will be consumed. It can directly cut off the second level orange weapons and equipment when continuous damages. The damage can be accumulated until everything is shattered. When a mental attribute value is lower than the basic value of 1000, it will stop causing releasing rules. After reading about the power of artistic conception awakened by Liu Yuqi and the introduction and evaluation about fragmentation, Lin Feng once again verified the uniqueness of his vision. The molecular cutting ability will undergo a qualitative leap after being superimposed hundreds or thousands of times. Now Liu Yuqi only needs to consume a little mental power to cut off the giant jaws of the tiger-backed worm. Breaking through the physical defense of the third-level life form is a piece of cake. If one attack is not enough, then 10 try, 100, or even 1,000 times. There will always be a time when you can completely break through gold-quality weapons and equipment, or biological materials. In terms of offensive and assault operations, Liu Yuqi's role will be irreplaceable. At least, Lin Feng currently does not have any weapon with a defense-breaking ability that can match the atomic blade that can shatter the artistic conception. Like the Hunting Queen chainsaw sword. Although it also uses the Queen's golden plate bone as the saw blade material, its biggest flaw comes from the material itself. When the extended neck bone of the Queen's brain plate bone is cut off, it will cause wear and tear. Not only will its durability decrease, but its own material strength is only equivalent to that of a level 33 plate bone. It is not enough to cut open the head of a level 36, third stage mid-stage perfect queen. However, Liu Yuqi's conception of fragmentation is different. Wrapped in the sharp white light, combined with the plate bone material of the early perfect mother queen, Lin Feng believed that he could easily break through any golden quality material within the third level. The durability of the Hunter King chainsaw sword is only 10 points, but the atomic blade of the shattered state of mind can be improved synchronously with Liu Yuqi's strength, reaching hundreds or thousands. As long as it is attached to a suitable carrier, Lin Feng believes that this will also be one of the trump cards for everyone to fight against a fourth-level cosmic life in the near future. As Liu Yuqi recalled her experiences in the spiritual world and slowly told the story of what happened, everyone gradually understood that her experience was no easier than the inheritance of artistic conception because there is no specific way to pass on the legacy. The process and means of condensing one's own artistic conception all depend on Liu Yuqi to explore on his own in that closed space. That's why she stayed in the egg chamber for so long. The process of upgrading to higher level is also longer than Qinhu's. Fortunately, as she figured out the continuous and high-frequency release of her supernatural powers, the frequency of molecular fluctuations increased rapidly in a short period of time. It is equivalent to releasing it 2, 3, or even more than 10 times in the time of one original slash without increasing the upper limit of energy consumption. The damage has been multiplied several times. After breaking through the limited space, she met more familiar old friends in the new space, including grandparents, mother and Aunt Liu Ruojiao, and these were all what Liu Yuqi was thinking in her mind. The spiritual condensation. The girl did not mention much about this experience. She simply skipped it and jumped to the moment when the artistic conception was shattered and evolved into shape. When Liu Yuqi's narration came to an end. During the early morning raid heading north, Shenji and his group, who had sneaked into the west of the capital city in the rear area, finally returned to the main nest of Yunxiling. Appear in front of everyone. However, Shenji's condition was not good. His face was pale, as if he had overused the power of artistic conception. The same was true for the other team members behind him. There were many serious injuries such as broken legs, broken hands, or shattered torsos. Fortunately, these genetic warriors have all reached the peak of the late second stage. The powerful Zerg genes in their bodies, activated by the spinal worm state of mind, can quickly repair their injuries and barely save their lives. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly arranged for them to go and eat the second-level insect eggs that had been killed and hatched. The larvae inside contains a lot of nutrients apart from the Zerg toxins. They actually taste much better than the sticky organic nutrient solution in the eyes of genetic warriors. It is extremely delicious. This time, they captured 2 insect nests in one go, and looted and collected a huge amount of supplies. There were 60 or 70 hatched insect eggs alone. There are enough for each genetic warrior to get to. As they began to eat voraciously, Shenji walked over to Lin Feng and the others, holding a larval egg. After greeting the newly promoted third-level beings, Qinhu and Liu Yuqi, Shenji stopped in front of Lin Feng. He sighed and shook his head, feeling quite regretful. Lin Feng patted his shoulder and asked to sit down. Let's talk while we eat. There's no rush. Shenji nodded, stretched out his 5-clawed hand covered with armor, tore off a large piece of white tender meat from the tail and abdomen of the snow-white larva, and stuffed it into his mouth. Unlike other second-level peak gene warriors, the second-level insect eggs do not have a significant effect on Shenji. For this purpose, Lin Feng specially asked Long Yu to find the flesh and blood tissue cut from the Queen Mother's corpse. After eating more than 100 kilograms of the Queen Mother's flesh and blood, Shenji's complexion obviously improved. Then, while chewing the soft flesh of the larva in his hand, he said, "We failed." The middle-stage Queen Mother that was besieging the west of the capital city, after realizing that the 2 early-stage Queen Mothers on the front line had quietly lost contact, chose to migrate with her entire clan. I want to lead my Zerg to flee to the north and form an alliance with a Queen Mother in the north, so I immediately led my gene regiment to stop them, but this middle-stage queen only wants to escape. Send out hundreds of warrior insect hunters to stop us. In the end, everyone ran out of energy and was surrounded. We almost got lost in the complex and ever-changing underground insect nest, until we find our way to the surface. When I was closest, I was less than a kilometer away from the middle-stage Queen Mother. I could even feel that its strength was not as strong as the 2 outside Yangshi Ridge. It's a pity that in the end, we let it run away. Lin Feng sighed lightly. It's okay, just do your best. Then he stood up. Next, we should discuss how to kill the two mid-stage perfect queen mothers in Yunxiling. Chapter 279 Discussing Strategy, LV33 Atomic Slasher. Lin Feng looked around at everyone, from right to left. The incarnation of the Queen Mother represents the concept of infinite reproduction advanced to the 31st stage by absorbing the remaining tissues of the two Mother Queen corpses, while the other three were only at the threshold of level 30. Although their strength is far stronger than that of the second-level peak gene warriors, the role they can play in facing the mid-stage Mother Queen, especially the mid-stage perfect 36th level existence, is still very limited. Even Lin Feng currently needs to compete with a mid-stage perfect queen after the attributes are superimposed with those of the LV33 colonial mecha. Fortunately, the enemies that everyone has to face now are not only two mid-stage perfect Mother Queens, but also the three remaining early-stage Mother Queens in the Multi-Emperor Alliance. If used properly, it can help present to reach a higher level of strength expansion. However, this time we are facing two Queen Mothers who have evolved to the middle stage of perfection. Their strength is probably several times greater than ours. For this reason, we even need to use nuclear weapons to narrow the gap in strength between the two sides. Besides that, we have another advantage. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at the only person standing aside from the crowd who had not yet been promoted to the third level, the driver of the LV33 Queen Mother, the fusion of the Zerg Queen Mother's bloodline, the second-level peak gene mother, Zhang Yuner. Seeing everyone's eyes following Lin Feng's pointing, all staring at her, Zhang Yuner walked forward slightly embarrassed and took a seat in the circle of the meeting. Before speaking, Zhang Yuner glanced at Long Yi, specifically solemn, but as Zhang Yuner's introduction deepened, everyone's eyes were enlightened by the plan to use the infighting among the Mother Queens to alienate the alliance of multiple queens. The Eastern Queen Mother would rather her competitor, the Southern Queen Mother, die in our hands than for Yunxia Ridge to fall and for her to successfully advance to the late third stage. By then, the early stage Queen Mother in the north will be the safest. As for the Queen Mother in the east, she has already entered the middle stage of perfection and is only one step away from the late stage of the third stage. They will become a thorn in the eyes of the late stage third stage queen. The latter will use the large number of third stage insect swarms that are unlocked and hatched to besiege mid-stage existences like the queen to ensure that there are no potential threats within a 1,000-mile radius. So the mission that the Eastern Queen Mother gave me was to make the Southern Queen Mother and the human defenders both lose, so that she can reap the benefits. We can also use their own tactics to seriously injure the Queen Mother in the south with hydrogen bombs while ambushing the Queen Mother in the east, leaving them both unable to fight again. After listening, Qin Hu was the first to raise an objection, since the other party already knows about the existence of the hydrogen bomb. They will definitely be on guard. I know that the small hydrogen bomb you have, with a TNT equivalent of 300,000 tons, is as big as a black-backed worm. If you want to quietly transport it into the Zerg's underground hive and bring it to the mid-stage queen to detonate it, it will be as difficult as a blatant close-range attack. Moreover, the two fission rings in the hydrogen bomb will release high-energy particle radiation. As long as the Queen Mother is on guard, she will definitely be able to sense it in advance at that time. Unless they are detonated instantly, they will definitely be able to escape the core range of the explosion. In fact, Lin Feng's original plan is more feasible. He set up an ambush in advance and caught them off guard. This plan is too risky now. Who knows if the two Queen Mothers will collude and do this on purpose? Following Qin Hu's analysis, the hope in everyone's hearts turned into worry again. Lin Feng knew that what Qin Hu said made sense. As the leader of the Southern Army, Qin Hu is responsible for hundreds of thousands of soldiers under his command, as well as the millions of survivors rescued from the capital city. Therefore, Qin Hu prefers conservative strategies such as ambushes, which allow him to attack when advancing and defend when retreating. Even if the ambush fails, they can take advantage of the hundreds of kilometers of depth from east to west of the Taihang Mountains to continue a protracted tug-of-war with his Zerg. If Lin Feng's proactive attack plan fails, it is likely to ruin the advantageous situation that he has finally achieved, as well as the loss of the 5 third-level warriors present. But Lin Feng also has his own considerations. His base is in the south. As for the situation in the north, he only hopes that it will not deteriorate rapidly in the near future and affect his original arrangements. The main disagreement between the two sides lies in their respective sense of urgency of time. After discussed and argued for a while, everyone, Lin Feng said, the final task of killing the mid-stage Mother Queen will be left to me. As for you, just be responsible for restraining the other mid-stage Mother Queen and ensure that it does not affect the killing mission. Next, didn't the Queen Mother of the East promise to give Zhang Yuner a chance to be promoted? Presumably, the 2 middle-stage Queen Mothers want to use the remaining 3 early-stage Queen Mothers as bait to lure us into the trap without violating the alliance, and this is an opportunity. We are no longer far behind in the number of Tier 3 beings, it's just that the top-level strength is a little lacking. Zhang Yuner, you continue to pass on our operational intelligence to the Queen Mother in the east according to the plan. Tell it, this afternoon, the top combat force of the Salvation Army, led by Lin Feng, will once again go deep underground to disrupt the Queen Mother's insect nest tunnel excavation, and this time, you will be the one driving the Queen Mother and be responsible for the entire command and deployment. This is a hint to the Queen Mother in the east that it's time to fulfill your promise. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at everyone present. Zhang Yuner alone can't kill the early Queen Mother. We need someone to help us. Who will come? The girl who had mastered the new power and was eager to try it out raised her hand first, stood up, looked at Lin Feng and said, "Let me give it a try. It's a good opportunity to test the effect of artistic conception on the Queen Mother." Lin Feng thought about it for a moment, then agreed, "It is good." Among the remaining 3, Shen Ji will lead the genetic warriors to attack the middle stage queen and delay its movement. Qin Hu, you have just been promoted successfully, and the fearless state of mind is more suitable for group charge and team combat, so I plan to give you a more important task. Qin Hu looked solemn. "You said, as long as I can do it, I will do it." Lin Feng nodded and continued, "Let your troops destroy the nests of the 3 queens outside B-Town, and then return to the federal capital to wipe out all the remaining insect swarms inside. At the same time, you will lead the genetic warriors to explore the Zerg nest south of the capital city. Remember when we broke out from the south of the capital last time, I told you about attacking the underground insect nest? You were too weak at that time, and the attack was difficult. You shouldn't have wasted time on it. Now you have been promoted to the 3rd stage, and you have 35 second level peak gene warriors who have mastered the power of artistic conception. All now, the time has come. Go straight to Huanglong and cut off the supply lines of the huge Zerg under the Multi-Emperor Alliance, leaving them in a situation where they have run out of ammunition and food." Hearing Lin Feng's plan to cut off the retreat, Qin Hu's eyes immediately lit up and he nodded in agreement. "Great. In this way, the Multi-Emperor Alliance is bound to fall into quarrels and internal frictions. Some want to escape and some want to burn their boats. This will greatly divide the strength of the Mother Queen group." Lin Feng hummed, "I have thought of this plan before, but I was limited by the lack of manpower. The team we sent is too weak to completely block the enemy. If it is too strong, the Queen Mother will probably catch them off guard and launch a general attack on Yangsha Ridge. Now, the 3 queens outside B-Town are either dead or escaped, leaving a gap in the defense line. Whether the remaining Multi-Emperor Alliance chooses to disperse its forces to reinforce B-Town or continue to attack Yangsha Ridge, it will fall into a passive situation where the enemy outnumbers us." Qin Hu nodded, and by doing so, he could also recapture the capital city whose defenses were empty. Although the city that was swept by the Zerg has become a ruin and turned into a ghostly den. Not much actual value, but the spiritual value of retaking the capital city is more meaningful than killing an early queen. Lin Feng assigned this matter to Qin Hu. Obviously with this in mind, compared with his Salvation Army of outsiders, Qin Hu, who will be fully responsible for the defense of the North in the future, needs more fame and reputation to continuously attract young people to join him frontline blocking operations. Moreover, after the counterattack on the Zerg, the despair in the rear safe zone will be encouraged, and the major forces will naturally change their attitude and support Qin Hu's army more. Whether it is the transaction of Zerg materials or the live insect trade that made Lin Feng rich, it can become the foundation for Qin Hu's future. His own 3rd-level strength, as well as his brilliant achievements in counterattacking the Zerg and retaking the federal capital city, are undoubtedly the greatest credit of Qin Hu's forces. Qin Hu understood this clearly and was naturally very grateful for Lin Feng's arrangement. "Go quickly. You need to prepare for your affairs in advance. We can send troops to the federal capital city now. We may be able to recover a lot of equipment and supplies that were abandoned by other legions when they fled in a hurry during the initial breakout." Passed since he set out on the raid mission and arrived at Yangtseling. The defense arrangements of B-Town required his presence to calm people's hearts. After Qin Hu left, only his own people were left. Shenji immediately asked, "If this is the arrangement, should we arrange for Miss Lin to help with the remaining Southern Queen Mother and the 2 early Queen Mothers?" Lin Feng shook his head. "I am enough on my own. Ling Yi will stay here to guard the base camp and provide logistical support." Long Yi also added, "The second Mother Queen will probably be able to be cultivated tomorrow. By then, I will be able to contribute to the decapitation operation of the midterm Mother Queen. Lin Feng nodded. The Queen Mother driven by Long Yi is on completely different levels from Jiang Yuners, both in terms of combat power and the use of artistic conception power combined with her current attribute values. The Queen Mother can fully exert the strength of the middle stage of the third stage. After all, her original body had already entered the middle stage of the third stage long before the Salvation Army set out north. Now that so many days have passed, by absorbing the biological resources of Tehu Lake and the nearby watersheds, I should be not far from reaching perfection in the middle stage of the third stage. By then, with her cooperation, the probability of killing the midterm queen will be greatly increased. After arranging Lin Gai's tasks, Lin Feng made the final decision. In addition to upgrading one of the Queen Mothers to an early stage for Jiang Yuner, I plan to hand over the remaining two to Liu Yin, a Gene Corps leader who has mastered the fearless state, to deal with them separately. In this way, we will have 7 third-level beings. After returning to Jinchang Base, we will be able to recover all the lost territories in the south and unify the entire southern 9 states. Everyone nodded. Immediately after discussing the plan, everyone returned to their own team camps and began preparing for a new round of attack. Lin Feng called Jiang Yuner and Liu Yuqi and told them the key points when attacking the Queen Mother. The main purpose is to cut off the biological mother nest behind the Queen Mother to prevent her from summoning the divine realm to descend, as well as to quickly cut off the nervous system in the Queen's neck to stop her self-destructive behavior. To date, Lin Feng has summed up a perfect procedure that can quickly complete the beheading of the Queen Mother. As long as you follow this, an ordinary early-stage queen can be easily defeated. The most important person in this operation is Liu Yuqi. Her state of fragmentation is enough to cut through any material defense structure below the 4th level. Even the Queen Mother's mental attack can be easily resolved by her atomic blade storm. The only flaw was that when he was close to the Queen Mother, the weapon in his hand was too short. The 1000-slash sword, which was 1.5 meters long, was not enough to tickle the Queen Mother, whose sword was 20 or 30 meters thick. So Lin Feng took the 1000-cutting sword from Liu Yuqi's hand and placed it in front of him to check. This weapon was originally just an ordinary white-quality weapon. But with his own upgrade and the nourishment of Liu Yuqi's supernatural powers, it has transformed into a second-level orange-quality weapon. After awakening the state of particle control, Lin Feng can decompose and reconstruct matter below the 4th level at will. So before taking action, he helped Liu Yuqi replace the blade with a harder second-level peak tiger spine worm giant jaw material, and even the edge of the blade was coated with a layer of precious third-level golden plate bone. Combined with a molecular cutting ability, he could easily cut off the Queen Mother's golden quality neck vertebrae, thus achieving decapitation. But this time, without Lin Feng's advance help, Liu Yuqi had to rely on herself to cut off the entire queen's neck and the biological mother nest connected to the tail. Lin Feng then found Long Yi and discussed relevant weapon structure issues with her. Although the other party specializes in biotechnology, the Zerg has accumulated hundreds of millions of years of technology and their vision is definitely better than that of humans. Soon, Lin Feng learned from Long Yi about the structure of an individual weapon that could release high-energy particles. It is a port that is designed and arranged in advance inside the blade and can constrain the release of particles. In this way, it can be used as a particle laser sword and, in an emergency, it can emit a laser beam to kill fleeing targets remotely. Generally speaking, the length of the effective range is related to the amount of stored energy. For Liu Yuqi, it is naturally the spiritual attribute value of the shattered state of mind in his body. Lin Feng arrived in front of the hatching nest and used the remaining 4 queen brains to peel off the golden plate bone shell and melt it into the 1000-cutting sword in his hand. At the same time, make the particle release port as small as possible. This will minimize the consumption of artistic conception. After all, what Liu Yuqi needs is not penetrating damage, but simple cutting with the support of the atomic blade. Penetrating at the microscopic level is effortless. After a lot of effort, Lin Feng handed the brand new golden 1000-cutting sword in his hand to Liu Yuqi. Atomic 1000-slasher LV33/39, gold quality, durability 10, damage 1.5k, upgrade 0.04, additional attribute, infinite cutting. Try it. Chapter 280, One Cut, clearing out the early Mother Queen. Atomic 1000-slasher LV33/39, gold quality, durability 10, damage 1.5k, upgrade 0.04, additional attributes, infinite cutting, one cut destruction. Infinite cutting, integrating the properties of the 1000 cutting blades, with a blessing of the shattering artistic concept, The cutting speed is increased from dozens of cuts per second to hundreds or thousands of cuttings. The cutting speed is positively correlated with the injection of artistic conception power. One sword cuts off, the atomic blade in the blade is condensed at one point and released, forming a high energy particle blade for a short period of time. The length and damage of the energy blade are positively correlated with the injection of artistic conception power. Note, the above additional attribute abilities can only be activated with the power of the corresponding artistic conception. Evaluation. This is a very powerful weapon exclusive to artistic conception. The gold quality is only the grade of its material. The real damage comes from the artistic conception power of the owner. Perhaps one day, it will be promoted to a divine weapon as the artistic conception is upgraded. After Liu Yuki couldn't wait to take over the upgraded 1000-cut sword, Lin Feng also looked at its newly added additional attribute abilities. Following Lin Feng's introduction, Liu Yuki tightly grasped the heavy 1000-cutting knife and came to a 1-meter thick golden plate bone from the Queen Mother's brain. The materials of both are exactly the same, but with the blessing of the fragmented artistic conception, after being injected with the power of artistic conception, countless atomic blades are differentiated, which enhances the cutting ability of the atomic 1000-cutting knife to an incredible level. As his hands tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, an orange, yellow and golden energy wave flowed from the palm of his hand into the 1.5-meter-long blade, wrapping around the surface of the 1000-cut sword and turning it into a flowing fire sword. But the energy density and destructive power contained therein far exceed those of an ordinary fire knife. Liu Yuki took a deep breath, summoned the power of artistic conception in his body, and swung his sword to cut at the golden bone in front of him. The moment the two sides came into contact, the infinite attribute was directly activated, and at the edge of the blade's energy fluctuations, a large number of atomic blades began to cut and tear the bones. In comparison, the macro-level Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword and the third-level Gold-Cutting Hunter King Chainsaw Sword are nothing compared to the atomic 1000 slashes and are not worth mentioning. So when the tiny atomic blades were bones like countless knives, under the macroscopic gaze of the naked eye, Liu Yuki wielded the atomic 1000-cutting knife to cut like tofu, extremely smooth and unhindered. After cutting the 1 cubic meter square golden plate cutting bone in half, Lin Feng stepped forward and laid 2 pieces of plate bones with very smooth cross-sections flat on the ground, forming a rectangular block 2 meters wide and half a meter high. Then let Liu Yuki walk away and try out the second attribute skill of 1000-cut sword, which is to destroy with one strike. Liu Yuki nodded. She could feel that there were countless tiny energy ports facing forward on the blade of the 1000-cut sword, which could further compress and release the artistic conception energy gathered on the sword, expanding the energy blade that was originally only 1.5 meters long to several meters in length. Under Lin Feng's guidance, Liu Yuki held his breath and concentrated his mind, aimed at the target, swung the 1000-cuts blade, and made a forward thrust with accumulated power. At the same time, the power of artistic conception in the body is also released to the maximum output limit at this moment. At the tip of the knife, countless energy waves gathered and erupted from the blade, forming a beam of light similar to an ion laser cannon. It's just that it is smaller in scale, shaped like a knife, only 5 centimeters wide, and the temperature it emits is not high, but this high energy particle light speed possesses unparalleled penetrating power. The moment it was released, it penetrated 2 plates of bone that were 2 meters thick in total at an incredible speed, and then shot towards the deeper cave wall at the speed of light. Fortunately, at this time, the power of Liu Yuki's artistic conception had been quickly consumed, and she was unable to continue to support the continuous release of one strike to destroy. Otherwise, it might directly penetrate the underground mountain that is thousands of meters wide. As the artistic conception was infused less, the energy fluctuations on the 1000-cutting sword became dim, and the high-energy particle sword that could penetrate everything also gradually disappeared. All that was left were the pierced golden plate bones, and a straight gap more than 10 meters deep that penetrated into the mountain. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but feel frightened when he saw this scene. Even for himself, he must release the particle control in advance before being cut off by a sword, lock its aiming position and then resolve it. Otherwise, the golden armor and the third-level flesh and blood body would not be able to withstand its powerful penetrating power. However, in addition to penetrating and cutting, this high-energy beam does not have a heating effect. At the microscopic level, it is essentially just countless blades at the atomic level, not an energy wave like an ion beam cannon, and cannot burn the target. So as long as you react fast enough, you can still avoid it. After all, The movement of this knife that could cut off the enemy's life also requires the swing of the arm of the person who released it, Liu Yuki, but such a strong cutting ability, especially for the third level gold quality plate bones, can almost destroy them instantly. The eyes of Long Yi and Liu Yuki who were present also showed the same deep shock as Lin Feng, especially the former. Long Yi knew more clearly what such ability meant. Below the fourth level, even a powerful Queen Mother in the late third stage would find it difficult to withstand such an attack. Although it only has the single effect of momentary separation, the Queen Mother can rely with strong life energy on her own strong self-healing ability to quickly reconnect and repair herself within tens of seconds, or even more than 10 seconds after being cut off. However, the broken golden plate bones cannot adhere and heal quickly like the body's own biological tissue cells. However, it is actually very simple to consume the Queen Mother's life energy. Just like Lin Feng planned, a nuclear bomb could be detonated close to her and seriously injure her. The real difficulty is how to withstand the Queen Mother's fierce mental attack and destroy the defensive plates in her brain. The brain protection shell of the early stage third queen is about 1.5 meters thick, while that of the middle stage queen is 2 to 3 meters. As for the late stage queen, she has a huge body of hundreds of meters, and the thickness of the plate bones in her brain is basically more than 5 meters. With this level of defense, even if it is hit by a hydrogen bomb at close range, it can survive tenaciously thanks to the thickness of its armor and its own tremendous vitality. However, these physical defensive measures were as thin as paper and could withstand no attack from Liu Yuki's atomic thousand-cutting sword and shattering state of mind. Even among those with the same strength, Liu Yuki can completely crush those at the same level, using the protection of the shattered state of mind to ignore the opponent's mental attacks. The effect and lethality displayed by the shattered state of mind are similar to the killing state of mind of the Spinosaurus clan. It has the potential to evolve into a complete state of mind and help the holder to be promoted to the fourth order cosmic life. Yuki can become one of the only fourth level candidate competitors in the human race. And it has great potential. Fortunately, Liu Yuki has already joined Lin Feng's team, otherwise he would be a potential threat to the Zerg. After helping Liu Yuki improve her combat power, she now, like Shenji, possesses the strength to overpower the early Queen Mother within the early third stage. After solving this problem, Lin Feng, who had been busy for a day and a night, planned to take a good rest while the colonial metro was being debugged and repaired. Before leaving the main nest, he remembered something and finally asked about Zhang Yun'er's abnormal condition. Through the introduction of Ling Yi, I learned that this guy was discovered by Ling Yi after he returned with the Queen Mother. A special parasitic daughter was implanted in the Queen Mother by the Eastern Queen Mother. The effect is comparable to the parasitic bloodworm injected by Ling Yi on the back of Zhang Yun'er's neck. Parasitic time is limited, and there is no close direct control from the mother, so after it comes back, it is quickly detected by the cicada and peeled off. However, after doing this, during the meeting in the afternoon, the Queen Mother in the East would definitely notice this and become alert. In order to prevent this from happening, Ling Yi imprisoned this first-level offspring in a cyst and re-implanted it back into the body of the Queen Mother. It is placed in the abdomen of a machine and isolated to ensure that it does not affect the activities of the Queen Mother. But after doing this, as soon as Zhang Yun'er went up, the nerves of both parties were connected, and she could feel a strong foreign body sensation in her abdomen, which was extremely uncomfortable. But compared to these, Lin Feng felt that she had finally faced up to reality and realized that the Queen Mother of the East was just using her, and it was just difficult for her to accept it for a while. After learning about this little episode, Lin Feng returned to the surface, lay down in the shade of the tree, and slowly fell asleep. Time passed quickly and it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the north in August. The sun is scorching, and even the red beetles curl up deep in the cave to cool off and relieve the heat. Lin Feng and his party, 2 colonization mechas, 3 third-order life forms, and more than 50 old second-order regiment members, marched out of the Yangtseling defense line and once again went deep into the ruins of the city that was devastated and littered with insect corpses. Before this, Zhang Yun'er had left the defense line alone, controlling a red beetle to inform the Queen Mother in the East in advance. Now, as long as it follows the strategy of Lin Feng and others and offers 3 early queens step by step, it means that it is willing to use Zhang Yun'er as a chess piece to stage a drama where the fisherman benefits while the snipe and the clam fight. If it made a move in advance, Lin Feng and others could also rely on Qin Hu's home invasion to distract them and evacuate safely. In short, the target now is only the early Queen Mother, and the group can attack or defend. However, Lin Feng also brought a 300,000-ton hydrogen bomb into the underground wormhole, and was closely protected by several second-level peak gene warriors at the end of the team. At the same time, he also asked Long Ai to put a layer of mental shield on the black box in advance, which can last for about an hour. Even Lin Feng took action, using particle control to reinforce the black box weighing more than 10 tons with multiple layers of isolation lead plates to prevent the leakage of high-energy radiation particles and arouse the vigilance of the Queen Mothers. If there's a chance, Lin Feng is willing to perform the scene of killing the middle-stage queen in advance. After all, as long as the hydrogen bomb explodes at close range, even a queen in the middle stage will find it difficult to withstand it. If she doesn't die, she will bleed heavily and her health will drop to a critical state. In Lin Feng's eyes, the Zerg queen who was unable to summon the divine domain to descend was no different from a lamb to be slaughtered. After entering the underground wormhole, they immediately encountered a large number of tiger-backed worms and warrior-hunting worms, who had been guarding the aisles in advance and fought desperately. Lin Feng and others don't need to take action against these second-level Zergs. The Gene Corps and Guards Corps under his command can kill them and make them retreat step by step, and disintegrate in an instant. When everyone has a smooth journey and arrives at the underground tunnel, what came into view were 3 queens, followed by 2 mid-stage queens that were 300 to 400 meters long, quickly retreating deeper into the hive tunnel. Judging from the distance they retreated, which was only 2 or 3 kilometers, they obviously did not receive the news in advance. This shows that the Queen Mother in the east is still hiding it and wants to take advantage of the situation to deal with the remaining early Queen Mothers. In fact, this was exactly the decision made by the 2 mid-stage queens after discussing privately launching an offensive is very costly, especially when the entire Zerg race is fully prepared for battle. The demand for biomass is several times more than during normal expansion. After conquering the federal capital, the number of humans divided among the Queen Mothers was not large. Nearly 3/5 of the people were taken away by Qin Hu and the troops that broke through the northwest. The remaining old, weak, sick and disabled were not enough for a mid-stage Queen Mother to be promoted to the late 3rd stage among them, except for the Eastern Queen who took the lead in breaking into the defense line through collusion between internal and external forces. The other 3 mid-term queens gained very little. For example, the Queen Mother in the south was able to complete her promotion to the 3rd level by devouring her early counterparts and a large number of ownerless insect swarms, becoming an existence that could go hand in hand with the Queen Mother in the east. The offensive of the Multi-Emperor Alliance has dragged on for several days. A large number of red beetles and black spine beetles have been transferred from their original logistics support units to underground tunnel excavation work, resulting in a shortage of logistics supply. Half of the insect swarm is working on an empty stomach. Mining efficiency and speed also took a sharp turn for the worse. In addition, the team responsible for containing the north was completely wiped out the day before yesterday. After the news came, the despair of the queens was further increased, especially the remaining 3 early-stage queens. They are very clear that with their own strength, they will definitely become the next targets of the Yangtze defenders. So in order to save their lives, they have planned to leave this place with their insect swarms. Even if he returned to the plains in the east, at least his life would not be in danger, or he could follow the majority of the Queen Mother and pursue the federal army in the northwest. Staying here is just dreaming an impossible dream. There is a high probability that he will die here. It's just that there are constraints of the covenant. There used to be 9 Queen Mothers, but now there are only 5 left. At least 1 more must be missing before the covenant will automatically become invalid. In any alliance, as long as the number of vacancies of the Queen Mother reaches or exceeds half of the number at the time of conclusion, the alliance will automatically become invalid and will no longer have the binding force to require cooperation. That was why the Southern Queen suddenly attacked the surviving early queen during the evacuation, because the alliance between them had automatically become invalid at that time. The same was true of the cooperation between the Queen Mother of Heicheng and the Queen Mother of Jiangbei now facing the enemy's attack again. What the 3 early-stage queens did not expect was that the 2 middle-stage queens who led them to fight side by side actually ran faster than themselves. The early queens who reacted immediately quickened their pace, wishing they could just remove the biological hatching nests carried on their backs to speed up their pace and catch up with the mid-stage queens. The one that landed at the end was soon targeted by the Queen Mother driven by Jiang Yuner, and a girl sitting on the shoulder of the machine had shining eyes, tightly grasping the atomic 1,000 slashes in her hand, eager to try. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng also brought a group of second-level peak gene warriors and the leader of the guards regiment Liu Yi to intercept the other 2 early queens ahead. In addition, Shenji activated the assimilation state and entered the winged tiger frenzy mode, blessed by the killing intent, turning into a bloody afterimage and chasing the two mid-stage queens. At this moment, the war is about to break out. Chapter 281, a melee. The Queen Mother in the south pursues and puts her to death. The Queen Mother, driven by Jian Yuner, must concentrate on dealing with the early Queen Mother in front of her, while assisting Liu Yuqi to help her eliminate the interference of mental attacks and put on multiple layers of mental shields to reduce the extra consumption of Liu Yuqi's artistic conception power. Although his artistic conception exploded during his last awakening, and his shattered artistic conception demonstrated his ability to resist and consume spiritual energy, his most important task at the moment is to kill the Queen Mother, rather than confrontational training. Shattered state of mind in Liu Yuqi's body had to be used sparingly and saved as much as possible for the target Queen Mother, rather than consuming too much before close combat. With the assistance of the Queen Mother, Liu Yuqi drew out the atomic thousand slashing sword in his hand, and the shattered artistic conception was immediately injected into it, which instantly turned into an orange, yellow and golden flowing fire energy wave. Then, under the cover of the Queen Mother, he leaped and, with the help of the membranous wings of the flying tiger armor on his body, quickly attacked the back of the target Queen Mother. Then he swung the thousand slashing blade covered with atomic blades in his hand and slashed at the biological nest on the Queen Mother's back, connecting the organs and host tissues completely. Begun. The two early queens in front of Lin Feng, who were running away faster, had already noticed that a group of second-level peak gene warriors were attacking them. The first to attack was Lin Feng driving Unit 33, a LV biological colonial mecha combined with the driver's level strength. It exuded an aura that was no weaker than that of a mid-stage Queen Mother. The two Queen Mothers knew very well that they had been targeted facing the attack of the colonized mecha. It was useless to run away blindly. They would only die like the other Queen Mothers who were beheaded before. Then the two queens suddenly paused their escape, and after a sudden break, one of them turned around, and then the two queens stood opposite each other, side by side, form a formation with no blind spots in front and back to face the attacks of the human defenders. Between running away and being beaten and facing the enemy head-on, they chose the latter and greeted the final battle as third-level strongmen. Lin Feng's rapidly flying figure then suddenly braked. Although he could now easily kill a Queen Mother, he had never faced two at the same time, especially without the assistance of the Queen Mother. The mass energy shield could only protect him 3 times. Once you kill one of them and are ambushed by another one, a layer of the mass energy shield will definitely be consumed. At this moment, not far ahead of the colonial mecha, there were two real opponents, the mid-stage queens in the south and the east, who were deliberately slowing down and looking back to observe the situation. Shenji's containment attack was not very threatening to the mid-stage Queen Mother, even with the physical attribute blessing of the killing state, and the fearless state attribute gain released by the dozen or so gene warriors around her. It can only allow Shenji, who is level 30, to barely reach the midterm threshold in terms of physical attributes, while the rest of his health and mental attributes are not even 2000. With such strength, it is more than enough to kill the early Queen Mother, but it is no threat to the mid-level perfect Queen Mother of level 36. Lin Feng was very clear that he and his top gene warriors could only barely contain one of them, and the other vacant mid-stage queen obviously needed to be prepared in advance. Therefore, you must not waste too many opportunities to build a mass energy shield when killing the early queen. Otherwise, once the mid-stage queen changes her mind and returns to rescue, the current good situation will take a turn for the worse. The genetic warriors will be responsible for close-range containment, and the guards will suppress the enemy with armor-piercing cannons from 500 meters away. Lin Feng left a sentence, then raised the left arm of the colonial mecha. The level 31 ion laser cannon had been charging in secret, and it locked onto the target and fired hard. The light cannon column with a diameter of more than 2 meters instantly hit the back of one of the queens, melting the queen's body and the connecting tissue with the biological mother nest. This is the first step to kill the Queen Mother. However, before the damage from the light cannon could continue to accumulate for a few seconds, the other queen, with her head facing forward, under the rain of artillery fire, swung her 100-meter-long neck and body to her companion to help withstand the continuous irradiation of the light beam. The ion laser cannon's total damage of 7,000 points relies on the laser's energy-focusing properties, with 600 points of damage accumulated and increased continuously per second, and the attacks must be in the same direction. Now that it was forcibly interfered with by another queen, the power of the light cannon was suddenly greatly reduced. Lin Feng frowned. It seemed that clearing out the second-order tiger-backed insects and warrior hunting insects nearby was not enough. The Queen Mother herself had a high IQ, and she quickly analyzed and found a countermeasure from her own combat mode. Although the Queen Mother was carrying a huge biological nest on her back and could not move or turn around quickly to avoid the continuous attack of the ion laser cannon, the front half of its huge body could be flexibly swung left and right within 4 or 5 seconds. In this way, as long as the two queens cooperate with each other, they can help each other offset some of the damage and avoid being disconnected from the biological mother nest by the ion laser cannon and losing their greatest reliance. For example, now both sides have shared more than 3,000 damage each, but the biological mother nest behind them is still there, so with a blessing of tens of thousands of life energies, the charred injuries on each of their bodies are recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's heart sank. We must find a solution to the problem as soon as possible, otherwise if we keep dragging it on, the variables will only increase. Even if these two early-stage queens could be exhausted to death in the end, wasting such a long time would only make the mid-stage queens in the rear realize the weakness of the human defenders. This will then stage the drama of the snipe and the clam fighting, and the fishermen gaining the benefit in advance. By then, the colonial mechas, which are running out of energy, will be unable to continue to deal with the mid-stage queen herself. No matter what, we must fight quickly and decisively. Use all your strength to restrain one of them. Lin Feng roared angrily. Now he could only use close combat to quickly deal with one of them, even if it would consume a layer of mass energy shield. Fortunately, he had a lot of genetic warriors under his command, as many as 20 of them. Under the leadership of the alternative leader of the Fearless Realm Regiment, the genetic warriors burst out with endless fighting spirit. He waved the wind wing membrane wings behind him, raised the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword in his hand, and rushed towards one of the queens, using close combat to attract the target's attention as much as possible. Create a one-on-one opportunity for the colonial mecha. Lin Feng knew that such an opportunity would be fleeting, so he rushed forward decisively, turning into a residual shadow, and slashed the level 31 Hunting King chainsaw sword in his hand fiercely at the back and neck of the other queen. I want to catch up with him before he summons the divine domain to descend. Kill it. However, such an aggressive strategy also made the early Queen Mother, who felt the threat of death, immediately use the trump card of the coming of the divine realm. An aura that did not belong to the early third stage emerged from its body and quickly spread wildly in all directions. A large amount of white mist was rising from the surface of the Queen Mother's huge body with a blessing of spiritual power. The tremendous life energy contained in the biological mother nest on her back was evaporated into pure life mist beads. With the control of spiritual power, countless fog beads formed a foggy area covering an area of hundreds of meters in radius. The infinite reproduction released from the Queen Mother's body also affects the energy structure within the fog at this moment, condensing it into countless tiny insect eggs. Domain level will of the hive at the cost of consuming her own first level attribute energy. An ancient and terrifying aura that spans time and space descended upon the fog from the Queen Mother's body. The countless tiny insect eggs transformed from the life mist beads seemed to come alive at this moment. Their bodies continued to expand and hatched into countless huge insect swarms. During this period, there were a large number of insects with human faces, struggling and roaring, with extremely painful expressions. And they all came from the genetic stock absorbed nectar being devoured by the Queen Mother at this moment. When summoning the arrival of the divine realm, they were sacrificed to the ruler of the hive's will, the great and only insect god Lin Feng, who was in the middle of it at the moment, had his body's energy shield torn apart and on the verge of collapse under the constant impact of the Queen Mother's state of mind. The Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand was stuck in the middle of the Queen Mother's neck due to the spatial distortion caused by the arrival of the god's domain, and he could not move. Fortunately, Lin Feng himself was protected by the biological colonial suit and was not affected too much. He could still use the power of his artistic conception. So he immediately released the particle control, urging the Hunter King chainsaw sword in the hands of the colonial mecha to isolate the radiation distortion of the divine realm. Before the statue of the Mother of Life condensed, the head of the early queen was finally cut off, successfully preventing the further spread of the hive's will. Without the continuous nourishment of the power of artistic conception, even the divine domain that had already taken shape disappeared at this moment. The illusion of the bloody swarm of insects in the fog collapsed and dissipated, turning into countless blood rains that fell down. Fortunately, the divine domain descended, and the area covered by the fog did not affect the guards' regiment hundreds of meters away. They are pure-blooded humans, and are easily affected by the radiation emitted by the divine realm, which can turn their genes and turn them into half-human, half-insect mutants. The nearby second-level peak gene warrior, relying on his own spinal worm state of mind, was only covered for a dozen seconds and did not cause much impact. Not to mention the other Queen Mother. When the divine domain descended, she was still secretly delighted that she could escape by stepping on the death of her own kind, and even fight back. Kill and devour a large number of human awakeners. Queen was stunned on the spot until the bloody rain fell on her body and face. Only then did it react belatedly. Even if its companions used all their tricks, it was still useless in the end. Not to mention killing the terrifying colonial Mecha, he couldn't even delay it for a moment. A feeling of powerlessness and despair surged into the Queen Mother's heart. She could only follow her instincts and continue to flee backwards, hoping and praying for a turnaround. For example, the two mid-stage Queen Mothers in front of her would stop and come to the rescue. Lin Feng, who was standing on the Queen Mother's head and bathing in the blood of the divine insects, had already raised the ion laser cannon in his hand and aimed it at the fleeing Queen Mother. With one shot, it accurately hit the huge biological mother nest carrot on its back, making it impossible for it to instantly summon the arrival of the divine realm. Then he walked forward slowly and arranged for the third-level candidate leader among the genetic warriors to come and kill the insect head under his feet, who was already unconscious and on the verge of death due to overdrawn energy. Finally, it flapped the six membranous wings on its back, and in the blood rain falling from the sky, it flew towards the fleeing queen like a fallen angel returning from hell, bringing death to her. However, just as the colonial armor was swinging the Hunter King chainsaw sword in its hand and was about to kill the second early Queen Mother, a fierce mental attack suddenly came. The second mass energy shield that had just formed on the surface of the colonial Mecha was instantly shattered and dissipated under this attack. Lin Feng suddenly looked up. Sure enough, at this moment, less than 2 kilometers away from him, the southern queen among the two middle-stage queens could not bear the desire to kill in her heart and launched an attack. However, after that, it no longer gathered strength for the second mental attack, but instead turned back towards the fleeing early queen in front of it. It seemed that he was planning to come to the rescue. But Lin Feng and the colonial Mecha knew clearly that the other party's goal would never be to rescue the early queen, or it wants to take action itself and devour its own kind like last time, in order to expand its own strength and the size of the Zerg. Or its real target is Lin Feng himself. Killing and devouring a human awakener who has reached the perfection of the early stage of the third stage, as long as it is matched with tens of thousands of low-level awakeners, it is enough to start the sacrifice for promotion to the late stage of the third stage, summon the phantom of the insect god, and grant the complete gene sequence for promotion. From then on, it will be able to hatch third-level insect swarms on its own, sweep across the entire northern continent, and then launch the final attack on the fourth-level throne. So after looking up and seeing the other party's eyes, Lin Feng already felt that this southern queen was obviously coming for him. On the other side, the Queen Mother of the East was obviously stunned in surprise. She probably didn't expect that the Queen Mother of the South would suddenly violate the agreement and launch an attack ahead of schedule. However, the current condition of the colonial Mecha is indeed not good. The impact brought by the previous arrival of the divine domain has at least reduced the body's reserve energy by 30%. Especially the number of mass energy shield times, there is only one left. But even so, it was within Lin Feng's plan. He continued to control the colonial Mecha, flying towards the early queen who was running for her life in front of him, swinging the chainsaw sword, beheading her with one blow, then picked up the huge insect head and fled backwards with all his might. But the insect head was too heavy, so Lin Feng put it on the ground and dragged it all the way. The price of doing this is that the speed is too slow. It was just a little faster than the Queen Mother in the south, yet at a distance of 1 kilometer, so even with its full spiritual power, it was unable to reach it completely. In order to act more realistically, Lin Feng even deliberately slowed down his pace several times, waiting for Liu Yi, who came to support him, to kill the queen insect head, and then pry out the golden ball brain inside and carry it away. In short, it is to continue to track the Queen Mother in the south from the Queen Mother in the east. At the same time, other women like Shunji and Zheng Yuner, who completed the first kill with the help of Liu Yuki, have also seen Lin Feng's intention to seduce them, and led their men to evacuate. The greedy Queen Mother of the South has been blinded by the desire to kill the third-level awakener of mankind. All its attention was locked on the last colonial Mecha. Even the second mental attack hit the Mecha's body again and shattered its last shield. At this moment, Lin Feng had escaped to the end of the tunnel, and above his head was the exit to the underground insect nest. However, it is not easy to fly high with the burden of a golden brain weighing more than 10 tons. Lin Feng slowly turned his head and looked at the huge beast that was less than 1 kilometer away from the colonial Micha. There was no despair on his face, but a hint of a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth while absorbing the spiritual energy of the Queen Mother's brain in his hand. He mobilized the power of artistic conception, and the particle control immediately covered the surface of the plate bones and the feet of the Mecha after smelting the third-grade gold plate bones and forming armor on the surface of the body. Activate the hydrogen bomb black box buried under your feet. After setting the time for the Queen Mother to arrive in the south, throwing away the broken brain of the Queen Mother in his hand, spread your wings and fly away. Chapter 282 Nuclear Explosion, Killing the Middle Stage Queen, the End. Before Lin Feng left the underground, a powerful explosion struck from the insect nest tunnel deep underground at a speed of 300 meters per second, close to the speed of sound, and quickly swept across the entire underground insect nest. Lin Feng set the explosion countdown to 1 minute. At that time, the Queen Mother of the South, carried by the reassembled swarm of red beetles, was chasing towards Lin Feng at a maximum speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Converted to about 10 meters per second 1 minute later, it was enough to reach the 500-meter range outside the hydrogen bomb black box buried by Lin Feng in advance. Entering the critical point where a nuclear explosion would cause absolute serious injury within a 1-kilometer diameter of the center of a nuclear explosion, the temperature of the energy released can reach tens of thousands degrees Celsius. Feng specially prepared for these two mid-stage queens in order to achieve the goal of seriously injuring the opponent. Lin Feng only left himself less than a minute to escape. From the moment the hydrogen bomb countdown started, he decisively threw away the Queen Mother's brain in his hand, which was controlled by particles and decomposed into only a thin layer of golden bones. The spiritual energy that should have been contained in it was also very little left after being violently absorbed by Lin Feng and replenished into his body. But Lin Feng knew that even if he ran away, this southern middle stage queen would still charge forward. Because the purple crystal brain of the early Queen Mother that was dropped was too precious. This sphere of 4 or 5 meters in size accounts for at least 60% of the value of the entire queen body. After obtaining it, the southern queen can use it to cultivate and hatch an early clone to assist herself and control the huge insect swarm of more than 200,000. The 3 corpses of the queens behind it, after losing their core brains, are only useful to being below level 33, in the eyes of the mid-stage perfect queen. The corpses of these early-stage queens can only be used as nutrients to cultivate and feed the second-stage late-stage Zerg. However, at this moment, Lin Feng was so exhausted from escaping that he was forced to leave behind the Queen Mother's brain, which became the death warrant of the Queen Mother in the south. As time passed by second, it was like a countdown to the coming of death. Lin Feng tried his best, even using his hands and feet to rush upwards. The fission explosion of the atomic bomb creates a high-pressure and high-temperature environment, which in turn becomes the material for igniting the external hydrogen bomb, the fusion reaction of deuterium and tritium, and then releases terrifying energy that far exceeds the power of the atomic bomb. Inside the underground insect nest tunnel, a small sun with a core temperature of tens of millions of degrees slowly rose up, constantly devouring the surrounding soil and space, bringing absolute destruction and thorough purification. The first place where the explosion hit was the vast space inside the hive tunnel. Starting from the Queen Mother in the south to the Queen Mother in the east 4 or 5 kilometers away, they were quickly covered and engulfed by the flames and shock waves of the nuclear explosion. The flesh and blood of the southern queen evaporated in an instant, and her huge body was blown down by the shock wave after being roasted by the high temperature. The low-level insect swarms below were burned into residues, carbonite into particle after images, while the Queen Mother to the south relied on her powerful strength of the perfect third stage mid-stage. Within 500 meters of the center of the nuclear explosion, they managed to withstand the damage caused by the explosion. When the flesh and blood on the surface of the body evaporated, revealing the internal skeleton and internal organs, the damage caused by the nuclear explosion did not decrease much. It's just that the original high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees gradually cooled down and dropped to thousands of degrees. The crumbling and collapsing insect nest tunnel continued to burn and impact the inner tissues of the southern queen surface in order to reduce the damage caused by the nuclear explosion. But the first wave of high-temperature shock from the explosion is only the first round of damage from the hydrogen bomb explosion. As the energy shock wave was released, the high temperature burned the core soil into magma and shattered the entire underground insect nest. Starting from the collapsed tunnel, the strong impact and tremor shattered the exit of the insect nest, flying high, hovering hundreds or thousands of meters in the sky, waiting nervously for Lin Feng to appear and witness the hydrogen bomb explosion that affected an area of 6 or 7 kilometers. At the moment the hydrogen bomb was detonated, Lin Feng happened to crawl to the exit of the insect nest, only 4 or 5 meters away from the surface. As a result, before he could take the step to escape, he was pushed away by a violent impact from behind in a new outer armor made of golden plate bones. Its weight directly exceeded 20 tons. But in this shock wave, he was instantly blown away. Lin Feng himself felt a strong push on his back, as well as the thousands of degrees of heat contained in the shock wave. In an instant, the colonial mecha at the entrance of the cave was thrown into the air hundreds of meters high, and continued to rise. In history, humans on Blue Planet once placed a manhole cover on an underground nuclear explosion during a nuclear test. Driven by the shock wave of the explosion, the manhole cover reached an initial speed of more than 60 kilometers per second in an instant. It can instantly break through the third cosmic speed within the solar system, directly break free from the gravitational constraints of the solar system, and fly into the vast Milky Way. And this manhole cover is undoubtedly the fastest speed that humans can create inside the Blue Planet. The colonial mecha that Lin Feng is driving now weighs more than 20 tons, which is more than 20 times heavier than the manhole cover that weighed nearly 1 ton back then. Propulsion speed also drops to 1 kilometer per second, which is close to 3 times the speed of sound. Even so, this speed is far beyond the flying speed of the Savior Army members present. In addition, countless holes spewed out insect remains, gravel, and dust, obscuring the view. It is difficult to distinguish the traces of the colonial mecha from it. Even if third-level beings like Shenji and Liu Yuki noticed a lightning-fast afterimage, they would not be able to catch up with the flying colonial mecha in time more than 10 seconds later. The underground core erupted with a dull and earth-shattering sound, which spread over a radius of 100 kilometers. The large insect nest with a diameter of 7 or 8 kilometers built under the ruins of the city collapsed, burying the entire insect swarm. 200-meter tall figures, one in front and one behind, rose up from the sinking and collapsed ruins like two large hills. At this moment, the colonial mecha driven by Lin Feng has reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, but the mecha's ascending speed still shows no sign of slowing down. Fortunately, before starting the countdown to the nuclear explosion, Lin Feng absorbed the spiritual energy in the Queen Mother's brain, directly restoring the reserve activation times of the mass energy shield attribute, and used the golden plate bones outside the brain to quickly coat the body's surface with a layer of golden armor. Thanks to these two preparations, the damage to the colonial mecha was not serious. Even the shock wave of the nuclear explosion was dissipated by the mass energy shield and did not harm the neural control center or the driver Lin Feng himself. The high-energy radiation particles of thousands of degrees, along with the heat brought by the shock wave, were also successfully resisted by the outer layer of golden armor. It was after this that it gradually fell apart. 10,000 meters in the sky, a 7-meter-tall large aircraft was still rushing towards outer space at the speed of sound cannon to fire an armor-piercing shell, absorbing the recoil during the firing and slowing down his high-speed rotation. In fact, he now has the ability to control the speed of sound, but the entire body has been rotating irregularly after being blown away. Lin Feng felt like he was riding a roller coaster, at several times the speed of sound. He could not control the center of gravity of himself and the aircraft, and had to endure the centrifugal force and strong sense of weightlessness every time he changed direction. Until he flew between the stratosphere and the mesosphere, and the distance from the surface reached more than 50 kilometers. The thin air and the heavy gravity of the blue planet gradually slowed down the impact speed of the colonial mecha. Only then did Lin Feng dare to spread out the 6-winged membranous wings behind him, flapping them to counteract the inertia of his still rising momentum. At this moment, he raised his head and saw a giant inky black beast floating quietly in the outer space hundreds of kilometers away under the sunlight in the boundless blue sky. Compared with the last glimpse in the dark, Lin Feng saw a clearer picture, this time the full picture of the 4th level Zerg Realm King. It was a 10-kilometer long, oval-shaped, jet-black behemoth, hiding in outer space above the clouds, floating quietly, waiting for the invasion and plunder to end. The dragon warship that was intercepted and bitten off by it, the 2 or 3 kilometers long silver advance exploration ship, has now been swallowed into its stomach in one gulp. It is also unknown whether the dragon lizard survivors who absorbed the genes of the spiny insects and gained artistic conception have found a way to escape. After taking 2 glances, Lin Feng quickly looked away. so as not to be noticed by King Kai. Although it is just a supporting Zerg, Lin Feng is no different from a flying ant in front of it. Finally, 60 kilometers away from the surface, Lin Feng finally stabilized his body and began to slowly descend. Because the air here is thin, even if Lin Feng wants to stay, he cannot withstand the 20-ton weight of the colonial mecha, and cannot obtain enough lift under the flapping of the 6-winged membrane wings. Descend all the way to the stratosphere more than 10 kilometers high. In the stratosphere where the airflow is stable, Lin Feng began to check the condition of the aircraft. Queen Mother in the south has now lost at least tens of thousands of health points. After abandoning the biological mother nest behind it, it should have about 5,000 or 6,000 health points left. Its condition would not be very good, but it still has the means of mental attack. The only good news is that the collapse of the entire hive means that the 2 surviving mid-stage queens can no longer quickly escape from the battlefield through the underground hive tunnel. After absorbing the Queen Mother's brain, the colonial mecha had replenished and refreshed its mass energy shield 3 times, but one of them had been consumed by the explosion wave just now. With 2 chances left, I should be able to withstand a desperate attack from the Queen Mother in the south. But there is only 1 chance. Moreover, they must quickly deal with the opponent before the Queen Mother in the east takes action. The Queen Mother in the east is more than 3 kilometers away from the center of the hydrogen bomb explosion. This range can cause it a maximum of 4 to 5,000 points of damage. It's just some broken bones, not serious injuries. It is fully capable of continuing to fight, reaping the life of the Queen Mother of the south, or attacking humans' third-order life forms and reaping the benefits. At this moment, the chain reaction caused by the sudden situation caused the midterm Queen Mother's beheading plan to be carried out ahead of schedule. But the real challenge has just begun. Lin Feng held his breath and concentrated, and quickly thought of a solution. He then turned around and made a diving posture, using the flapping of the 6 membranous wings on his back and the acceleration of the gravity of the blue planet to dive towards the surface 10,000 meters below with a superposition of double acceleration. The impact speed of the colonial mecha quickly exceeded the speed of sound, and it was twice the speed of sound, 3 times the speed of sound. 1 kilometer per second, 2 kilometers per second. When they were still 3,000 meters away from the ground, they could vaguely see 2 middle-stage Queen Mothers rising like small hills in the collapsed pit. One of them, with blood and flesh flying all over its body, fled towards the capital city under the powerful firepower of the saviors. Lin Feng immediately locked onto it and began to unfold the 6-winged membranous wings that had been folded on both sides, entering a downward gliding dive, maintaining the 6 times the speed of sound that he had just achieved through acceleration. Then he used the ion laser cannon on his left arm and continued to shoot at the Queen Mother in the south, who was fleeing to the surface at such a long distance. The damage of a short-frequency instantaneous laser cannon is actually very low, but Lin Feng didn't think of using the light cannon to reduce the health of the Queen Mother in the south. This is just a precise laser positioning method he uses at high speed. It can ensure a very fast dive and finally perfectly lock onto the Queen Mother in the south as the distance between the 2 sides continues to narrow. Starting from 10 kilometers away, it shortens at a speed of 2 kilometers per second. Just 5 seconds later, there was a whoosh sound. A shadow as fast as lightning passed through the deep pit caused by the nuclear explosion and headed straight for the Queen Mother in the south, whose injuries had mostly healed. Lin Feng, who was in a state of extreme speed at the moment, could only barely recognize the external situation in front of him. But his arms, which were controlling the colonial mecha, were tightly gripping the hilt of the level 31 Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hands. With a basic damage of up to 2,000 points, and with a 5-fold enhancement of infinite cutting, it can have a terrifying burst damage of 8,000 per second. It is enough to kill the Queen Mother of the South, who is now seriously injured. Others present may not be able to see, but Lin Feng knew very well how vulnerable the Queen was after losing the biological mother nest behind her and the protection of the nearby insect swarms. Even if it uses up its remaining life energy to repair the injuries on its own surface, it still cannot cover up the fact that it is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The mecha gradually changed from a diving state to a gliding state, at a speed of 6 times the speed of sound, holding the Hunter King chainsaw sword tightly in its hand, and turned into a black line. It hit the Queen Mother of the South directly on the back of her neck. With the impact force of 6 times the speed of sound and the infinite cutting power of the Hunter King chainsaw sword. On the neck of the mid-stage perfect queen, whose back was 50 meters wide, A deep hole with a diameter of 10 meters was hidden torn neck tissue of the Queen Mother to the south, but also the neck bones covering it. It also includes the colonial mecha itself, the completely shattered golden armor on its surface, and the body structure in the end. The colonial mecha relied on the golden spine inside to support itself and did not collapse on the spot at this time. The Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand had already penetrated deeply into the neck guard bone, and under the pressure of the collision between the two sides, it continued to penetrate deeper until the neck guard bone was completely shattered. Carrying the colonial mecha, he rushed into the brain tissue of the Queen Mother in the south through the esophagus and trachea of the neck, a crazy stirring and tearing. After entering the last spiritual thorn from the Queen Mother in the south, Lin Feng successfully drove the colonial mecha and killed the Queen Mother in the south, a powerful mid-stage perfect Queen Mother. At this moment, he had already felt the blood clots and serum from the Queen Worm's brain that penetrated into the cockpit after the body of the machine ruptured, as well as the severe pain in his body caused by tearing of the nerve connections, but soon, he was filled with the surging life energy remaining in the southern Queen Mother's body. After absorbing these midterm perfect life energies, the colonial mecha healed itself at a speed visible to the naked eye at this point. The midterm Queen Mother beheading mission, declare the end. But the crisis still exists. Not far away, the Eastern Queen Mother had recovered as before. He is controlling the remaining insect swarm to attack everyone. Chapter 283, Absorption, Fierce Battle, Turning Point and Desperate Attempt. With a large amount of life energy gathering in one's body. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had just finished killing the mid-stage Queen Mother, saw a reminder pop up in front of him. Level 5 Upgrade Energy Reserve Times, upgradable to Level 31 Hunter King Chainsaw Sword. 03 Upgradable LV-31 Ion Laser Cannon. 03 Upgradable to Level 33 Biological Colonization Suit. 0/5 Lin Feng's eyes narrowed and he decisively chose the latter one. Right now the colonial mecha is on the verge of collapse. In the absence of Lin Gai's help and the need for it to continue fighting, using upgrades to quickly repair all injuries and wear is undoubtedly the best option. Although Lin Feng could also use the power of artistic conception to restore it bit by bit, the Queen Mother from the east who was approaching outside would not allow Lin Feng to stay for too long as the Queen Mother of the south, who is a mid-stage perfect Queen Mother. Her strength level exceeds Lin Feng by 3 levels, and she has completely crossed over a small stage within the third stage. The strength gap between the two sides is equivalent to the difference between the initial perfection of the third stage and ordinary low-level life. Therefore, even though the life energy in the Queen Mother's body had been consumed by the hydrogen bomb explosion and the pursuit of the crowd, the remaining 30% to 40% of her life value still contained tremendous life energy. Just the absorption process caused the ruptured muscle tissue on the surface of the colonial mecha to begin to close and heal itself at a speed visible to the naked eye at the same time. It also restores the depleted energy reserves to a full state, but this long absorption process will take some time. At this moment, Lin Feng can only hope that his savior army can withstand the approach of the Queen Mother from the east and intercept it 1,000 meters away to prevent it from affecting his absorption and upgrade. When the colonization mecha was placed in the brain of the Queen Mother's corpse in the south, absorbing the fruits of victory, the situation outside was just as Lin Feng expected. The Eastern Queen Mother realized that the severely injured Southern Queen Mother behind her was gradually dying after being desperately fought by the human colonization mecha. Although it is a little different from the previous plan, the final result is the same. The anxious Nan Mianmu successfully fought with the leader of the Salvation Army, Lin Feng, who was driving a colonial mecha. Both were injured and almost perished together. This kind of opportunity is so good that it can't be better. It's hard to come by, and if you don't seize it, it will be gone in a flash. Therefore, the Queen Mother in the east immediately put away her mentality of watching the show, and began to control the second-level insect swarm that she had placed in advance on the ground nearby, and cooperated with the remaining low-level insectoids to launch the first charge to test the human Salvation Army. At the same time, he released the power of artistic conception to communicate with one of his trump cards, Zheng Yuner, who was planted in the Savior Army. She was driving the Queen Army Mother biological suit, and even though her body had not yet been promoted to the third stage, it was enough to deal with a human third stage early awakener. At that time, he only needs to deal with this spiny worm hybrid in the Savior Army, the little guy who has mastered the state of killing. Thinking of this, the Queen Mother of the East excitedly quickened her pace, wanting to capture all the defenders of Yangtze, including their leader Lin Feng, in one fell swoop. At this moment, Shenji and others who were floating in the air had just recovered from the shock and confusion after witnessing Lin Feng's dive and explosive attack. When I looked up, I found that a cloud of dust was rising about 3 or 4 kilometers away. It was another mid-stage queen that launched the attack. The first to react were Shenji and Liu Yi. Yuner, who was driving the Queen Mother, also confirmed through a mental scan that Lin Feng was still and informed everyone present, Lin Feng is still alive, but the situation of the colony mecha is a bit tricky. He is absorbing the energy of the dead Queen Mother, repairing the damage to the mecha, and restoring his status at the same time. We have to wait until Lin Feng finishes absorbing all the energy and returns victorious. As soon as these words were alive, the worries and doubts in everyone's eyes disappeared instantly. Immediately cheer up and start to deal with the last battle at hand. Seriously, Liu Yuki then came to Shenji. She did not have a deep impression of this schoolmate whom she had met several times before. On the contrary, Shenji was very impressed with her. If Liu Yuki had not given them cans of fuel when they evacuated Wuchen, and pointed out that they could go and seek refuge with Lin Feng who stayed behind, Shenji and his party would have died on the front line or on the way to escape. There would definitely not be the current achievements. Now both sides have entered the early stage of the third stage and returned to Lin Feng. This time, they need to rescue Lin Feng and block the approach of the mid-stage queen. Liu Yuki narrowed her eyes and drank the organic nutrient solution that Liu Yu brought her. Looking at the Eastern Queen Mother approaching the corpse of the Southern Queen Mother 2 kilometers away, he asked, "How strong is it?" The one Shenji was previously responsible for containing was the Eastern Queen Mother in front of him, who was not seriously injured in the nuclear explosion, and that was also Shenji's second confrontation with it. However, during the first raid on the Hive Tunnel, the Queen Mother in the East was obviously not too serious. Compared to the battle, she was more interested in the killing state of the spinal insects that Shenji mastered. In the previous restraint battle, Shenji once again felt the unfathomable nature of his opponent. Although he was already in an assimilated form blessed by the killing intent, he still needed to deal with him carefully in order to avoid being hit by the mental attacks he released. The strength gap between the two sides is too big. Shenji's burst limit has just reached the threshold of the middle stage of the third stage, while the other party has already been promoted to the middle stage for many days. The Queen Mother of the East far surpasses humans in both combat experience and tactics. Stand in front of it for a minute before I'm hit by the mental attacks coming from all directions and lose my ability to fight. A random mental attack from a mid-stage perfect Queen Mother can deal about 1 or 2,000 damage. Relying on their own strong life energy, they can almost release ordinary attacks infinitely. At this time, Jiang Yuner drove the Queen Mother over, and the mecha had been refilled with organic liquid fuel. My condition hasn't been damaged much, thanks to Miss Liu's clean and efficient fighting. I can still provide some mental shield protection now. Liu Yuki nodded. I still have half of my artistic conception power left. At present, this is the only power that can quickly break through the Queen Mother's defense and harm her. As long as you give me a mental shield and provide some restraint, there shouldn't be any problem. I just don't know how much time Lin Feng will need. Shenji took a deep breath. The Eastern Queen will be able to reach the 500-meter range of the Southern Queen's corpse in 3 minutes at most. We must try to interrupt its advance and kill the scarlet beetles carrying it at the same time. We must do everything we can to attack or even destroy the biological mother nest behind it. Before Lin Feng finishes absorbing the energy, weaken and consume the opponent as much as possible. Everyone nodded and took action immediately. At this time, 34 genetic warriors surrounded Shenji and increased the gain effect of the fearless state of mind to the maximum value in order to restore the loss of Shenji's mental power. At the same time, Liu Yuki stood on the back and shoulders of the Queen Mother, flew into the air, and tried to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Fly higher. The cooldown of my Tiger Armor flight mode is almost over. In the next 10 minutes, I can act on my own. You just need to put up a shield on the side. Liu Yuki spoke up. She already had a rough attack plan in her mind. That was to imitate Lin Feng, relying on the inertia and advantage of the dive, quickly passing by the Queen Mother, and then using speed the atomic thousand-slashing knife in her hand to release the shattering state of mind. Concede a critical blow to the midterm queen while Shenji and others were raising the replica of the electromagnetic cannon and frantically bombarding the Queen Mother's lower body tentacles, killing the swarm of red beetles responsible for carrying things under her abdomen. Liu Yuki seized the opportunity, descended to a height of 2,000 meters in the air with the Queen Mother hoisted high, waved a pair of wind wings spread out by the tiger armor, and dived towards the ground. At this time, Jiang Yuner and the Queen Mother had a solemn expression since they started the interception operation. She had been receiving calls and orders from the Queen Mother in the middle stage. The other party ordered her to go and destroy. And Lin Feng absorbed the life of the Queen Mother's corpse in the south, but with the presence of Shenji and Liu Yuqi, as well as a group of second-level peak gene warriors, Zhang Yuner had no hope of approaching and disrupting Lin Feng's absorption and advancement before completing the third-level promotion. Besides, Zhang Yuner herself doesn't want to do this. Feeling the wriggling of the offspring body in the abdomen of the mecha, even though it emitted the same pheromones and deceived the neural control center of the Queen Mother body, Zhang Yuner still felt a strong sense of foreign body. It's like this parasite growing in my stomach. If it wasn't for the purpose of lowering the Eastern Queen's vigilance, she would have wanted to tear off the foreign tumor and crush it into pulp after using the above reasons to prevaricate. The Queen Mother of the East did not force it, but asked Zhang Yuner to release the mental shield to protect the third-level existence in the Salvation Army, and remembered to deliberately withdraw the shield protection at the critical moment. With Zhang Yuner's familiarity with mental power, she can easily feel the invisible mental blade released by the Queen Mother of the East. Like energy waves, it attacks any existence within a kilometer. When long-range means are unable to cause effective damage to the Queen Mother in the middle stage of perfection, if you want to intercept and delay the steps of the Queen Mother in the East, you must use close combat to break through the Queen Mother's powerful defense first. This is the Eastern Queen Mother's plan to control the Salvation Army. Combined with Zhang Yuner's secret betrayal, it is enough to severely injure or even kill a third-level human being in one blow. By then, not only can they plunder the corpse of the Queen Mother in the south, but they can also harvest many third-level human beings. They can directly start the sacrificial ceremony and complete the promotion to the late third level, become one of the candidates for the fourth-level Insect King. However, as Liu Yuqi turned into a shadow, accelerated to 3 times the speed of sound by diving, and then glided past the side of the Queen Mother in the East. Although the Queen Mother in the East had already noticed Liu Yuqi's intention as soon as the opponent began to dive, she had also prepared corresponding counterattack measures. But as the opponent continued to approach, the Queen Mother of the East unexpectedly discovered that the several mental attacks she released, even if they hit the opponent, were all blocked and dissipated by the multiple layers of mental shield she was wearing. It didn't have much impact on it. Seeing the opponent entering the final gliding sprint stage and attacking her, the Eastern Queen realized it belatedly, and then she remembered that she had to charge up her mental power to break through the opponent's multiple layers of shields. Had turned into an afterimage, had already swung the orange, yellow and golden flowing fire thousand slashing sword in his hand and flew to the target. As the blade wrapped in the shattered artistic conception pierced into the skin and flesh of the Queen Mother's side smoothly like drawing a knife to cut through water, it activated the blade's annihilation attribute and condensed the energy of the flowing fire artistic conception on the blade into a beam of light. Starting from the neck where both parties came into contact, it extended all the way to the long body of the Queen Mother in the East, instantly tearing apart tissue more than 10 meters deep inside the Queen Mother's body. The next moment, under the inertia of gliding, Liu Yuqi tightly grasped the more than 10-meter-long atomic thousand-cut sword in his hand and slashed across the 400 or 500-meter-long body of the Queen Mother in the East, cut its side directly in half, and the wound area occupied 1/3 of the Queen Mother's body. An intense pain instantly invaded the Queen Mother's brain, as if one of her thighs had been cut off. Many of the skeletons and structures in her body that were used to support her huge body lost connection at this moment. If it weren't for its powerful self-healing ability, it would have quickly reconnected the separated flesh and blood cells. The Eastern Queen is likely to fall to the other side. This completely exposes the half-broken cross-section and tears a larger gap at the same time. It was not until this moment that the Queen Mother of the East realized the terrifying nature of this tiny human being before her. As a pure-blooded human, possessing such a powerful artistic conception power, he is bound to become a major threat to the Zerg. With a strength that has just entered the third stage, she is able to seriously injure herself, who is in the perfect middle stage. If she is allowed to grow to the late third stage, she might kill all the third stage Zerg in the world. Although this battle record was also protected by the mental shield provided by Zhang Yuner's Queen Mother, there is no doubt that the opponent has the potential to kill across levels. Invincible among the same level, this is comparable to the killing state of the spinal insects. In the future, if the fourth order existence fails to take action, the opponent will be able to sweep away all the Zerg inside the planet. Thinking of this, the Queen Mother of the East suddenly became murderous and vowed to nip this extremely dangerous factor in the bud. However, after Liu Yuqi seized the opportunity and completed the task of breaking the Queen's Mother defense, Shenji and others on the side also seized the opportunity, organized people to aim at Liu Yuki's cut wound, switched the electromagnetic cannons in their hands into armor-piercing cannons, and bombarded frantically. The electromagnetic cannon is a range damage device. Although the center can char some flesh and blood tissue, its actual destructive power is far less direct than that of the armor-piercing cannon. Moreover, the armor-piercing gun has sufficient ammunition and can fire crazily and indiscriminately. In addition, the genetic warriors who had experienced the trial of artistic conception were extremely familiar with the process of breaking through defenses and concentrated fire attacks, so they acted extremely quickly. Before the mid-stage queen could repair her wounds, she fired a series of armor-piercing shells bombarding the repaired cracks on the surface. After chipping the flesh and blood inside into pieces, continue to destroy it deeper along the cut left by the knife after breaking through the defense. The armor-piercing cannon can cause an effective blow with 900 points of damage, deducting the health value attribute of the Queen Mother in the East. Although each shot can only cause a few hundred points of damage, but they couldn't stand the large number of people and more guns as artillery shells rained down on the wound on the Queen Mother's side. The Eastern Queen Mother, feeling the life energy in her body rapidly decreasing, had no choice but to turn around. It didn't expect that Zhang Yuner would turn against it at the most critical moment, or that she had never surrendered to it and everything was just a pretense. Now the situation has reversed in an instant. Knowing that the situation is impossible, the Queen Mother of the East wisely chooses to retreat. As long as they return to their nest outside the capital and summon the Second Order Zerg army of the Multi-Emperor Alliance, there will be room for maneuver. However, when the Eastern Queen gave up her mental control over the Zerg swarm ahead and began to communicate with the reserve underground Zerg troops outside the capital city, the answer I got was a howl of pain and the dead silence. The Queen Mother of the East was horrified, realizing that her only way out had been cut off and blocked by humans in advance. Then he decisively turned around and let out a loud howl towards the saviors and released the power of the majestic artistic conception, at the cost of his own flesh and blood and the energy in the biological mother nest. Summoned divine realm to come. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, God's Domain arrives, nuclear bomb clears the field. Different from the Divine Domain covering an area of 500 meters released by the early Queen Mother, the Divine Domain from the middle stage Perfect Queen Mother has a radius as wide as 1 kilometer, enough to cover 1/3 of the urban area. A huge amount of dark red energy, gradually spread out white misted energy beads, continuously evaporated and condensed from the surface of the middle stage Queen Mother's body. Under the influence of the power of artistic conception, they turned into bloody insect eggs and began to welcome the arrival of the Divine Realm. Shenji immediately led his men and quickly withdrew from the area covered by the Divine Domain. The Divine Domain released by the mid-stage Perfect Queen Mother is 4 or 5 times stronger than that of the early-stage Queen Mother. Shenji, who has entered the 3rd level, can still compete with it by relying on his killing state of mind. However, the 34 top gene warriors under his command had only begun to master the power of artistic conception and could not withstand the effects of such strong radiation for them to be assimilated into the already complex and fragile genetic sequence in their bodies. At the same time, their brains will be distorted by the huge torrent of information, and they will eventually be transformed into one of the countless insect swarms inside. To achieve eternal existence in a certain sense. But there will be no rebirth forever. As the genetic warriors retreated, Liu Yuki, who had completed the defense-breaking operation, also quickly evacuated into the sky with the help of the Queen Mother. Stay away from this dangerous advent. What should we do now? After everyone's faces were filled with shock and confusion and they gathered together, Liu Yuki asked. Zhang Yuner controlled the Queen Mother and tore off the offspring mutant that was parasitic under the belly of the machine, and crushed it into mincemeat. After the success of Operation Liu Yuki, its mission of camouflage and deception also came to an end. After getting rid of the strange feeling on her body, Zhang Yuner opened the cabin and breathed a ceremony sigh of relief, then replied, "We alone cannot stop this summoning. Once the Divine Domain is formed and completely descends, it will cover the ruins of a 1-kilometer urban area. By then, the entire nuclear explosion crater will be affected. This naturally includes the corpse of the Queen Mother where Lin Feng is." At this time, Liu Yu came from behind with a serious expression. The body of the middle stage queen weighs tens of thousands of tons. There is no condition or time to move it. I have sent people to return to the ceremony main nest of Yangshu Mountain as soon as possible to notify Miss Lin to come over. In the current situation, only she can give the most professional advice. Everyone nodded silently, looking at the imperfect blood-red semi-sphere in front of them, which gradually condensed into a deep red divine domain from the initial light red color. At this time, Lin Feng was still in the body of the Queen Mother in the south, absorbing a majestic life energy. Not long after, Long Yi controlled a first-level peak green winged insect and, at a speed close to Mach 1, crossed 30 kilometers from east to west in 1.5 minutes and quickly arrived at the frontline battlefield outside Yangxiling. Although he was in the rear of the battlefield, Long Yi actually knew the situation on the battlefield very well. There are many Zerg spies she has placed nearby, and in the spiritual world shared by the Queen Mother's clan, the promoted and fallen Queen Mothers around the world will be displayed in real time. So when the shock of the nuclear explosion came and the Queen Mother in the south died, while causing an uproar in the Queen Mother's spiritual world, Ling Yi had already calculated and confirmed that this should be Lin Feng's completion of his goal of beheading the Queen Mother in the middle stage. And a Queen Mother who ranked in the top 20 in the world died. The shock and impact it brought to the Zerg was far beyond that of an ordinary third-stage early queen promotion and elimination. Now early queens are falling all over the world. Some fell at the hands of humans, but most actually died at the hands of their own kind. But like now, a mid-stage mother queen, a mid-stage perfect player, a top 20 seeded player, died suddenly without any signs. It instantly detonated the Queen Mother's spiritual world. Alliances in many regions began to discuss and ask who killed the Queen Mother in the south before the birth of the late third-stage Queen Mother. This would never be possible. After all, even if they are of the same level, it is difficult to kill a mid-stage perfect mother queen. Looking at any region, the deceased Queen Mother of the south was a dominant figure. Even though the Eastern Queen Mother was also in the middle stage of perfection, she could only plot to kill with a borrow knife, first using humans to seriously injure the other party, and then reaping the benefits. And now such a being has died, and died at the hands of humans. Long Yi estimated that once this news spread, it would become a fierce catalyst for this competition, prompting the competition among the queens in various regions to quickly enter a white-hot stage and quickly move from the midterm to the late-term rhythm ahead of time, and further compress human living space. After arriving at the battlefield outside Yangxiling, Long Yi saw the prototype of the divine domain from afar. The divine domain summoned by the mid-stage perfect Queen Mother already possesses 1/10 of the power of the real divine domain. Be trapped by it and fall into a bitter battle. If the nuclear bomb is the ultimate killer of mankind, then the nuclear weapons that originate from the realm of gods above the 6th level are the heirloom nuclear weapons in the hands of the descendants of the gods. After learning the details of the progress of the war from Shenji and Zhang Yuner, Ling Yi's brain went into high gear. Soon, he understood the Eastern Queen Mother was willing to give up her own midterm perfect strength and summon the divine domain to descend at a cost of falling to a lower realm. It's trying to escape. Long narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the semicircular divine domain that was gradually taking shape. The statement surprised everyone. Run for your life? You need to do this to escape. Ling Yi shrugged. The Eastern Queen Mother is not stupid. On the contrary, she should be the smartest one among the 4 emperors in the middle period of the North. After you successfully intercepted its harvesting operation, it originally planned to retreat directly to its lair, but it found that its federal capital had been recaptured by Qin Hu and his men. And the Queen Mother's insect nest in the nearby south had also been captured by Qin Hu. If we return to attack the hive now, we will probably suffer the same fate as the Queen Mother in the south, and be severely injured by the hydrogen bombs that were placed in advance. If we stay where we are, we will be bombed by hydrogen bombs, or the Savior Army will attack us and use up the remaining vitality in our bodies. So it immediately summoned the divine domain to descend without any hesitation. It wanted to delay our attack and create conditions for its own escape. As he spoke, Long pointed to a large divine domain in the distance that covered the earth like a pot lid. The true appearance of the god's domain is not just on the surface as a perfect sphere. Deep underground, there is another half of the god's domain. At this moment, the Eastern Queen Mother is nurturing the divine domain until it matures, while digging an underground tunnel to a depth of 1 kilometer underground. In order to escape from here, with the blessing of the divine domain, it can control countless insectides and use them for its own purposes. It will probably only take more than 10 minutes to dig out a wormhole tunnel 100 meters wide. Liu Yuki looked nervously at the corpse of the Queen Mother in the south. which was less than 2 kilometers away from the edge of the divine realm, and then asked, "Then everything should be fine after it leaves, right?" Long Yi sneered, "The divine realm is comparable to human nuclear weapons as the super killer of the Zerg. It only targets organic life forms. Its effect is more lethal than the infrasonic weapons you humans have imagined. In the divine domain, the summoner can control the endless swarm of insects and use them for his own purposes, engulfing any life that is shrouded by the divine domain. And after the Eastern Queen Mother leaves the divine domain, it can directly detonate this large biological nuclear bomb and release the terrifying Zerg energy radiation, change the natural environment within a radius of 100 miles, distort the genes of the creatures therein, and turn them into mutants contaminated by Zerg genes. By then, only beings that have mastered artistic conception will be able to barely resist the genetic radiation of this polluted land. And the rest of the lower life forms will become nutrients for its eternal survival. Add to that the corpse of this late queen, and the half-life of the pollution in this forbidden zone of life is estimated to last for hundreds of years. By then, an independent ecosystem will have evolved inside, and it will expand outward, gradually replacing the native ecosystem of Blue Star and becoming the gene seed left by the Zerg on Blue Star. At this point, Present finally understood. The real danger of the divine realm is far beyond their imagination. It can be called the biological version of a nuclear extinction weapon or the kind that will leave a 1,000-year legacy of disaster. So how do we destroy it? Liu Yi asked with a serious expression. Yuki who can master the power of artistic conception during awakening. Therefore, even if one enters the third stage, it is difficult to resist the strong influence of genetic radiation. Ling Yi looked at the huge corpse of the Queen Mother in the south and sighed. We need to find a way to clean it up first and reduce the scope and duration of the pollution. Let's go. Now Lin Feng should have finished absorbing it. Then, under the leadership of Long Yi, everyone walked towards the mountain-like corpse of the Queen Mother at this time. Lin Feng, who is in the brain of the Southern Queen, also completed the absorption of her life energy and successfully recovered to his peak state. The only drawback is that the upgrade of the colonial mecha takes a certain amount of time, and so does the simultaneous upgrade of oneself. If the colonial suit and Lin Feng himself can be quickly promoted to the 34th level of the third stage mid-stage, then even another mid-stage perfect Queen Mother can be easily dealt with. After Lin Feng absorbed the gift from the Queen Mother of the South, he controlled the colonizing mecha and dug out a golden brain ball with a diameter of 10 meters from the Queen Mother's brain and took it away. The Queen's brain emerged from the big hole in the back of her neck, and not far away she saw a dark red blood-colored semicircular sphere floating above the ground. I instantly thought of the divine realm summoned by the Queen Mother. Just when Lin Feng was feeling a little stunned and didn't know who summoned it, a group of Salvation soldiers led by Long Yi came behind him. After listening to everyone's description of their victory over the Southern Queen Mother and a series of events that happened in the outside world, Lin Feng's expression gradually became solemn. He wiped off the blood and flesh residue on the cockpit of the colonial mecha, opened the cabin cover, and asked, "So how much time do we have left now?" Ling Yi felt the vibration of the ground. In about 10 minutes, the middle stage Queen Mother will be able to enter the tunnel 1 kilometer deep underground and detonate the divine domain at the same time to ensure her own safety. Spreads, it will have enough time to dig a wormhole and escape from here, heading north, or returning to its nest east of the capital city. Now that the divine domain has been condensed and formed, unless the fourth level being takes action, the only solution is to kill the summoner who maintains the existence of the divine domain, that is, the Eastern Queen Mother who is still in it. Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at Ling Yi. Will another hydrogen bomb be useful? Ling Yi frowned slightly, considering the feasibility. Yes, but one may not be enough. What the Federation leaders gave us is only a small 300,000-ton TNT equivalent, which is effective against the mid-stage Queen Mother, but for the energy-based God realm, higher temperatures and pressures are needed to completely empty and purify it. But we also have to consider that if 2 hydrogen bombs are dropped, this area, including the federal capital and the outer area of Yongseling, will be affected. For at least the next decade or so, it will become a barren wasteland. Lin Feng nodded, and after confirming the feasibility, he said indifferently, "Let's survive first. Ordinary particle radiation only affects electronic equipment, but the genetic radiation left over from the God's domain is the real killer. I'll be back soon. You can control some of the insect swarm to come and eat and carry away the corpses. Yuki is here too, so cut off the useful ones and take them away." After saying that, Lin Feng closed the cabin cover, drove the colonial mecha, flapped the six-winged membrane wings on his back, and flew back to the main nest on the west side of Yangtze at a high speed. 2 hydrogen bomb black boxes weighing nearly 10 tons were taken. 5 minutes later, when he returned to the nuclear explosion ruins on the front line with 2 large black boxes, Lin Feng had already controlled thousands of red beetles to drill into the body of the Queen Mother in the south and cut out useful muscle tissue. And the remaining golden neck art inside was shattered into pieces by Lin Feng. With the help of Li Yuqi, a part of the large and hard spine was cut, and Lin Feng fused it into the internal skeletal frame of the mecha, and then filled it with a golden quality spine from the neck art as support for the body. The prototype of a colonial mecha was assembled. Long Gai glanced at the time and saw that there were less than 3 minutes left. He regretfully called a halt to everyone's conversation and at the same time controlled the swarm of red beetles to quickly transport the collected biological materials away from here. What a pity we only have enough time to take away less than half of the materials. Even if we remove the core brain of a perfect third-stage Queen Mother, her whole body is full of treasures. We can at least cut and hatch 6 or 7 early-stage Queen Mother colonization suits from it to form a Queen Mother team. Let's go. Editing it down is the most important part. Long Yi sighed with regret, looked at the colony mecha carrying 2 large black boxes, and continued, if we want to completely purify the influence of the divine domain, we can only detonate a nuclear bomb from its inner core. One is enough, keep the other as a backup. Only you can accomplish this. Lin Feng frowned slightly, a little surprised. Is it enough for me alone? The scorpion slightly. In the divine domain, the Eastern Queen Mother will obtain a portion of the authority from the insect god and master the laws of the insect nests will. As soon as I enter, I will be discovered by it and suppressed by the authority of the superior. Ordinary infinite reproduction state of mind has little effect in front of it, and may even be controlled and become an obstacle. Remember, dive in head first, drop the designated nuclear bomb black box, and then rush out without looking back. I will put on multiple layers of mental shields for you, combined with the energy shield of the colonization armor and your own state of mind. As long as the Queen Mother does not appear in the core of the divine realm in the middle stage, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Nodded. Holding a box, he rose into the air. Fly over the target and dive straight down. Chapter 285, Level 34 Colonial Suit, Body Feeding Hell, Continuous Battle. As the colonial mecha on his body was completely renewed, a reminder popped up, Level 34 Biological Colonization Suit, Upgraded. Biocolonial Suit LV34/39, Golden Item Upgrade Points 0/6, Horsepower 4.9K, pH 4K, SP 4.9K. Additional attributes, Synchronization Stacking, Self-Absorption, Mass Energy Shield, Guard Mode. Mass Energy Shield. The brain releases mental energy to form an outer shield, which can resist attacks of 150% of its own mental attributes' current reserve times. 6.6 Note, the minimum level requirement for the driver is the early stage of the third stage, LV30 and above. The equipment has been upgraded. Do you want to start the personal simultaneous upgrade? After the upgrade, the various attributes of the colonial mecha directly increased by 1000. And the reserve times of the mass energy shield were also upgraded from the previous 3 times to 6 times, which is enough to cope with complex and changeable battlefield. It also gives Lin Feng the confidence to challenge multiple queens. At this moment, the upgraded colonial mecha will undoubtedly make it easier to complete the task of going deep into the divine realm and carrying out a nuclear explosion and clearing the area. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and calmly plunged into the dark red divine realm. He was immediately wrapped and swallowed by the countless bloodworms inside, just like when he was in the second stage and encountered the divine realm summoned by Longai proliferation, chaos and madness. A statue stands quietly in the bright red sky, silently watching all living beings. Compared to the thin and rough divine domain last time, the divine domain has become more real and more unbearable now. With a call from the mid-stage perfect Queen Mother with just a glance, the vast flow of information exploded and instantly filled Lin Feng's brain. The hissing of countless insect swarms, as well as the awakened humans who were devoured and absorbed by the Queen Mother in the east, are now in the divine realm after being sacrificed. They are recondensed with their genetic information. The genetic sequence of the awakened humans was permanently engraved in the divine domain. Even if Lin Feng wielded the King Hunter chainsaw sword and killed all these deformed monsters with human faces and heads, they would also solidify into shape again in the next second, whimpering in inaudible pain and crying for help, and continue to attack the invaders. As Lin Feng went deeper, his existence was discovered by more and more insect swarms in the divine realm, and he became the object of exclusion by the laws of this area. Not long after, a giant bloodworm with the face of the Queen Mother rushed to Lin Feng. Apparently, the Eastern Queen, who was digging a tunnel deep underground to escape, also noticed Lin Feng's arrival. Through mental control, she gathered thousands of insect swarms into her own shape and came to block and intercept him. The huge bloodworms were hundreds of meters long and merged with countless first and second order zergs, eventually rising to the third order strength. He could feel the aura of a mid-stage third stage emanating from the other party. But it was far from the suffocating feeling of oppression that one would feel when facing a mid-stage perfect queen. Probably around level 34. This should also be the upper limit of the power that the Eastern Queen Mother can mobilize in the divine realm. Although the divine domain originates from the authority of the insect god's biological mother, the source of its formation is not directly derived from the insect god's mighty divine power. Instead, it is based on one's own strength, and through the divine genes contained in the blood, it can temporarily upgrade its power and improve its output level. It is equivalent to widening the energy release port in the body and improving utilization efficiency at the same time. Allow the Queen Mother in the divine realm to continuously display a level of strength slightly lower than her own level. Increase utilization efficiency to 80%-90% level at this moment. Facing the attacking third stage giant insect, Lin Feng swung the Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand, combined with the attribute superposition of the LV-34 colonial mecha, and instantly cut it into two pieces. But less than 3 seconds later, the scattered giant worms recondensed into a huge beast with the influx of countless low-level blood worms and attacked again. Although its previous attack was thwarted by Lin Feng, it was still able to wear down the mental shield on the surface of the colonial mecha through its energy attack. In fact, the condensation and birth of the other party also came from the will of the insect nest in the divine realm, and originated from a higher level of infinite reproduction. Their attacks did little physical damage, but were full of mental pollution, just like the mental attacks of the middle stage Queen Mother, which could corrupt Lin Feng's mental will and engulf him in a sea of insects. Stay forever in the supreme divine realm. At this moment, Lin Feng not only had to face the resurrected third stage giant insect, but also had to constantly to break free from the countless insect swarms attacking nearby, and endure the mental pain and itchiness of being bitten by thousands of insects. Rather than saying that this place is the supreme divine realm, it is better to say that it is an endless hell in the abyss, the bloody sea of insects that covered the sky were countless little ghosts eating human flesh and blood, and Lin Feng was the demon suppressing heavenly struggle general who fed on his own body as the spiritual shield attached to the surface of the colonial metra was constantly being bitten and eroded by the swarm of insects. Lin Feng was also using the Hunter King chainsaw sword to cut through the thorns and, in coordination with the swinging of the six-winged membranous wings behind him, he continued to advance towards the deepest part of the surface. Finally, after killing countless low-level bloodworms and dozens of mid-stage giant worms, Lin Feng successfully touched the surface of the ground with a nuclear bomb box. But what came into view was a huge deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. The Queen Mother of the East, who summoned the divine realm to descend, began digging a tunnel from here in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was in the divine realm and could not release any mental exploration methods, otherwise his own mental abilities would be invaded by the will of the hive, and countless tiny bloodworms and evil thoughts would be retracted along with the mental power and successfully invade Lin Feng's brain consciousness. At that time, an endless amount of confusing and complex information will impact Lin Feng's cognition and completely overwhelm his rationality. This was what Long repeatedly told us before we set off. Not only are countless swarms of insects gathered in the divine realm, but everything before them is also recorded, including various creatures devoured by the Queen Mother. All of them are decomposed and recorded in detail, becoming the basis for the divine realm to hatch them. Such a large amount of information is enough to explode any life form below the 4th level. Even if Lin Feng has the help of the colonial mecha, the Queen Mother's brain in the central nervous system on his back can help Lin Feng process and filter most of the chaotic information. The remaining 1% is enough to turn him into an idiot. A large number of neurons in the brain will atrophy and die due to the heavy burden of high-intensity electrical signal transmission. Fortunately, Lin Feng's mission at this moment is not to continue going deeper into the underground wormhole to kill the Queen Mother in the east. He only needed to place the hydrogen bomb box black, and then escape from the blockade of the divine domain before the countdown to the explosion, and quickly move away from the impact range of the nuclear explosion. After Lin Feng stuffed the hydrogen bomb black box into the pile of earth dug out from the deep pit, he quickly headed north in the direction of the capital city. Because in this direction, the number of insect swarms gathered is smaller, and running on the ground with both feet provides enough friction, making it easier to escape than flying. After a rapid advance, Lin Feng also put all his strength into it, not sparingly pushing the power of the colonial mecha to the maximum. After Ling Gai's mental protection shattered and disappeared, he continued to put on layer after layer of mass energy shield, while waving the Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand and coordinating with the ion laser cannon released from his left arm to kill and bombard the swarm of insects in front of him. Finally, before the 1-minute countdown to the detonation of the hydrogen bomb, Lin Feng broke through the insect swarm and successfully broke out of the dark red divine domain. He flew diagonally upward at twice the sound of sound, heading to the 6th defense line of the capital city in the north, where Qin and others were currently counterattacking and cutting off the source of the fire. The current encirclement and suppression of the second mid-stage queen was indeed within Lin Feng's original plan. If a hydrogen bomb explodes, it can harm one of the mid-stage queens. Then Lin Feng can completely rely on the remaining two to continue to replicate such results. Lin Feng then fled quickly. Near the center of the divine domain, when the Eastern Queen Mother, who was concentrating on digging the underground tunnel, noticed that there was a sense of something strange in the divine domain. There are only 3 seconds left in the countdown to the nuclear explosion. No matter how hard we try to control the insect swarm in the divine realm, it is too late to push it out. All one could do was watch helplessly as the fission process at the center of the nuclear bomb was stimulated, releasing high temperatures and high pressures while igniting the fiery and catastrophic reaction of the outer fusion shell. The high temperature of tens of millions degrees at the center of the explosion is difficult to withstand even for cosmic life above the 3rd level, let alone the energy body condensed by the power of laws in the divine realm. The spreading high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees, along with a shock wave, engulfed everything. A small rising sun stood out particularly in the dark red divine domain, directly illuminating the rotten scene inside. What follows is that the light source engulfs all nearby entities. Nothing will be spared as all will be turned into residue powder under high temperature and high pressure. It was not until this explosive energy devoured the entire divine realm and broke through the limitations of the outermost energy circle that the power from the sun truly spread. Was like an 18-force gale, blowing over an area of hundreds of miles in radius, and only gradually dissipated and converged after being dozens of miles away. It was like a sun rising from the earth, and even the air was burned and evaporated without a trace. In the particle flow of high-energy rays, heat waves surge, purifying all matter and energy. Mother in the south, all were completely wiped out. The power of a nuclear explosion underground is far less than that on the surface. The former was suppressed by the terrain in space, unable to perfectly release the full power of fission and fusion. Most of the explosion energy was absorbed by the surface oil and the crustal plates beneath the feet, eventually causing ground vibrations and the overall collapse of the urban ruins. As for the Salvation Army's members, Long Yi, Shen Ji and others immediately withdrew from the battlefield before Lin Feng took action. At this moment, he was lying on the backside of the Yangtzeling Mountains, witnessing the spectacular nuclear explosion with his own eyes. 10 minutes later, as the fusion energy dissipated, it gathered into a mushroom cloud with a diameter of 4 kilometers, rising to a height of several thousand meters. Only hot magma and obsidian remained on the surface. As Long Yi said, the environmental impact of the continuous use of nuclear weapons is equally deadly. 2 consecutive nuclear bombs directly caused the underground and surface outside Yangtzeling to be contaminated by radiation. Although these pure particle radiations have limited effects on the distortion of living organisms, at most they can cause various deformed appearances in offspring. But the internal bleeding caused by the shattering of the cell nucleus and the various cancers that may result will also turn this place into cursed barren land. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, a large amount of volcanic ash-like dust, carrying deadly radiation, fell to the earth. At this moment, Lin Feng's flying movements were disrupted by the shock wave. Under the influence of the strong airflow, it was difficult for him to stabilize his body. He had to immediately retract his 6-winged membrane wings and slid to the ground. Relying on the surface of the LV-34 colonial mecha, it is covered with a layer of golden armor to offset the hard impact force. After returning to the ground, the impact of the nuclear explosion gradually subsided. Lin Feng then climbed over the 6th high wall defense line and found Qin in the old place. After Qin and his team entered the underground, they felt a strong shock brought by the explosion of the first hydrogen bomb, and many of the insect nests they were attacking collapsed directly. So they withdrew from the cave one after another, leaving only a few second-level peak gene warriors to lead the training of the newcomers and eliminate the second-level insect swarm in the insect nest. Because the main Zerg forces of the Multi-Emperor Alliance have been transferred to the front lines, the remaining forces in the rear, except for logistics, are less than 20%. Qin Hu then swept through a large area of Zerg territory with unstoppable force. After seeing Lin Feng, Qin Hu, who felt the intensity of the battlefield on the front line, asked excitedly, "Did you manage to defeat a mid-stage perfect Queen Mother?" Lin Feng nodded, "But there is still one left, the strongest and smartest one, and the one that poses the greatest threat to the north, the middle-stage Queen Mother in the east of the capital city." Qin Hu's expression changed from joy to worry, and he looked solemn. "How can I help you?" Lin Feng shook his head, then nodded, "There's no need for the frontal battlefield. I can handle it by myself now. The main thing is that you need to deal with the ownerless insect swarm here as soon as possible and then return to B-Town. After 2 consecutive hydrogen bombs, plus the third one that is likely to happen, the entire Yangtze Mountain, including the drinking water in B-Town, will be contaminated by radiation. Evacuate the 1 million survivors in the town to a safe area further back as soon as possible. From now on, B-Town will only be used as a bridgehead to resist the Zerg invasion. Those who do not have the strength of an awakener cannot stay for long." Qin Hu nodded with a heavy expression. This price is completely worth paying to eliminate the 2 mid-stage perfect queens in the north, who are a real threat to him. At the beginning, Qin Hu had a crazy idea to bury a large number of nuclear bombs under the federal capital in advance and die together with the Zerg. Now it has been successfully achieved by Lin Feng. Looking at Lin Feng's departing back, Qin Hu sighed, then arranged for his men to return to B-Town quickly and began to gather the people for a second migration. After the residual power of the nuclear explosion cooled down, Lin Feng drove the colonial mecha and arrived at the center of the former divine domain. At this moment, a layer of sharp and smooth obsidian condensed on the surface of the huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters. The rocks were smashed, revealing the boiling heat rising from hundreds of degrees inside. After measuring carefully, the temperature reached thousands of degrees. "I don't know what the Eastern Queen is doing now as she is trapped underground." Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, looking at the 4 remaining energy shield reserves. Then he raised his ion laser cannon and clenched the Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand. Facing the bottomless pit, he jumped and spread the 6-winged membranous wings behind him. Chapter 286 Double Kill, Lin Feng LV-34, Farewell and Departure. He didn't expect that the Queen Mother of the East would be killed by the chainsaw sword so quickly. But if you think about it carefully, even though the opponent avoided most of the direct damage during the first hydrogen bomb attack with the help of the Queen Mother in the south, he still lost 2,000 to 3,000 health points. Then, when it wanted to reap the benefits, it was hit by a wave of concentrated fire from Liu Yuki, Shenji and others, and lost 4,000 to 5,000 health points. Seeing that his condition was about to change from peak to weak, his health points were about to fall below 10,000. After observing the situation, the Queen Mother of the East realized that the situation was hopeless, so she had no choice but to flee. However, Lin Feng had already arranged for Qin Hu to launch a surprise attack on the federal capital that had been lost in the past, and at the same time captured the insect nest outside the city-walled defense line. The Multi-Emperor Alliance was attacked from both sides by cutting off its support. By then, even in the underground tunnel, the Queen Mother in the south did not rush forward impulsively. Lin Feng had already made arrangements and had cut off their retreat. The choice before them was either to return to the mother nest in the rear, or to fight a desperate battle with the Yangtze Salvation Army, even though they knew there was a nuclear bomb. So no matter what the situation is, Lin Feng can take the initiative, and even let the only 2 remaining mid-stage queens separate and defend and fight on their own, and then defeat them one by one. The Queen Mother in the East saw that she had no way to retreat. The remaining reserve insect swarms that were supposed to be used to repair herself, replenish her strength and expand her power had all tragically died at the hands of humans. So, forced into a desperate situation, it decisively chose to summon the arrival of the gods to seek a chance of survival for itself. She is not like other Queen Mothers who would wait until things became hopeless before they would summon the gods to descend, only to end up with a fight that ended in mutual destruction. It's a pity that the person it met was Lin Feng. It was Lin Feng who was driving the level 34 colonial mecha. After the attributes were superimposed, the mecha now had the perfect strength of the third order mid-stage, and was only a step away from the late stage. It was not difficult to deal with the Eastern Queen, whose level had dropped and whose strength was much weaker than before. In addition, The second hydrogen bomb explosion not only purified the divine realm, but also brought a wave of high temperature to the huge pit 700 or 800 meters deep underground in a weak and low health stage, and after being bombarded by high temperatures of thousands of degrees, her health points dropped directly to below 5,000 at this moment. Even an ordinary third-stage Queen Mother could kill her. So after Lin Feng, the King of Hell, arrived, he took away the Eastern Queen Mother, who had made a series of mistakes, without any effort achieve a double kill in one battle, get extra results beyond the target. This great victory almost laid the foundation for the future situation of the entire North. The remaining two ordinary third-stage queens are no longer a concern for Lin Feng. They are now leading another group of the Queen Mother Alliance to pursue the Federal Army relentlessly. With Qin Hu, who has entered the third level, and his second-level peak Jin warriors, Lin Feng does not intend to continue hunting the Northern Queen. He needed this delicate balance so that the federal top brass could not escape from the north and interfere in the situation in the south. This will pave the way for your next goal. By the time he recovered all the lost territories in the south and completed the unification, he had probably advanced to the late third stage, or even the late perfect stage, and was not far from the fourth stage. Then, after the situation stabilizes, he goes to the depths of the earth to rescue his father Lin Yu, and at the same time, he also takes a peek into the realm of fourth-order cosmic life. The Zerg can use the body of the fourth-level Spine King to squeeze out the last bit of value from the blue planet, and Lin Feng can naturally get corresponding rewards from the Spine King. Use this fourth-level corpse and even take it for yourself. This is also one of Lin Feng's goals. Just as everything has settled down, he began to order his second-order regiment members to go underground, dissect the corpse of the Eastern Queen, and collect useful biological materials. What was lost on the corpse of the Southern Queen Mother would be regained from the Eastern Queen Mother. Using the corpse of the mid-stage Queen Mother, one could cultivate level 34 or even higher colonial armored mechas, or more ordinary colonial armored mechas of the early stage of the third stage. In order to focus fire on solving the third stage Late Queen in the future, a solid foundation will be laid in advance. This time, due to insufficient preparations in the early stages and the temporary decision to challenge a higher level, the plan to rush north to provide assistance, which was only 4 or 5 days, was delayed to more than 10 days for the Northern Queen to clear the challenge. After everything was over, it was already evening. Lin Feng walked out of the colonial mecha and sat on the ruins of the city. After the nuclear, he drank extremely pure nutrient solution while watching his men clean up the battlefield. Let Liu Yi and the leader of the Jin Corps return to the main hatchery nest on the northwest side to start the leapfrog promotion. Looking at Liu Yi, who was still busy giving orders on the field, Lin Feng instructed the new second-level member beside him who was delivering the organic nutrient solution. Young Xling, whether it's extracting nutrients or helping with promotion, in short, leave no one behind, and then destroy all traces of it. Seeing that there was no one around, Lin Feng Chaolang gave instructions. The Scorpion slightly understood. When do you plan to leave? If it's quick, I will finish everything tomorrow and can leave the day after tomorrow. But this time I suggest you take the land or water route so you can clean up any Queen Mothers and Zergs you encounter along the way. If you want to take a plane like we did when we came here, with the luggage and equipment we have to carry now, we'll probably have to fly back and forth several times. You have to know that the core brain of the middle stage queen, plus the several meter thick golden plate bones on the surface, weighs more than 20 tons. Its sleek body is not suitable for carrying on an airplane. Compared to that, it's better to clear the area as we go. This place is only 1,000 kilometers away from the Jinchang base at our normal speed. It will take us half a day to get there. Even if we take into account the several Queen Mothers that need to be killed along the way, it will only take 2 days at most. After listening to Long Yi's analysis, Lin Feng nodded. That's what I was thinking, but before arranging for the main force to set off, I need to go to the rear safety zone in person. The cricket narrowed its eyes slightly. Are you going to investigate the clues left by He Yiwen? Lin Feng hummed. In addition, there are also the supernatural gene samples that the federal leaders and the research institute promised to deliver, as well as other things that need to be collected. For example, the Federal Animal Protection Center has preserved genetic samples of various species, especially birds related to the descendants of the dragon race, as well as the genes of original lizards, snakes, turtles and other reptiles. Dragons? Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. That's right. Regardless of whether the group of dragon lizardmen in King Kai's belly can escape, the dragon fleet outside the solar system will definitely come again, just to take away the priceless key to the fourth level. What we need to do is to grasp in advance the rich gene pool that these descendants of reptiles have evolved over the past 60 million years, then we will be able to have a cross-time and space cooperation with the Dragon Clan that is a win-win for both sides, so as to reduce the pressure of my promotion to the 4th level. Ling Yi looked at Lin Feng deeply and nodded in response. Yes, it is time to consider this matter. When night fell, Lin Feng returned to the main hatching nest. After drinking enough organic nutrient solution and recovering, he immediately started the synchronous promotion to the middle stage of the 3rd stage. A powerful energy emerged from the LV-34 colonization mecha and gathered into Lin Feng's body, raising the upper limits of his various attributes and expanding his life potential. Half an hour later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The upgrade within the stage did not change much, but just like the upgrade of the colonial mecha, each attribute directly increased by more than 1,000. Lin Feng, LV-34 39 horsepower 4K, PH 4K, SP 4.9K equipment, Ion Laser Cannon LV-31/39, Hunter King Chainsword LV-31/39, Biological Reproductive Equipment LV-34/39, Land Cruiser LV-29/29 Skills, Identify, Upgrade, Copy, Telepathy, Genetic Radiation, Devouring Berserk, Unyielding Source, Fearless Call, Level 2 Upgrade Energy Reserve Times. Note: this upgrade energy can help orange equipment upgrade to gold quality. After seeing the property improvements after the upgrade, as well as the final 2 upgrade reserves, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Twice the value of upgrade energy is extracted from the body of the Eastern Queen. The energy level is very high and can directly help the orange equipment to achieve cross-level upgrades when he returns to the Jinchang base. The level 29 land cruiser can be upgraded to gold quality battleship on the spot, and then the gold plate bones and the Queen's brain can be integrated to increase the armor value and replace the central control system. By then, the level 30 super battleship will be able to carry the Salvation Army, fight everywhere, sweep across the southern part of the Federation, and kill all invading queens with Lin Feng's current attributes, plus the 3 basic attributes of the LV-34 colonial mecha. All of them can break through the upper limit of the mid-3rd stage of. The health value is 8,900, the physical value is 8,000, and especially the highest mental attribute value, reaching an astonishing 9,800 limit of the stage. Because this simple superposition only has the form but not the meaning, this means that it still has some effect within the 3rd level, but it cannot be used to achieve true cross-level breakthroughs. After all, after the 2 sides were superimposed, the energy output limit of the metro was not expanded, but the reserve value was far beyond the current value, which gave it a crushing advantage in the same level battle. This is like the incubation nest for creatures carried by the Queen Mother. The extra life energy can easily allow their health attributes to exceed the upper limit of 10,000. But they do not possess the terrifying and tenacious life recovery ability of 4th level beings. It's just that his health reserves are quite strong, and with the help of a whole swarm of insects under his command, he can crush beings of the same level. Unfortunately, he met Lin Feng, who was wearing golden equipment. Each piece of golden equipment was enough to match that of a person of the same level. After having such powerful attribute data, Lin Feng gradually felt relieved. At present, the Queen Mothers below the 3rd stage are no longer a concern. Even if a 3rd stage late stage is born in the near future, it will be the 37th level, which is the beginning of the late stage. Except for health points, the upper limits of physical and mental attributes will not exceed 8,000. So you still have unprecedented advantages after completing the upgrade. Lin Feng looked at the busy main nest and asked Qilonggai about the current material reserves. At this moment, Lingai is paving the way for his own upgrade. She is already at level 31, and is about to achieve continuous promotion with the help of more than 100,000 remaining insect swarms. There are currently 7 brains left, 2 of which are from the middle stage perfect Queen Mother. They are extremely valuable and can be used to upgrade the battleship. These materials, combined with the flesh and bones of the collected middle stage Queen Mother, can probably cultivate 5 3rd level early stage perfect colonies and 2 middle stage perfect colonies. However, considering the upgrade of the battleship after returning to Jincheng, I will cultivate the initial perfect colonization equipment in the next 2 days so that it is convenient to carry. In addition, in terms of the selection of pilots, either their 3rd order cells are extracted and replaced as a whole to become a special colonization suit, or they undergo surgery to integrate the Queen Mother's genes and then drive the universal Queen Mother. Neither is fast, and the latter is more risky, but the advantage is that a large number of 2nd level awakeners can also participate. Lin Feng shook his head. There are exactly 5 more levels 3 fighters in our hands besides you and me. Zhang Yuner and you will take away 2, and the remaining 4 will be given to Liu Yuqi, Shen Ji and others. Lin Feng was extremely vigilant about assimilating the Queen Mother's genes. After all, the absolute controller of this genetic bloodline, the only mother of the Zerg god, was still alive. This also means that even if the opponent does not take direct action, they can seize control of the Queen Mother just through the Queen Mother's divine domain summons. After experiencing a battle with the Queen Mother of the East, Lin Feng planned to cancel the original plan of the Queen Mother team. The main reason is that the power of the arrival of the Divine Realm is too great. If the Queen Mother of the East had not been so intent on escaping and had no time to deal with Lin Feng with all her strength, it would have been impossible to detonate the hydrogen bomb black box so smoothly 2 seconds before being taken away from all control by the summoner who holds the authority of the Hive's will. Therefore, in the future, it will be up to Long Yi and Zhang Yuner to pilot the Queen Mother and cooperate with other third-level members to resolve the Queen Mother's mental attacks. But at this time, Ling Yi raised an objection. Zhang Yuner and Liu Yi are fine. They are both purebred humans. The strength of the third-order cells can be cultivated and formed to replace the Mother Queen cells, but Shen Ji and the new leader of the gene regiment, as hybrids of spiny worm blood, how can the spiny worm genes in their cell nuclei suppress the Queen Mother cells? As the absolute king of the Zerg, the Queen Mother clan absorbed genes from various clans after the Galaxy Unification War. At the genetic level, they have established absolute rule over the Zerg. Therefore, even if Shenji and the others wanted to cultivate their own exclusive biological breeding equipment, they had to start with a third-order king spiny worm instead of forcibly adapting to the flesh and blood of the Queen Mother. Lin Feng thought about it and it was true. Besides, the assimilated form of the Gene Warrior's activated state of mind was not suitable for staying in a closed colonization cabin. That's it for now. The remaining 2 will be used to prepare for the other third-level aircraft in the team. After discussing the most important things, Lin Feng, who was tired after a day's work, fell into deep sleep. The next morning, Qin Hu came to Yangtzeling in person, ready to say goodbye to Lin Feng. He has relocated millions of people from B-Town to deeper into the Taihang Mountains to avoid the radiation from the nuclear explosion. He then planned to lead his hundreds of thousands of soldiers through the federal capital and advance to the northwest, intending to launch a surprise attack on the rear of the Queen Mother Alliance there to relieve the pressure on the federal defenders on the front line after Lin Feng left. Qin Hu also needed to reconcile with the Federation to ensure the stability of the situation. Recently Lin Feng waved and said goodbye to him that afternoon, when Ling Yi had arranged everything and handed over the remaining finishing work to Zhang Yuner. Follow Lin Feng and go to the northwest rear area. Solve the doubts that have troubled Lin Feng for many years. Chapter 287, Moving Forward, What I Saw and Heard, He. The Salvation Army will set out early tomorrow morning and return to the Jinchang base in the south. During this 1,000-kilometer journey, if they encounter an attack by a mid-stage third-order Queen Mother, they can rely on the sentry guard mode of the Colonial Metro to safely survive the crisis. Of course, with the support of the ion laser cannon, the electromagnetic cannon replicas in everyone's hands are enough to deal with the attack of countless insect hordes. Even an ordinary mid-stage third-level Queen Mother can gain a chance to kill through the cooperation of the 5 third-level beings in the team. On the contrary, Lin Feng and Long Yi are not suitable to carry these large equipment because they are too conspicuous. In order to obtain the most authentic information this time, Lin Feng plans to sneak into the laboratory first, find He Ji and Ding Chenghe themselves, and make plans after listening to their introduction. Instead of informing federal senior officials with great fanfare, give them time to whitewash and revise. After arranging everyone's itinerary, Lin Feng took Long Yi to stand on the mountain and waved goodbye to everyone. At this time, Long Yi has been promoted to the initial stage of the third stage. Long Yi, LV33/39, Zerg Queen's clone horsepower 3K, pH 3K, SP 3.5K. Artistic concept, infinite reproduction, cannot be used when the spiritual attribute value is less than 1000, unlimited reproductive evolution capabilities, mind control, parasitism, gene control. She is level 33, with a spiritual attribute value of 3500. If combined with the attributes of the Queen Mother, she is enough to rival a perfect Queen Mother at the mid-stage of the third level. It's a pity that this time when going to the northwest safety zone, some things need to be consulted and referred to by Long Yi's opinion. Otherwise, if she led the team back, Shen Ji and others would undoubtedly be much more relaxed. "How do we go? Do we need to summon the green-winged insect?" Long Gai asked. She was wearing a level 30 golden battle armor that was integrated with the membrane wings of a second-order wing insect. She could fly at a speed of Mach for 20 minutes and reach a distance of 400 kilometers. However, the final destination of this trip is the Lanchang University Research Institute in the heart of the Northwest. Starting from the vicinity of the federal capital, one has to cross 4 states to the west, covering a distance of 1,400 kilometers. The flying mode of the golden armor cannot reach the destination quickly in a short period of time and requires a long cooling time, so Lin Gai suggested riding on the green-winged insects and slowing down the advance. They only needed 2 more transport insects to carry the organic nutrient solution. It can reach its destination within 2 hours at a speed of 720 meters per second, or kilometers per hour. Although the flying speed is fast when using the golden armor, one needs to wait for an hour of cooling time during the process, which is not worth it. Lin Feng agreed the golden armor's flight mode is not very suitable for traveling. It is more important to save it for fighting. Moreover, they are now Lin Feng and the other two's greatest reliance for survival, so they should not waste the flying function easily. Lin Gai then snapped his fingers, and 4 first-stage late-stage green-winged insects flew over from the top of the main peak of the Yangtze Mountains. They were 7 or 8 meters tall, with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters, enough to carry Lin Feng, who weighs nearly a ton. In addition to the 2 passengers, there was also the transport insect responsible for logistics supply as mentioned by Long Gai. It had a huge tail segment and, like a bee, its butt was filled with a large amount of organic nutrient solution. As the 2 climbed onto the insect's back and grasped the thorns on both sides, the dragonfly gave an order, and the 4 green-winged insects crawling in the mountains waved their long membranous wings on both sides. The high-frequency flapping creates a strong airflow. Slowly rose into the air and flew to the northwest. The maximum activity distance of the normal swarm of blue-winged insects will not exceed the range of influence of the queen's mental power. For example, the early-stage mother queen can cover an area of 20 to 30 kilometers, while the middle-stage mother queen can cover an area of 50 to 100 kilometers. Therefore, most of the human air defense lines are deployed in the command centers behind the front line. In the rear areas hundreds of kilometers away from the front lines, even guard posts were rarely. This also has a lot to do with the Zerg organizational structure. After all, in order to be obedient and maintain combat effectiveness, they can only make trade-offs in terms of intelligence, which leads to the combat effectiveness of the Zerg swarm plummeting instantly after leaving the control and command of the Queen Mother. To the highly organized human army, the threat posed by the ownerless insect swarm is actually very low. So Lin Feng and the other person rode on the green-winged insect and deployed to Taihang Mountains, where Yangtze is located, without any obstruction. Entering the rear, Jianzhou is a major coal mining state in the Federation, supplying more than half of the country's coal consumption. The steel group set up many coal bases here, using railway transportation to provide large quantities of coal to the major steel-making cities in the rear. Of thousands who did not leave were elderly people with limited mobility, who barely made a living by growing vegetables in the suburbs. Lin Feng did not enter the urban area for fear of disturbing them and causing unnecessary panic. He observed from afar several mining industrial areas where there were still lights. Tens of thousands of people live here, stick to their posts, and continue to supply industrial power to the rear. Many areas that were once polluted by heavy industry. After experiencing the Great Depression, the company has regained its vitality and started operating at full capacity thanks to the strong demand from the war on the front lines. Several large base cities in the rear safety zone are located in Kinzhou. According to Qinhu, there are 6 large base cities with a population of tens of millions. 4 in the south and 2 in the north. Southern states have already formed a semi-independent state under the guidance of their own awakened people. They are the kind that obey orders but not instructions. Among them is the Iron and Steel Alliance Group's industrial base, which is located in the south and southeast corner of Kinzhou, with a total of 2 bases. They are specially designed to process thousands of tons of coal shipped from Jianzhou, and at the same time transport coking coal, coke, and electricity to the non-ferrous smelting base in Zhangzhou in the south. Because Kinzhou is located south of the Chang River and its terrain is dominated by loess mountains, in order not to expose its own existence, Lin Feng asked Long Yu to control the green-winged insect and lower its flight altitude. Try to sneak among the barren and dim mountains towards Longzhou, your destination. Soon, the 2 entered the territory of Longzhou. There were not many survivors gathered here, and most of the refugees stayed in the large base city of Kinzhou is too harsh, and there is not even a large base city with a population of tens of millions. The only large city, Lancheng, the provincial capital, has a population of only a few million. Like Jincheng in the south, it is built around a long river in the north. In the harsh environment with dust everywhere and smog covering the sky, Lancheng can barely guarantee water supply in the hot summer. Lin Feng took out a map provided by Qin Hu and quickly found the university town in the center of the city. His mother, He Yuan's research center, was in a research building in the university town, but Lin Feng was not sure of the exact location. But as long as the approximate direction is determined, through telepathy and Long Yi's mental scan, the specific location of Heiji and Dingchenghe can be quickly found. We're finally here. Let's go and find a place to hide them first, Lin Feng spoke slowly, and the two of them landed on a gravel wasteland outside the city. Before the sun completely set, they found a hillock and hid the 4 green-winged insects there, after instructing them to drink the organic nutrient solution and not run out without permission. Long Yi followed Lin Feng's steps and walked towards the only big city in the wasteland in front of them. The two of them walked briskly, maintaining a steady pace of dozens of meters per step, and in a few moments they arrived at the outskirts of Lancheng. Although this place is called a suburb, it is already filled with some of the survivors who have been diverted here. Those who have fled here basically have to rely on the help of the War Management Committee to barely survive. However, Lin Feng saw many people among them who looked numb but had good strength. Their physical attributes are generally high, and some even reach the level of 6th level enhanced humans, but their bodies are very weak, and their health and mental attributes are far lower than normal humans. Just as Lin Feng was puzzled, Ling Yu beside him spoke directly and explained softly, "They have done experiments, probably using the special cells of other awakened humans, hoping to improve the overall evolution level of the tribe. It is equivalent to developing the most universal and adaptable evolutionary medicine from a large number of experimental samples, so these people are used as waste and naturally become the victims behind the progress of the ethnic group." Lin Feng did not nod and remained silent. Ling patted his shoulder. "Now is the time for the survival of mankind. Don't worry so much if we can improve the basic strength of all of us to the stage of enhanced humans. It will undoubtedly be a huge improvement for the overall improvement of mankind. After all, when fully armed, enhanced humans can definitely compete with the first-order black spine insects of the Zerg. The improvement of the overall evolution degree can also expand the foundation for the birth of awakened people from the originally large group of ordinary people, thereby increasing the number of awakened people. Not all of these people have been experimented on, so they are probably voluntary. It's a good deal to exchange experiments for material compensation." Lin Feng paused and stopped thinking about these things. He took Long Yi and turned into a shadow, disappearing into the gathering refugee area outside the city. Soon we saw a large biological research institute in the city, which was still brightly lit at dusk. This should be the main center of the Federal Institute of Biology. According to Lin Feng's telepathy, there are many weak but powerful beings in these buildings and underground laboratories. They all have the strength level of the middle and late second stage. You also thought of the artificial Superman project of the Federal Biological Research Institute that he had learned from Ling Shuain when he was still in Jincheng base, taking advantage of the excellent performance of teenagers and children in the fusion of superpower genes. We help them awaken and implant multiple superpower tissue cells. This allows it to release a variety of different abilities in battle. The only problem with doing this is that the load is too heavy, which will seriously consume and overdraw the vitality of the experimenters, shortening their lifespan while leaving them in a semi-weak state. The combat endurance is greatly reduced. However, this time he came to Lancheng in the northwest not to witness the effect of the Federation's roundabout way to save the country, but to find clues to his parents' past. So Lin Feng took the curious Ling Gai away from the brightly lit biological industry area. Arriving outside the university town and confirming the location of the research institute building, the two entered and saw that only a few laboratories had lights on. Lin Feng used his telepathy to take a precise look and confirm a laboratory, which was most likely where Heiji and the other were. Ling Yi, who was standing by, also used mental means to clean the place inside and out, and then analyzed the pheromones in the air to confirm its location just like Lin Feng. Moreover, the targets chosen by both parties are surprisingly consistent. After smiling at each other, the two continued to sneak. With Long Gai around, all he had to do was glance at a nearby guard and he would immediately fall unconscious. Under the blow of the mental hammer, he would instantly fall into a baby-like sleep. This is the benefit of mastering spiritual means, being able to sneak into various places silently. The reason why the Zerg mother was able to act as a spy and lurk in the human army was obviously because of her outstanding spiritual power. After breaking through these peak first-level guarding forces, the ghostly figures of the two quickly approached the laboratory where Heiji and Ding Chenghe were. Lin Feng looked at the introduction board outside the laboratory, which had his mother He Yuan's ID photo, as well as her professional title, background, and research direction, and he couldn't help feeling deeply moved as her son. I haven't been here once in all these years since He Yuan was transferred here to do research. He raised his hand and placed it on the door handle, applying slight force and directly broke the internal lock core after pushing open the door. Ding Chenghe was seen holding a long knife made from the giant jaws of a tiger-backed worm, protecting a woman in a white coat behind him. It was not until Lin Feng and the other man revealed their appearance under the dim light that Ding Chenghe's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he was so excited that he was shaking all over, and he couldn't even smile or speak clearly. Lin Feng, good boy, why are you here? Lin Feng shrugged, opened his arms, and hugged Ding Chenghe, who looked haggard. In March, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the two, once familiar friends, met again after experiencing so many twists and turns, and they were filled with emotion. Sit down and talk. Lin Feng patted Ding Chenghe on the shoulder, took out a few bottles of organic nutrient solution from his backpack and handed them to Ding Chenghe. After the latter took a sip, his eyes suddenly lit up. He happily handed the remaining bottles to the woman behind him. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the familiar old friend in front of him with a serious expression. After all, the world of academic masters was very different from that of ordinary people like himself. Now that they met again, Lin Feng coughed lightly. Long time no see, cousin. Chapter 288 He-Yuan and number 039, S Research Data, Wormhole Theory. Heiji nodded and picked up the bottle given by Lin Feng. Ding Chenghe introduced, that's what I said. The nutrient solution extracted from the second-level insect eggs is rich in energy and does not contain any Zerg toxins. You can drink it without worry. I heard from my colleagues at the Biological Research Institute that this thing can not only quickly restore the state and repair the injuries of the awakened, but also improve our physical strength. Ordinary first-level awakeners can't even reach that level. Even the members of the Research Institute can only save them for the key experimental subjects. Heiji unscrewed the bottle cap, took a sip, and felt the organic nutrient solution flowing in her body. With the help of Ding Chenghe, she has successfully advanced to the first stage early awakener. The organic nutrient solution of the second stage insect eggs in her hand has a particularly obvious effect on her. What happened in the past few months, starting from when you left Jincheng at the front line, seeing the two people's haggard state gradually returning to normal, Lin Feng immediately asked. Ding Chenghe sighed. Heiji was already under house arrest at that time. The information your mother left behind contains a lot of information about the Zerg. Starting from the day of the solar eclipse, the Zerg army invaded the land from the ocean. The end of mankind has come, and the coastal areas have fallen. About the Zerg's characteristics and precautions so quickly, this data file made a great contribution in the early stages of fighting against the Zerg. However, when all resistance failed, those idlers turned their attention to Heiji, questioning how she could obtain such detailed information in advance. Then we traced the case all the way back to your mother, Professor He Yuan, who set up this laboratory. Having said that, Ding Chenghe turned to look at the woman behind him, motioning her to add details. Heiji put down the bottle and continued, Professor He studies astrophysics. He originally wanted to move his laboratory to the northwest in order to obtain the latest research data at the observatory here. After her disappearance, I, as Professor He's student, inherited this laboratory and the large amount of research files she left behind, and the information about the alien Zerg is only a small part of it. In addition to the Zerg, there are a large number of incomprehensible contents classified in different archives. In order to make up for their failed order decision, that group of people accused Professor He of treason, believing that it was during his observation work at the observatory that he contacted the alien Zerg and provided the accurate coordinates of the solar system, allowing them to reach the blue planet and invade the world. In fact, according to my research and comparison, the many incomprehensible archival materials left by Professor He have no connection with the observation data of the past decade or so. It is impossible for her to record and draw such a detailed introduction of the Zerg through signal communication, but those people just need an excuse to cover up their failures and evade responsibility. I was imprisoned in this laboratory and was not allowed to reveal the truth to the outside world. Fortunately, Ding Chenghe rushed back in time to prevent the situation from getting worse, and You quickly rose to prominence in the war on the front lines and became the only remaining resistance force in the south. You were also the first to advance to the third stage, becoming the most powerful awakened human being, so the previous decision of the federal high-level officials was soon suppressed as you rose step by step and were able to influence the current situation. However, in order to prevent any accidents from happening to us, they still sent heavy troops to guard outside the laboratory to prevent any accidents from happening to us. After understanding the situation, Lin Feng nodded. When I first came in, I saw that they looked nervous and haggard, and I thought they had been abused, but now it seems that it was their own fault. I want to know what my mother left behind, as well as clues about why she and my father disappeared and whereabouts. Lin Feng opened his mouth slowly and asked about the ultimate purpose of this trip. Ding Chenghe glanced at He behind him, then smiled bitterly, pinched his brows wearily, and pointed to the pile of documents behind him. We are also in the process of researching this. We have been staying up all night for more than half a month and only sleep 2 or 3 hours a day. Why else would you be so tired? He picked up a new folder, handed it to Lin Feng, and said in a low voice, "This is useful information I collected from a large amount of research data. It may be useful to you. Anti-Wen's research is too diverse. It is not limited to astrophysics, but covers all disciplines that humans have studied so far, and even includes a large number of research contents that humans have never studied before." Ding Chenghe and I racked our brains, but we could only barely understand less than 10% of the information. After hearing Heji's description, Lin Feng was roughly able to confirm that his mother, He had indeed advanced to the 4th stage, but it should be only in the spiritual aspect. It is equivalent to what Long Yi called the pseudo-4th order. However, because the human race and civilization has never had a 4th level being born, He strength should be much stronger than the pseudo-4th level in the usual sense. From the fact that she was able to leave some information in her spiritual world, it can be seen that her strength should not be underestimated. After opening the folder in his hand, Lin Feng saw a general outline listed, as well as He final conclusion and speculation about the current state of the universe. As I mentioned before, because the universe is so large, thousands or tens of thousands of light years long, even if it is possible to travel in space at sublight speed, the energy consumption of the journey will be too huge. As a result, a large number of civilizations will be trapped on their parent stars or star systems, unable to communicate with the outside world in real time. In other words, cosmic civilizations like those in the Milky Way can only be concentrated in areas with dense star systems, forming operating centers with multiple routes for marginal star systems like the solar system, which account for a large proportion, unless the life inside the planets can evolve into cosmic civilization, that is, give birth to 4th level or higher existences to help civilization move out of the galaxy and onto the cosmic stage. It will be trapped in the solar system for life until it perishes. So He believes that there must be another more efficient navigation mode, that is the wormhole theory. According to the law of cosmic expansion, the entire universe can be regarded as an expanding bubble, and the existing universe is the surface film of the bubble. The bubble membrane is an evolved and mature space. Not only is its structure stable, but the rules and laws it contains are also very complete. Therefore, if we want to start from this aspect, break the existing rules and break the speed of light, the difficulty is no less than the second creation. The wormhole is an effective solution. By creating a deep gap inside the bubble membrane, superluminal travel can be achieved in the original chaotic space. Then it will reach the selected coordinate position and realize rapid and extremely low energy expansion of the universe. After reading He research theory, Lin Feng handed it to Long Yi, who was standing beside him. The latter nodded after reading it and said affirmatively, "Your mother's guess is basically correct, but there are some details. First of all, wormholes are not so easy to open. Even a huge celestial body like a star can only collapse a deep pit on this space membrane with its mass, which is far from the extent of tearing the surface space. There is only one type of star in the universe that can form a natural wormhole, and that is a large black hole, but the structure of this wormhole is not stable. In addition, even cosmic life forms above the 3rd level cannot withstand the powerful gravitational force of a black hole. If they get close to a black hole, they will be torn to pieces in an instant. Only gods of higher levels can barely maintain themselves in front of a black hole, so not every cosmic civilization can open and utilize wormholes, not even ordinary god-level civilizations. It must be the top-level one, above the 9th level of the God King, with its own infinite power, and consuming the energy of an entire star system, to break the rules of real time and space and create a wormhole. And this is just the beginning. Under the surface is the virtual world of energy bodies, and below that is the inner world with chaotic rules. Just as He said, it is too primitive and the laws are born and destroyed at will, so the speed of light is not locked in. It can be accelerated continuously until it exceeds the speed of light, or even reaches several times the speed of light. Adding the bubble theory, the distance traveled on the surface is not the shortest straight line between 2 points, but a crooked, super long arc. However, in the inner world, it can cross the shortest distance, greatly shortening the voyage while also gaining several times the speed of light. This way, the wormhole can shorten the travel time to the utmost, but the only problem is that in the primitive inner world of chaos, breaking through the conservation of light speed also requires consuming a large amount of domain lock power to form a law shield to resist the invasion of chaos around you, so after the Zerg leave the wormhole, they have to lie dormant for a while to replenish their status. In short, there is nothing wrong with the theory. With Hiyun's own level of evolution, it is not difficult for her to master these problems. This is E.G. who raised a different objection after hearing what Long Yi said. According to the existing rules, if you exceed the speed of light, you can start time travel and go back to the past. Could it be that Entwen has already traveled to other time and space to find a solution to the crisis? Long Yi frowned slightly. She seemed to have heard Lin Feng ask this question before, but it was also related to the wormhole theory, so she shook her head and explained again, that's right. If you are in the inner world of a wormhole and look at the bubble membrane outside, you will find that time can also be controlled. You can go back to the beginning of the universe, and you can see what's going to happen in the future, but all of this is based on the fact that we are wrapped in the energy of the domain, which is equivalent to a layer of light particles disguised as a layer. It is only temporary. Once you reach your destination and walk out of the wormhole, you will experience a process of collapse from virtual to real, and return to the timeline of the real world. That's why Hiyun learned so much knowledge that humans shouldn't have, some of which doesn't even exist in the solar system, like the Zerg. As he spoke, Long glanced at the 3 people present and looked at Lin Feng. It can now be confirmed basically that your mother is at least a pseudo 4th level existence with spiritual power entering the 4th stage, so the rest of the explanation makes sense. When her mental power broke through the upper limit of the 3rd level, the power of perfected artistic conception enabled her mental consciousness to enter the virtual world below the real world. In the near future, I saw that the Zerg invaded the blue planet and wanted to destroy humans. So in order to solve this crisis, we had to erase the coordinates of the Zerg's arrival. That is the most obvious satellite in the blue star system today, the moon. Lin Feng looked solemn, because he had learned from the spine god that Hiyun had finally disappeared to the place. It is the moon above everyone's head at this moment, so my mother went to the moon to solve the Zerg invasion crisis. Then how did she die? And why did my father appear in the end place deep underground? Lin Feng asked in confusion. Long Yi shook his head and closed the folder in his hand. These materials were left behind before she left. It is difficult to speculate what she did on the moon. We need more information and references to support our claims. Watch the 2 people speaking incomprehensible words. E.G. frowned and asked Lin Feng and the others, Auntie Wen is dead? How did you confirm that? Lin Feng sighed and explained, in the real world of the surface universe, what has happened cannot be changed, and life and death cannot be reversed. I confirmed this from the time and space retracing in the virtual world. At this time, Long Yi, who was beside him, had walked forward and started to check the piles of documents. After Lin Feng briefly introduced the information about his parents' whereabouts, he began to look for suspicious information. After a brief digestion, He and Ding Chenghe also joined in. Soon, Lin Feng made an unexpected discovery. On the desk where his mother worked, there was a photo frame of a family of 3. When Lin Feng picked it up, he found a small USB flash drive hidden on the back of the photo frame. I picked it up and looked at it, and I found this unexpectedly. Lin Feng looked at the black USB flash drive in his hand and spoke. After saying this, he immediately attracted the attention of 3 people nearby. Everyone's attention was focused on Lin Feng's hands. Hurry up and find a computer to plug it in and check it out. Maybe there will be other important clues in it, Ding Chenghe immediately said, and walked forward to turn on the power of the old computer on the workbench. I waited for more than half a minute. After the computer finished booting up, it froze for another 10 seconds before entering normal operation. He explained, there is a lot of astronomical observation data stored in the computer, and I usually have to use analysis software to run the data, so it is very slow. Let's try inserting it to the side. Then Lin Feng inserted the USB flash drive in his hand into the socket below the power button. After the scan and reading are completed, click with a mouse and you will see a bunch of video files inside screen of the player showed the image of Lin Feng as a newborn baby, but Lin Feng seemed to have no memory of this. Chapter 289, Forgotten Memory, Omniscience is Omnipotence. As the video continues, Lin Feng's hands and body began to tremble. Gradually he found that he had no impression of the heartwarming scenes playing on the screen. Even the vague feeling seemed very unfamiliar to him. Long Yi keenly noticed Lin Feng's emotional changes. She put her hand on his shoulder, comforting him while signaling him to calm down. Lin Feng took a deep breath and continued to click on the past scenes in front of him that did not exist in his memory. As the content of the video progresses, the timeline follows Lin Feng's childhood growth. Time gradually came to the time when Lin Feng was 5 years old, and a yellow Labrador appeared in the picture. Lin Feng suddenly felt relieved because he remembered this dog. He still remembered the scene of riding on the big yellow dog's back and running around the house. Lin Feng's small hands were no match for the dog, and he was knocked down by the big yellow dog's thick tail. Furious, Lin Feng started crying and making a fuss, then slowly stretched out his hand and pointed it at the big yellow dog that was still wagging its tail and grinning. At this moment, the warm expression on Lin Feng's face outside the screen suddenly changed. A bad premonition arose spontaneously, because he had no memory of this scene at all. Even when Lin Feng racked his brains to recall it, he felt a faint tingling sensation in his brain. However, at the same time, as the scenes in the video continued to advance as the shooting time, as Lin Feng cried and was, the big yellow dog that he had pointed his hand at suddenly let out a painful howl as if it was controlled by some terrifying external force. Then, the big yellow dog, which was wagging its tail happily just a moment ago, suddenly exploded from the inside as if it had eaten a grenade, and blood, flesh, and broken bones splattered all over the room. This scene not only scared He-Yun, who was filming the video, but also shocked outside the screen who was watching the video at the moment. The mouse in Lin Feng's hand was accidentally crushed into powder after he lost control of it for a moment. But the camera in the video is still shooting overexertion. Then, off-screen, the frightened He-Yun called her husband Lin Yu for help. "Come back quickly, Xiao Feng is out of control." Yes, just like before, he used that ability to accidentally kill Darwang. It took less than a second, and I had no time to stop him. "Come back quickly, he has fainted." I know. In a moment, Lin Yu, who was working far away, appeared outside room 301 on the third floor of the demolished house. Judging from the fact that the door of the living room was not opened in the picture, Lin Yu appeared directly from the balcony outside the living room, accompanying He-Yun into the picture. In other words, he arrived directly at the balcony of his home within a minute or two after receiving the message and hanging up the phone from his workplace in Haichang City, more than 10 kilometers away. At this time, Long Yi stretched out his hand and pressed the space bar to pause the video, then spoke to Lin Feng, who had a slightly ferocious expression and was trembling all over. "Let me do it. You go to the side and take a rest." Then he told Ding Chenghei to get a new mouse and plug it back into the computer. "Once you are done, click on the video to continue playing." After Lin Yu came back, he began to use some kind of force to separate the splattered flesh and blood from the walls, the ground and the sofa. Finally, together with a hair, they come together again. It was a lifeless dog corpse. At this time, He-Yun hurriedly walked forward, picked up Lin Feng, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and put him on the sofa. Lin Yu opened his mouth to comfort him. "It's okay. I have strengthened the blockade. The power of his state of mind will not leak out in the short term." He-Yun frowned slightly, "But this is not a long-term solution after all. If Xia Feng cannot control the power in his body, sooner or later, it will cause irreparable damage. Didn't you say before that once it fully awakens, it can even wipe out 1/3 of the blue planet? At that time, the entire human civilization will be destroyed." Lin Yu looked solemn. "So either send him away from the blue planet or away from human society, and I will build a temporary shelter for him on the planet, or we can maintain the status quo as before and erase his memory until you develop a solution." He-Yun struggled for a moment, and finally sighed. "Go ahead, erase this memory, the video ends here." Lin Yu takes over and gentle strokes Lin Feng's forehead. A golden light flashes on the palm of his hand. But the camera is picked up and turned off by He-Yun not long after. When the video is loaded to the end, the player will be zoomed out. The laboratory suddenly became eerily quiet. Lin Feng could already feel their gazes, focused on him, with a hint of fear and awe. A few seconds later, Lin Feng covered his forehead, pushed his hair up, and said in a depressed tone, I have no impression of these memories, not even a single crucial detail. The only big yellow dog was our Wang's last funeral. My father and I dug a hole in the greenery in the courtyard of the community and buried it. Now it seems that it died in my hands. Ling turned his head and held Lin Feng's hand. You have evolved into a third stage existence. It is impossible for you to forget about the things you have experienced, unless they do not exist, and once the ability to control particles evolves to its final stage, deleting memory neurons in the brain of a living being will be nothing more than a trivial matter, so it seems that your ability may not come from your mother, He-Yuan, but from your father, Lin Yu. Given your ability to change any material structure, you must have at least divine bloodline. This means your father is most likely the son of a divine civilization that drifted to Blue Star, and the blood relationship with the gods of whose race is very close. It is very likely that he is the second generation of the direct lineage, but his strength is average. Judging from the video, he may have just entered the fourth stage. For a second generation god, this has seriously dragged down his average strength level, and he ended up here by accident. It's very likely that the Proto civilization he belonged to suffered a fatal blow, and the gods he worshipped also met with an unexpected accident or died directly, forcing the son of God to start a life of exile. Of course, this is just my guess. In short, you have at least 1/3 of divine blood flowing in your body, which is why you possess such terrifying divine power at such a young age. After listening to what Long Yu said, Lin Feng asked back, if my father is already a 4th level life form, then how did he give birth to me with my mother, an ordinary human? Long curled his lips, turned around and manipulated the mouse button, scrolling the video to the moment when Xiao Lin Feng used his divine power to tear the big yellow dog into pieces, and pointed at the ripples that appeared on the screen. See. This is the power of your artistic conception. Although it is only a weakened version, at that time, it can act on anything, including flesh and blood. Your mother is right next to you. If she can withstand it, she must be at least a 2nd level awakener or above. As long as they are willing, a 4th order cosmic life form can make an ordinary individual quickly grow into a 2nd order or even 3rd order evolver in a very short time. If he spends a little more time and effort, he can even use his own powerful vitality to emit genetic radiation and transform the entire planet into the same environment as his home planet within a few decades, including the distorted and assimilated humans. They will become the same as him. This can be seen from the genetic warriors, and your father has mastered the power of complete artistic conception. Although he can't bring the dead back to life and give them a new soul, he wants to create a new life from scratch. He has no requirements for the object of combination, but from the information your mother left behind, it is clear that Lin Yu is looking for a human genius with a very high IQ to help him achieve a certain goal. It could be a way to leave a remote solar system, or some extremely rare god-level technology. After saying this, Ling Yi continued, the following videos are probably all deleted memories of your growth process. They are probably related to the rampage of your superpowers. Do you want to continue watching? Lin Feng took a deep breath and hummed, keep reading, maybe there will be some useful clues in there. She slightly and started clicking on the next video. The content is similar to the above. It is also Xiao Lin Feng's unexpected rampage, causing a lot of chaos and damage. There was even one time when this ignorant little fellow mixed up a cat and a dog together, which gave Lin Yu a headache and he had to smash them to pieces towards the end of the video. Probably when Lin Feng was in his teens and in junior high school, He-Yuan, who was becoming increasingly haggard, was the first to choose to leave because she could not bear it anymore. Although she has entered the 3rd stage and has mastered powerful psychic abilities, taking care of Lin Feng, especially having to try her best to control her runaway son, has taken a toll on He-Yuan both physically and mentally. But even so, the residual divine power released from Lin Feng's body was unknowingly eroding He-Yuan's body and spirit. In the end, He-Yuan chose to devote all her energy to research, and first find a way to control this divine power and prevent it from leaking out. Subsequent video recordings were all of He-Yuan alone in the laboratory, recording her daily mumbling to herself. Seeing my mother depressed and gradually going crazy because she couldn't find a solution for a long time, she sat in front of the camera, crying and laughing like a madman. Lin Feng's eyes felt sore, and he gradually understood why he had no impression of his mother. Video He-Yuan inside had changed her previous haggard and numb image. Although she was still sloppy, the joy in her eyes could no longer be stopped from showing. I found it. I finally found a way to temporarily seal Xiao Feng's abilities, so that he can integrate into human society as a normal human being. I know Lin Yu will definitely refuse this, but I still have to complete my mission. Xiao Feng, Mom is here to save you. Lin Feng looked at the date. It was when he was 13 years old and just started the first grade of junior high school. It was also from then on that his memories of the past began to become clear. From then on, everything became continuous and traceable. The last video in the USB file was dated 6 or 7 years later, when Lin Feng had already been admitted to university. I realized that this was the last footage He Yuan recorded in front of the camera a few days before she disappeared. Yu Longyi slowly clicked on the video, narrowed his eyes slightly, and observed carefully, not missing any details. The scene is still the familiar laboratory. At this time, He Yuan changed her rough and sloppy image. She wore glasses and sat in front of the camera in a gentle manner. Dive into the deep world in my dreams. According to Lin Yu, that is a place called the virtual world. I can see what happened in the visible universe and fragments of the future. In the future, I saw the alien Zerg invading the blue planet. There are extremely powerful beings among them. You and your son, as well as the current human race, cannot stop the Zerg invasion. The solar system is a springboard for them to go further, and a temporary service area for rest. In the rich blue planet, humans are just delicious food in their mouths, and genetic consumables for expanding the divine domain. Your father and I have decided to stay here, and we are placing all our hopes of our escape plan on you. Although your bloodline is impure, it has been transformed subtly by divine power and has been perfectly integrated. The effect is unexpectedly good. According to your father, awakening too early means extremely high talent. After fusing with human genes, the original chance of awakening as an adult will also be advanced. You will then experience a second awakening and gain the great potential to become a god, stronger than your father, and more capable of shouldering the responsibility of protecting humanity. If your father and I fail in our plan on the moon, we will unblock your abilities. If it succeeds, the seal will be automatically unblocked when you are over 50 and mature. By then, you will have enough rationality and rich cognitive concepts to master this powerful force that is enough to change the future of mankind. Come on, Xia Fen, when we are not around, you should live well and eat on time. After saying that, the video automatically hung up. Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment, and Ding Chenghe and He Ji were even more confused. Only Ling Yi noticed something. At this time, Lin Feng had a dazed expression, staring at the computer screen with lifeless eyes. Spiritual realms? She must have encountered an accident when she was promoted to the 4th level, and her consciousness sank into the virtual world and the inner world, the ultimate and complete energy. At the moment of spiritual ascension, the gaze is projected across the entire universe, merging into the ocean of particles and entering a state of omniscience, and the omniscience, it also means omnipotence. Chapter 290, Backhand, Superman 0, Superpower Gene Tree. Omniscience is omnipotence. You mean, at the moment when my mother left the real world, with all-powerful power, how could the Zerg still invade the solar system? Just like the Zerg, why not create a black curtain and hide the entire solar system? Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked. Ling sighed and shook his head. No one knows what happened after they left the blue planet and headed for the moon. Apparently, something went wrong during the final execution, causing He Yuan to do something other than concealing the spatial coordinates of the solar system. Although omniscience is omnipotence, not everything can be accomplished in an instant. From the time she burned her self-consciousness and started to send her spiritual energy to the time she was truly completely transcendent, it took only about 10 seconds to a minute. During this time, she first understood the past and the future in the ocean of particles, and then she was able to leave an impact on the real world before she was completely assimilated. Didn't your mother say in the video that if you fail, she would unseal you, so your ability is back? This can be considered as her backup plan. Lin Feng looked at his hands, but it doesn't react to the living organisms. Could it be that it has only unlocked part of it? Don't forget me when I was a kid. At this time, Lin Feng was able to confirm that his infinite upgrade system was one of the means left by He Yuan to unlock the seal of the divine power. To be more precise, it is to release the destructive power in one's blood in a gentle and sustainable way. And the system is the center that controls this divine power. Help Lin Feng gradually gain the qualifications to control it during his evolution and growth. Long Yu replied slowly, it's kind of a protective restriction. Although you have inherited the power from the gods, the other half of your bloodline genes come from primitive humans and naturally cannot bear the load of the gods' power. In the video, Lin Feng can cause great damage every time he goes berserk, but he will faint after releasing his energy. There were several times when he had nosebleeds and even blood coming out of all his orifices. This is a sign that your body is weak and cannot bear the cost of releasing divine power. When divine power acts on the outside world, it will also destroy your body, in order to reduce its side effects on your body. I think this is one of the restrictions, directly blocking its control over flesh and blood life. But even if you are restricted to only a few % of your abilities, you can still easily defeat the Queen Mother with your short-term development. Lin Feng lowered his head and scratched his scalp. Then my father, as a cosmic life form, long patted the big boy on the shoulder. Yes, he was trapped in the land of the end. I think when the Zerg were passing through the wormhole, Lin Yu came to stop them, but was defeated by the insect god himself, who used his blood to fuse and control the body of the 4th level Mad King, promoted him to the 5th or even 6th level, and finally became a puppet warrior under the command of the insect god. We must start the rescue as soon as possible. Only after the rescue can we find out all the truth behind this. Lin Feng raised his head, his expression of sadness gradually turned into a determined look, and he nodded solemnly. That's right. Enter the late stage of the 3rd stage as soon as possible, and replace the 3rd stage cells in the body with higher level electric-driven cells, then head to the center of the earth to rescue my dad. The corner of his eye narrowed slightly, revealing a trace of relief. Don't feel too burdened. What happened in the past is in the past. You have proven yourself now and are fully qualified to receive this power. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. After watching dozens of videos, the shock and pressure brought to him were even more shocking than when he first saw the Queen Mother of Heicheng. Although before this, we had already made a rough guess through various signs and clues, but what he didn't expect was that so many fragments of his past would be erased, especially the great sacrifices his mother He Yuan made for him, which almost exhausted her life's energy. Without He Yuan's hard work to seal the divine power in her son's body, Lin Feng might have been influenced by his father's divine bloodline, and lost himself, or even distorted beyond recognition. He knew better than anyone the fate of the hybrids, with Shenji and Qinhu in front and the warrior hunter behind. Let's search for a while longer. If there are no other clues, we can go to the Federal Research Institute and complete the previous transaction. Lin Feng spoke. The other 3 nodded and continued to act. And the way Ding Chenghe and He Ji looked at Lin Feng also became different. After all, Lin Feng's current identity and background seemed too far away from ordinary humans. They had never heard of the so-called gods. There are only brief descriptions of the Zerg in the information about them. At first, thought that the so-called insect god was just a monotheistic belief that maintained the unity of the insect race, similar to a fictional existence in the church. As their experience in direct confrontations with the Queen Mother increased, after witnessing the advent of the divine realm, everyone in the research institute realized that this insect god might really exist. Strictly speaking, the great insect god should be the ultimate life on the road of evolution. Evolving to above the 6th level, it possesses nearly infinite power and lifespan, becoming a pinnacle existence that surpasses ordinary cosmic life. According to the information left by He Yuan, the Zerg gods are extremely large and can easily destroy small geological planets like Blue Star. The Queen Mother, the leader of the Zerg that invaded the Blue Star, was its blood descendant. However, He Yuan believes that the insect god is too high in level and too heavy to travel through the narrow wormhole tunnel, so humans do not need to face its oppression for the time being. For humans, as long as they can withstand the attack of the Zerg Queen, there is still a glimmer of hope. Even so, the power of the gods, through the strength of the Queen Mother, has left an indelible shadow in the hearts of mankind. Therefore, many people choose to join the Zerg, preferring to accept genetic pollution and become crazy hybrids. They are even willing to sell out their own kind in order to join the Zerg and become believers of the Zerg god. Because he is the true god. An omnipotent god. And now, the descendant of another god is right in front of He Ji and the others. The previous video and Long Yi's explanation had almost caused their brains to crash, although I have come to my senses now. I am still feeling mixed emotions and a myriad of thoughts. There was also a hint of awe in the look he gave Lin Feng, so the laboratory became quiet with only the sounds of footsteps and turning pages of documents. But when He Ji looked at Lin Feng, besides awe and solemnity, there seemed to be other emotions in her expression. After searching for all the other details, Lin Feng, who knew nothing about scientific research materials, returned to the computer, opened the video in the USB drive, and continued to watch the lost memories of his childhood. Those precious moments between him and his mother He Yuan. Until a certain moment not long after, Lin Feng suddenly had a premonition of crisis in his heart. He turned around and met the eyes of Long Yi, who had put down the documents in his hand. Both of them confirmed something was wrong from each other's eyes. Ling Yi took the lead and released a spiritual force that spread around the laboratory. At the same time, he activated the golden armor on his body and became alert. After Lin Feng's telepathy failed, he stood up from his seat, opened the window and flew outside the laboratory building. Activate the golden armor's flight mode, float in the air, and then use your instincts to sense the presence of unknown threats. Soon, the peepers, realizing that they had been hiding and had become ineffective, appeared from several nearby buildings. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that the people who came to investigate were all thin young people. The youngest one among them, like the little Lin Feng who appeared in the video just now, looked only 8 or 9 years old, but the aura they exude is much stronger than Zhao Lin Feng's, and each of them is in the middle to late second stage. Lin Feng immediately thought of the artificial Superman project that the Federal Research Institute had established earlier when the two entered Land City and passed by the Biological Research Institute. Lin Feng had already discovered that in the basements of those buildings, there were experimental subjects with extremely strong auras. They were sent here now. Apparently because they discovered the sudden intrusion of Lin Feng and Long Yi, the senior management of the Research Institute who hid behind the scenes and controlled and directed this group of little superheroes, also responded after seeing the appearance of the invaders, cancel the battle and let the experimental subjects retreat. The little Superman, wearing a special battle armor, gradually entered the hidden state, then activated the teleportation ability, and soon disappeared without a trace in the darkness. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. In just a few seconds, he had already felt several different superpowers from this group of experimental subjects. It seems that the plan of the Institute of Biology has achieved initial results. The explosive combat power of these little supermen may even be stronger than that of the peak second-level genetic warriors. The so-called power of artistic conception, after all, is actually an advanced version of superpowers. It gradually infiltrates the original superpowers into the genes and becomes a law engraved on oneself, thus leading to the fourth stage of evolution way. Although their power level is not as high-end as the power of artistic conception, their level in actual combat is far stronger than opponents of the same level who have mastered ordinary artistic conception. This is also the reason why Lin Feng cheered up and came to deal with it seriously. As the person behind the scenes gave orders, the experimental subjects left the research building one after another. An unpleasant temptation seems to have ended. But in the end, one of them floated in the air and was reluctant to turn around and leave. Yi, who was standing at the window, quickly noticed his presence. They narrowed their eyes slightly and realized that the condition of the experimental subject had changed. He is not very old. Judging from his body shape and appearance, he looks to be only in his early teens. However, the aura he exudes makes him unique among all the experimental subjects into a residual shadow and quickly attacked Lin Feng in mid-air. The special armor they wear is made from the second-order giant jaws of the tiger-backed worm. It is second only to the golden armor in terms of solidity and can provide great protection. However, the protection of the tiger bug armor is no different from a piece of white paper in front of Lin Feng, forward and rushed down, falling heavily to the ground. There was a loud bang, and the bricks on the ground outside the research building shattered into pieces, leaving a 5-meter-wide deep pit. At this moment, the armor on the experimental subject was directly shattered into pieces by Lin Feng's squeezing and Impact Research Institute, and the other party gave Ling Shuai and the experimental subject number 11 as a research sample. If I am not mistaken, the unconscious child in front of me should be Subject 0. Not long after, several off-road vehicles drove in from the biological research area in the distance, including 2 ambulances with flashing lights and sirens. After they arrived, a group of fully armed first-level peak warriors came down, led by 3 second-level awakeners. Among them are many genetically modified warriors. The middle-aged warrior's second-level awakener walked slowly over and bowed to Lin Feng and said, "Hello, welcome Mr. Lin. This is just a small accident. Our experimental subjects are not mature enough yet. I am Zhang Ming, the Vice President of the Federal Institute of Biology. Regarding this unpleasant start to the meeting, we will make sincere compensation." Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to the politeness of this big shot. He kicked the unconscious experimental subject in front of him and said, "His consciousness is on the verge of collapse. Rather than thinking that it is out of control, it is better to say that he wants to end the pain as soon as possible through such behavior." I watched as a group of people in white coats walked out of the ambulance, lifted up the experimental subject from the ground, tied him up and confined him to a stretcher, and injected him with various drugs. Lin Feng clapped his hands, brushed off the dust, and continued, Let's go and see what I want." Looking at the nonchalant attitude of the young man in front of him, Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva. His tense nerves never relaxed at all. According to reports from the front battlefield, in the breakout of the capital, this guy, who was invited by the federal top brass as foreign aid, actually became the absolute main force in the breakout. Not only did he directly kill the Queen Mother who needed to be restrained, but afterwards, he fought against the attacking alliance composed of multiple Queen Mothers, not only winning the final victory, but also killing multiple Queen Mothers. Today, Lin Feng has become the first third-level awakener of mankind, and has killed no less than 5 queens in succession. His strength has definitely reached the initial perfection of the third level. It is just not clear whether he killed the Zerg mid-stage queen, and advanced to the mid-stage third stage. But no matter what, the other party has fully demonstrated its strength through practical actions. The strongest weapon developed by the Federal Research Institute couldn't even last a single round in front of him, and was taken down instantly without any resistance. According to data evaluation, the combat effectiveness of experiment number 0 is comparable to that of the early Queen Mother. However, he was so vulnerable in front of Lin Feng. Doesn't this mean that Lin Feng now has the power to kill the early Queen Mother instantly? Thinking of this, Zhang Ming immediately perked up, walked behind Lin Feng very cooperatively, and introduced the experimental plan of the institute. Lin Feng remained silent, but the female companion who came with him was listening with great interest. Zhang Ming's eyes narrowed, and Ling Shuai's report and introduction emerged in his mind. He knew that the person in front of him was the researcher following Lin Feng, a being who has inherited Zerg technology. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming immediately put away his arrogant thoughts and humbly introduced their latest research results. After we established a superpower gene model, we analyzed and filled in a large number of samples and finally created a superpower gene tree belonging to humans, an extraordinary evolution system that encompasses all superpowers. After hearing these words, the expression on Long's face changed noticeably, and his interest suddenly increased. Lin Feng, who was walking beside him, also smiled for the first time in a long time. This investigation trip to the rear safety zone, sure enough, we came to the right place. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291: Gene Tree, Trade, and Reptiles. The gene tree, in the words of Ling Gai, is the gene bank of the race, also known as the gene map. Improving the gene library and building the gene tree is the path to the evolution of cosmic life. The electric-driven cells that Lin Feng has always dreamed of are actually the final fruit of the gene tree, and can be called the crown on the road of evolution. In comparison, the pinnacle of mental power followed is the omniscience possessed by Lin Feng's mother. Soon, the two directors Zhang of the Research Institute to the biological factory and entered a building. The building, like the entire factory area, was brightly lit. All the precious electricity in the end times is supplied here. Get into the elevator and go to the underground first floor. As the elevator door opened, what came into view was a laboratory table covered with precision instruments and hundreds of researchers wearing masks. Those graduate students from prestigious universities can only become the lowest level debugging employees in this great project. Those on the assembly line, however, in today's context of tight resources and severe situation, it is already quite good to still have a job on an assembly line, be able to eat and drink enough, and receive extra pay. It is a life that is unattainable for the refugees outside the city. These endless laboratories and experimental testers are the final step in piecing together the human superpower gene tree. In fact, all they need to do is use a super large biological mother nest to complete their work. A huge number of experimental samples. For Lin Feng and Long Yi, even if they killed all the Queen Mothers in the south and unified the 9 states in the south, it would be impossible to quickly compile a complete gene pool of mankind like the current Federation. Because this requires a complete and mature operating system and an organizational structure that can accurately convey and execute commands. To establish such a rule requires at least months or even years of operational governance. Therefore, even if the Federation lost more than half of its territory, even within the remaining half, most of the regions were already in a semi-independent state. But a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. The scale of resources it controls and the number of personnel it can mobilize are countless. Only in this way can we accomplish this feat in just 1 or 2 months. Led by Zhang Ming, The two crossed the large underground laboratory of tens of thousands of square meters and came to another descending elevator at the end this time. As the elevator slowly descended, the three of them came to a secret place dozens of meters deep underground. Zhang Ming started to introduce himself, his tone unable to conceal his pride. This is an underground safe haven specially built by the Federation long before the invasion of the alien Zerg, in order to deal with possible doomsday crises in the future, such as nuclear bomb attacks or biochemical crises. The soil in the northwest wasteland is dry, which is very suitable for underground excavation and transformation, so it is large in scale, and the human gene tree is built on this. As he was talking, the elevator slowly stopped, and as the door of the underground base slowly opened, a chill wafted out, and the drastic temperature difference made people shiver after stepped in. They gradually adapted to the 0-degree cold air. A huge underground space of the same size as the upper level, but with a raised ceiling, appeared before our eyes. This was originally a war shelter. It is a cylindrical space for everyone with a diameter of more than 50 meters, an area of more than 10,000 square meters, and a height of 20 meters. Plan: it will be divided into 7 floors, which can accommodate up to 2,000 survivors living at the same time. Now that the stratification plan has been cancelled, this large cylindrical structure is actually very suitable for preserving the genetic fire of mankind. Zhang Ming looked up and continued his introduction. Lin Feng and the other person beside him had their eyes wide open, looking at the scene in shock. In the huge cylindrical space, a 3-meter thick long cylinder stood in the center. Above it, like branches of a tree trunk, various infusion hoses connected piece after piece of fresh meat that was still twitching and jumping. There are 3 large pieces in total, which are as big as human bodies. They are the 3 of the tree stumps. On them, there are more branch pipes that are shaped like growing tree roots. Each piece is divided into thousands of thin rods, forming a tree of flesh and blood that connects the mutant cells. And at the ends of the 3 major branches and thousands of fine branches, there are countless specific leaves of supernatural genes organizes tens of thousands of different superpowers. It can be said to be the most powerful gene pool in human history. A living tree of supernatural genes. Lin Feng and Long Yi were both shocked by the scene before them. And it is the cornerstone for paving the way to the 4th level moment. Zhang Ming stopped talking. Any introduction would be superfluous under this supernatural gene tree. Lin Feng took Long Yi and slowly walked towards the tree trunk. Next to the 3-meter thick cylinder, you can see a display screen on the trunk, which records all the information of the genetic tree. I need a sample that includes all the branches and leaves. Lin Feng spoke in a deep voice, his tone brooking no refusal. You can make any conditions you want, while I am still willing to negotiate. Zhang Ming smiled and quickly gave the answer that had been discussed earlier. We need third-order cells from pure-blooded human awakeners. If City Lord Lin is still interested, I would like to hire your Salvation Army to assist us in killing a certain Stage 3 early Queen Mother. That's just the 2 requests. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The former was fine. He now had 5 third-stage members under him, not counting Long Yi. In addition to Shen Ji, Zhang Yuner and the leader of the Gene Corps, there are also Liu Yi and Liu Yuqi, all of whom are pure-blooded humans. The latter has awakened the power of artistic conception and is not suitable for trading, while Liu Yi's physical enhancement is just right, making him very suitable as a general-purpose third-order cell. The second request Zhang Ming put forward was to help their Federal Research Institute kill an early queen. This request can be big or small. So Lin Feng still wanted to ask more clearly, were you the ones who killed the Stage 3 early Queen Mother, or were they the experimental subjects? Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment, then said, that's not important. The subjects we have arranged should be excellent and controllable test subjects. We want to test whether their potential, rarity, and number are related to the power of awakening artistic conception. The second is the complete body of the Zerg Queen. This is even more valuable than a third-level awakener. Through research, we can better understand the true controllers of the Zerg and find ways to severely damage them. Lin Feng agreed, deal. But we need to take all the samples first. Zhang Ming frowned, but quickly regained his expressionless state. He avoided Lin Feng's direct gaze and fell into hesitation. Obviously, there are not many options left for the Institute. Lin Feng was fully capable of snatching the gene tree directly and turning the entire Lansheng into a ghost town. From the moment the Research Institute wanted to make a deal with Lin Feng, it had to give up all its bottom line's request. No problem. I have already arranged the backup of the World Tree in advance. As he spoke, Zhang Ming clapped his hands and ordered the maintenance personnel on the scene to clear the area and evacuate. After left, He dimmed the white light in the space where everyone the gene tree was located, and then turned on the light of the floor glass. I saw that there was another space under the glass layer under the feet of the three people. Lin Feng and Long were both deeply shocked by the gene tree in front of them at first and did not carefully check the surrounding space at this moment. As the lights came on, a dense pile of human corpses was piled up in a 3-meter-high space under the glass. No, not a corpse. They are all still alive, or rather, their bodies are alive but their consciousness has disappeared, just like a vegetative state, and they can never wake up. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that above their heads, from the fleshy branches of the gene tree, there were infusion hoses hanging down, connecting to the zombies behind the glass at their feet. But judging from the direction of liquid flow, it is obviously not these unconscious zombies that are nourishing the genetic tree. Instead, the gene tree is constantly injecting them with the special gene cells contained in the fleshy leaves. From this perspective, there are thousands of zombies densely packed underfoot. It is the carrier of multiple superpower genes. What Zhang Ming meant by being well prepared was the pile of zombies on the bottom floor. Use human flesh to carry and nourish these gathered supernatural genes. It is convenient for other experiments and can be used at any time. At this time, Zhang Ming also changed his previous confident state and continued in a low voice, "The gene tree is like a peanut, its fruit hanging down beneath the ground, bearing the kernel of hope for mankind. These are failed experiments, but they are also heroes who have made immortal contributions to the rise of mankind." Lin Feng frowned slightly. "So the Superman Project experiment that appeared earlier was the successful product of your experiment?" Zhang Ming nodded, then shook his head. "Yes, but it's not a perfect product yet. It can only be considered a preliminary qualified product. Just now, Zero was out of control in Attack City Lord Lin, which shows that the Superman Project still has a long way to go." Lin Feng's expression gradually turned cold. He knew very well that this was a sacrifice that humans had to make because of their own weakness. But this kind of behavior of sacrificing the future in exchange for surviving in the present is really hard to accept. Among these thousands of zombies, many are children under the age of 10, becoming a breeding ground for supernatural genes. Experiments were first conducted on them to determine the degree of fusion of genes with different superpowers and their compatibility with each other, and to infer the compatibility and classification of different superpowers. This will help to better perfect this supernatural gene tree that can represent all of humanity. Make it thrive and bear the final fruit, the fruit that leads to the 4th level. How long it takes, Lin Feng tried his best not to think about it anymore. Zhang Ming looked at the people who had already started taking samples. "Starting from now, it will be ready before 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." Seeing Lin Feng's expression change, Zhang Ming quickly added, "These experimental subjects all volunteered to participate, and we have also given their families sufficient compensation. There are too many left on the battlefield, and this is the best they can do." Before he could finish his words, Lin Feng had already walked out of the underground shelter where the gene tree was located with his female companion and entered the elevator. Zhang Ming stared at their backs as they left and sighed. Lin Feng, who walked out of the shelter, also knew often that the sacrifice of such a small number of people was not worth mentioning at all compared to the crisis of hundreds of refugees of millions. There is absolutely no need for the other party to force execution. A few full meals can make a survivor on the verge of starvation give up everything, even his life. The only thing Lin Feng can do is to use his own strength to end this chaotic world as soon as possible, bring hope of victory to mankind, and change the deteriorating situation. The supernatural gene tree obtained in exchange for the self-sacrifice of so many people is worthy of the trust. I have noted down a number of samples. With a gene tree, you can make up for the shortcomings of your human body and withstand a higher intensity of divine power. Long Yi, who had remained silent throughout the entire process, opened his mouth and said, "In other words, your release port has been enlarged, and you will have a far greater increase in strength than expected. Even the restriction that you cannot affect living organisms will be lifted." Lin Feng hummed, "You should have Liu Yu's 3rd-order gene sample in your hand? Give them a copy after the transaction is completed." The corners of his mouth slightly raised and he nodded, "No problem. But we have one more thing to do." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, the elevator had returned to the negative 1st floor of the Supernatural Organization's experimental assembly line. "The reptilian genetic samples are probably not here, just ask later." After a while, Lin Feng returned to the living room on the 1st floor of the building, waited for Zhang Ming to return, and mentioned this to him. "Are there any gene banks of other species in the country?" such as Zerg, reptiles, mammals, etc. Zhang Ming showed a hint of hesitation. We have collected some arthropods. After all, the alien Zerg that invaded Blue Star had some characteristics of insects, and the new second-order Zerg cultivated by the Queen Mother was also created by integrating arthropods from Blue Star. As for the classes reptiles and mammals under the phylum Vertebrata, they are really hard to find. Please wait a moment. I will ask the rest of the team if they know anything about this. Zhang Ming took out his phone and walked aside. Lin Feng lay deep in the sofa for a while, and soon Zhang Ming brought the answer. The mammal class that we humans belong to has a special department and organization in the rear safe zone to collect and summarize. Mainly, mammals are easy to find, but the various subclasses and classes of reptiles, such as birds, are very rare. Most of them are in developed coastal areas, which have the strength and energy to collect them. My colleagues and staff members told me that there are several institutions in Yucheng, the capital of Yuzhou in the south, that collect reptile and bird samples and genes. Also, there are a lot of lizards and birds in the tropical and subtropical regions in the south. Maybe we can get a good harvest if we go there. After listening to Zhang Ming's professional advice, Lin Feng and the other person looked at each other in surprise. What I thought was just a small matter to be solved on the side turned out to be more difficult than collecting a gene bank. The coastal provinces in southern Xinjiang were all occupied within the first month of the outbreak of the apocalypse. It's very dangerous to go there again now, Zhang Ming added. Chapter 292, Cooperation, Declaration, Steel City, Old Friends. After learning about the situation from Zhang Ming, Lin Feng and Long looked at each other and saw regret in each other's eyes. In order to collect the genetic species of reptiles as quickly as possible, it is necessary to start a journey southward. After returning this time, launch an attack directly to the south, recapture Zhejiangzhou and Minzhou, and finally arrive in Yuzhou. The Zerg queens killed along the way can also quickly accumulate the energy needed for Lin Feng to advance to the late third level. We can first occupy the first-tier coastal cities, so that we can block all the Zerg and the Queen inside the continent, and then eliminate them one by one. Lin Feng spoke. Ocean, even if I have no other options, I will not return to the sea. Just like the Queen Mother of Sea City was trapped by us in Sea City, but she did not choose to escape into the ocean. Moreover, if she did so, she would have to dig deep into the seabed, and all her second-order Zergs would have to be abandoned. The pressure on the seabed would make it difficult for these large-sized insects to move, but this idea is fine, was a figure that Lin Feng was very familiar with. General Chen, a high-ranking member of the Federation, responsible for logistics management and external affairs. It was General Chen who personally invited Lin Feng and his Salvation Army to rush north to support the federal capital and lift the siege of the capital city. He negotiated with Lin Feng and others at the Jinchang base, and finally reached a cooperation agreement. Down many queens in the west and south, but also unexpectedly the attack of the Multi-Emperor Alliance while defending Yangtze. He killed several Zerg queens coupled with Qin Hu in the Southern Army group whom he secretly supported. The federal top leaders could no longer remain indifferent and had to swallow their pride and go to Yangtze to meet Lin Feng. Now that General Chen has come 3 times, it must be related to the situation on the northern front and the current stalemate in the war between humans and insects. Qin Hu has recaptured the fallen federal capital and advanced to the 3rd stage, becoming the first third-level person in the north. Even though the number of forces, legions and survivors under his command is less than 1/10 of that of the federal high-level officials, he already has the strength to defeat the Zerg Queen and can establish a solid line of defense on the front battlefield. This alone is enough to make the semi-independent base forces in the rear turn to Qin Hu like fence-sitters. After all, the profits brought by a stable front-line base and the Zerg industrial chain behind it are beyond imagination. And when Lin Feng appeared in the rear, the federal high-ranking officials naturally smelled the scent and came. The only person who can solve the dilemma of the top leaders is the young and strongest human being in front of him. When they met again, General Chen's military rank had been promoted to the point of being in charge of logistics. Therefore, we came to negotiate with full confidence. As soon as he saw Lin Feng, he spoke enthusiastically. City Lord Lin, long time no see. Lin Feng nodded and signaled the other party to take a seat first with his eyes. General Chen sat on the sofa opposite and said, "This time, just like the Federal Research Institute, I hope to continue to cooperate with City Lord Lin." Lin Feng slowly raised his hand. After the Savior Army returned to the Jinchang base, the Federation far away in the northern wilderness did not seem to see the value or need to continue cooperating with the Savior Army. The condition for cooperation from the federal high-level officials before was to use the supernatural cells of the 60,000 to 70,000 awakened people under their command, as well as the fine steel that Lin Feng urgently needed to synthesize the replica at that time, in exchange. But now, with the superpower cells and the superpower gene tree provided by the Federal Research Institute, a complete map of human superpowers is provided, which will greatly accelerate the research progress of Longai. A large amount of high-quality steel is continuously transported to the Jinchang base by the United Iron and Steel Group via the Yangtze River. In addition, by supporting Qinhu, we can defend the northern defense line and contain the remaining Mother Queen. The Northern Federation, which is thousands of miles away, has little use left for Lin Feng. Lin Feng stated the facts mercilessly, causing General Chen's smile to freeze for a second, but he quickly returned to normal and continued to smile. If City Lord Lin wants to expand his power and recover the lost territory of the Federation in the future, he will naturally need to continue to cooperate. Moreover, after the birth of the late-stage Third-Order Queen Mother, she will also need nuclear weapons of a larger equivalent level to seriously injure or even eliminate such threats. As long as City Lord Lin maintains friendship with the Federation as before, we are willing to recognize everything City Lord Lin does in the South, including openly establishing an independent nation. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Even though he was young and inexperienced, he had learned from various political dramas how important the so-called legal system was after the founding of the country. The recognition from the original Federation means the legitimacy of Lin Feng's founding of the country. This is more direct than Princess Betty's identity as a descendant of the kingdom, and is more acceptable to the survivors in the country. At the same time, the federal recognition also means that Lin Feng can legally incorporate the base forces entrenched in the middle and upper reaches of the major rivers. Of course, for those who refuse to submit, Lin Feng can use some small tricks to make them deeply understand the terrifying power of the third-level life form, which is comparable to a human-shaped nuclear bomb. In order to have such a legitimate reason, the legitimacy of the claim must be obtained from the federal top leadership. At this moment, General Chen, representing the federal top leaders, put forward such unconditional conditions, which made Lin Feng hesitate. Although he could also use force to take over those overcrowded base cities, but that would undoubtedly take up too much of the Savior Army's energy. This made Han Yuxin, Betty and others exhausted with the recruitment negotiations and base management in the rear. This greatly slowed down the offensive rhythm of the front line. At the same time, capturing the base city will also cause the people inside to panic, making it more difficult to reorganize at a later stage. With the recognition of the Federation, Lin Feng and the Salvation Army can save a lot of energy and quickly complete the recovery of the occupied areas in the south. At the same time, they can attract the survivors who originally fled from the cities in the coastal states, return to original place of residence and resume production. This would not only allow them to easily support themselves, but would also provide huge tax revenues to maintain the massive Salvation Army. Now, Lin Feng has nearly 1,000 second-level awakeners and tens of thousands of first-level awakeners under his command. With a dozen or so Zergs sweeping across the southern states, the number of awakeners will increase tenfold. By then, there will be no Zerg to provide organic nutrient solution, and the survivors will have to rely solely on farming and breeding to meet the Salvation Army's daily food consumption. At least tens of millions of agricultural workers will be needed to turn the rich Jiangnan region into a land of fish and rice again. To speed up this process, recognition and calls from the federal government are indispensable. General Chen accurately grasped the needs of the Salvation Army, forcing Lin Feng to give in for the sake of the overall interests. The current federal top brass are entrenched in the northwest wilderness, and their status is actually precarious except for a signboard. Therefore, they would rather give up the southern 9 provinces, which are already out of reach, in exchange for the current breathing space. The two sides are back to the time when each side gets what it needs. Lin Feng stared at General Chen, who had a smile on his face. He had now been promoted to the late second stage. He was no longer old and haggard as before, and his face was radiant. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Tell me, what are the conditions of the Federation? General Chen's tense nerves relaxed. During the previous conversation, his heart had already risen to his throat. The aura exuded by the young man in front of him was several times stronger than before. Even though he had been promoted to the second level and his strength had also increased several times, he was still as small as an ant in front of Lin Feng. Hoped to complete this leap-level promotion with the help of City Lord Lin. Lin Feng nodded. This was very simple. There were at least 20 Zerg queens in the fallen states in the south. He would give away an early queen in exchange for the stability of logistical supply and the rapid establishment of order. Totally worth the money, so Lin Feng added, no problem, but I need the Federation to step in and call on the survivors of the coastal cities who have fled in panic to return to their original places of residence and resume the abandoned farm work. Otherwise, there will definitely be a widespread famine this winter, with starving people everywhere and countless refugees outside the base in need of a way to survive. Although all the major bases now have food reserves for the next 2 to 3 years, but this does not mean that their rulers would be kind enough to waste precious food to help the thousands of refugees outside the city. General Chen nodded in agreement. That's right. Even if City Lord Lin didn't mention it, we would appeal and call on the survivors from all over the country to return to the various states in Jiangnan and resume production after we recover the lost territory. Lin Feng then continued, any other requests? Tell me all at once. General Chen was startled, his mind working rapidly to consider and quickly review the instructions given by the Supreme Council before the meeting. Find the request that Lin Feng can agree to. If there's a chance, we hope to obtain relevant information about the genetic warriors who enter the so-called artistic conception trial when they reach perfection in the late second stage, especially in the trial world, the process and methods of passing the trial. After he finished speaking, cold sweat was already dripping from General Chen's cheeks and temples. The power of the genetic warrior's artistic conception comes from the bloodline genes of the Zerg, and this is also the important reason why the core where Kinhu is located can fight against the Zerg invasion and exert pressure on the Federation on its own. In fact, through cooperation with the Research Institute, the federal top brass mastery of gene fusion engineering is no less than Kinhu's. It was just that Kinhu took the lead in promoting this technology in an all-round way and successfully became the first person to try it out. But this does not mean that the Federation is unaware of the potential and effects of gene fusion technology. On the contrary, like Lin Feng, they have more far-reaching considerations and do not want all humans to become human-insect hybrids and gradually become actual vassals of the Zerg civilization. However, the current situation does not allow them to worry anymore. The important thing is to cultivate a group of second-level peak genetic warriors who can master the power of artistic conception as soon as possible, like Kinhu. Through research on the genetic matrix Liu Yuki and high-level traits in the capital city, the Federation has learned more secrets of the Zerg and some more advanced genetic technologies from the spinal insect tribe. If they steal a little more, the number of third-order king spiny worms born in the future will be much smaller accordingly. So Lin Feng looked at Long Yu beside him, and asked her to hand over the matter to General Chen and draw up a detailed set of rules for the artistic conception trial. That's enough. Apart from the hydrogen bomb, you can't come up with anything else that can impress me. Lin Feng waved his hand and ordered them to leave. General Chen saw that his goal had been basically achieved. As for other things, they could also be accomplished through the Institute of Biology, so he stood up and said goodbye decisively. He also promised that a high-yield nuclear bomb would soon be delivered to the Jinchang base, where the Savior Army was located. After everything was over, Lin Feng and Long Yu returned to the experimental building next door, stayed with He Ji and Ying Chenghe, and continued to look for clues in the information left by He Yuan. As for Lin Feng, he asked Jiang Ming for some electronic equipment and copied the video in the USB flash drive into them. Carry it with you and refer to it any time later. Just like that, the night passed by quickly. The next day, Lin Feng slept until the afternoon, holding a photo frame of his family of 3. Soon, news came from Jiang Ming that a backup of the superpower gene tree had been prepared. When Long Yu went over to check, he saw 3 boxes of different colors, representing the 3 major directions of supernatural powers that they had classified. After confirming that everything was correct, Lin Feng left all the remaining organic nutrient solution from the 4 green-winged insects in the suburbs to He Ji and the others, and then put the 3 boxes on the green-winged insects set off to Jinchang base in the southwest when passing by Wuchen, which is located in the area of 2 lakes. Lin Feng saw the headquarters of the United Iron and Steel Group, located in the former heavy industrial base in the north of Wuchen, the Wuhan Iron and Steel Factory today. It has become a veritable steel city. Thick white smoke billowed out of the tall tower and flew into the clouds. The hot boiler ignited by coking coal smelts the metal into fine streams from the ore powder and gathers them into rough pieces. The deafening forging sounds of hydraulic hammers came one after another amidst the bustling production. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on a 100-meter-high building standing along the banks of the Dajiang River in Wuchen. Outside it, there is a sign that says Steel Union. It is the management headquarters of the group, and there was someone Lin Feng needed to meet. Let's go downstairs and discuss with the United Steel Corporation about the issue of belonging to the Salvation Army. Also, meeting an old friend, Lin Feng sat alone on a green-winged insect, looking at the big river and the steel city below him, and spoke long, frowned slightly. The first sentence was easy to understand. Who is the old friend that Lin Feng is talking about? In fact, except for Chen Yanyan, the other women around Lin Feng knew very little about this mysterious person. Now that there is a chance, Long Yi also wants to meet this very special person in Lin Feng's mind. Chapter 293 What's in Capital? Goodbye Zhang Yurao, talk. As the 4 green-winged insects landed in the forest outside the city, Lin Feng looked at the steel city in front of him with his eyes flashing. When he passed by before, multiple light points appeared in his telepathy, representing the existence of a second-level awakener. Steel united group and were responsible for the second-order insect eggs. This second-level battle group team has obviously undergone multiple rotations in the past half-month to ensure the overall combat effectiveness of the battle group. Otherwise, if they stay in the rear safe zone for a long time and perform guard missions, their strength will only stagnate and they will gradually become the bottom team in the regiment. Lin Feng arrived at their camp first. The management and residential area is located on the opposite side of the Steel City, close to the river bank and only a few hundred meters away from the headquarters of the United Steel Group. Once any changes occur, it can rush to the battlefield and provide rescue within seconds. After flashing outside the building where the camp was located, Lin Feng did not hide his aura, which immediately alerted the members of the second-level combat group inside the building. Immediately, several people wearing flying tiger armor and holding tiger-tooth chainsaw swords rushed out. There were also several mid-stage second-level awakeners at the back of the building. They activated the tiger armor flight mode and decisively chose to evacuate directly. Fortunately, the regiment leader and several other late-stage second-level backbones who rushed out to stop them saw the man who appeared at the door of the building. It was Lin Feng Hao, the leader of the Salvation Army. Everyone's tense expressions relaxed, and at the same time, they revealed expressions of excitement and shock. Commander, why are you here? Lin Feng is the Supreme Commander of the Salvation Army, and his title is the Soul Legion Commander. I went to the rear of the Federation, and on my way back to Jincheng, I happened to stop by to have a look and discuss some things with the Steel Union. Were you transferred here from behind? Lin Feng was only familiar with a few late-stage awakeners in front of him. The rest of the members looked unfamiliar. They were obviously newcomers who completed the second-level promotion and joined the battle group after he left. Fortunately, the leader knew it. After explaining their purpose, the team leader moderated and invited Lin Feng and Long Yi into the camp building at the same camp building time. He also called on the new recruits who had left to come back quickly. Previously, the plan was to let them escape and tip off the enemy, passing the news of the attack by the third-level strongmen back to the Jincheng base, while the few remaining people would fight to the death to buy time. Fortunately, it was only a false alarm. However, this late-stage second-level team leader has absolutely no problem with his reaction and judgment abilities, which is the best solution when faced with a current situation. Lin Feng praised him and then asked whether he had encountered any attacks from awakened people when he was stationed here recently. The leader thought for a moment and shook his head. We are the third batch. We have only been here for a few days and have not encountered this before. We now rotate once a week to give the brothers a break. The first time and the time before that, we envision encountered by foreign awakeners, the Iron and Steel United Group's own security forces. There were a few second-level awakeners who came, and even second-level Jin warriors, but we dealt with them one by one. It didn't cause much damage. Lin Feng nodded and looked out the window at the bank of the river. At the 10,000-ton dock, cargo ships loaded with Zerg materials continued to enter the port. Piles of weapons and equipment as well as fine steel forgings were loaded into the empty unloading ships and drifted downstream along the river to bring supplies to the front line. This lifeline is the basis for the Salvation Army's future expansion and sweep across the southern states. When the number of second-level awakeners increases, we will have to send a security team to each ship, led by second-level experts and several first-level awakeners, to ensure navigation safety. Lin Feng spoke in a low voice. The advantages of water transportation are huge, especially transportation downstream, which can save a lot of fuel. The return trip loaded with Zerg materials can be quick and convenient due to their low density and lightweight. In addition, the water system in the south is well developed, and each state has rivers connecting to the major rivers, especially the 2 lakes, which are connected to the 4 states of Yuzhou, Gizhou, Yunnan and Qianzhou in the south, all of which are connected to each other by abundant water sources. It can be said that it is well connected and covers everything here. The Salvation Army can easily obtain supplies sent from the rear, greatly extending the duration of combat. In addition, in the context of resource shortages in the end times, the advantages of water transportation far exceed those of freight and rail transportation, which consume a lot of energy. Therefore, Wuchen, governed by the United Iron and Steel Group, has irreplaceable strategic value. Moreover, the area of the two lakes has always been the granary of the central southwest, relying on Donghu Lake, one of the four major lakes. The 800 Li Meng's plain is a fertile land for producing grain. With all these conditions, Lin Feng has already made up his mind to make this place the center of the empire and establish the capital in the future. This time, in addition to making plans for the next step, the purpose of coming here is also to test the United Steel Group. After understanding the general situation of Wuchen, Lin Feng instructed the members of the regiment to go and guard the 4 green-winged insects in the suburbs to ensure that no outsiders would enter the mountains. Then let the regiment commander inform the Steel United Group of the arrival of the leader of the Salvation Army, the Lord of Jincheng. Not long after, a modified, extended off-road vehicle, along with a convoy of vehicles, appeared outside the camp building. The last time we went to Jincheng Base, Zhang Zihan, the personal assistant to the president of Ganglion Group and a relative of Zhang Yuro, once again came as the leader of the convoy to welcome City Lord Lin. Lin Feng still had some impression of this younger version of Sister Yuro, mainly because of her professional attire, a tight skirt, and a pair of long legs and black stockings, which was very eye-catching. This made Lin Feng unconsciously recall the scene when he first met Chen Yan'an. The latter is also a standard urban business suit. As Zhang Zihan walked over in high heels, she smiled and bowed to Lin Feng and said, "Welcome, City Lord Lin. Our President Zhang has been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Feng nodded and followed her out of the camp building and into the luxurious and comfortable off-road vehicle. This modified large off-road vehicle has strong power and a high chassis. Even though Lin Feng's body is at the 3rd level and weighs 1 ton, it can still hold it steadily. Even though Long Yi was sitting next to him, the car could still be started smoothly and driven to the headquarters of Ganglion Group, not far away. A few minutes later, as the motorcade arrived, the headquarters building had been cleared and the welcome ceremony was arranged. 2 rows of bright and beautiful welcoming teams were neatly arranged on both sides of the gate, and behind them were the management of Ganglion Group. They are usually the general managers of various departments or the factory directors of various factories in the steel-making base, and they control the fate of thousands of people. But in front of the big shot who has arrived now, they can only serve as background members and make themselves familiar to the public. Following Lin Feng and the others, led by Zhang Zihan, they entered the elevator inside the hall. The elevator door slowly closed and went straight up. Zhang Zihan suddenly said, "Members of the group's board of directors hope to meet with City Lord Lin to discuss further cooperation and the future situation in the south." Obviously, this group of old guys at the top level have heard some rumors and want to find out the situation by testing Lin Feng. For this matter, it is better to wait for the supervisors of Jincheng Base to come over and discuss it in detail. "We will announce the specific intentions and plans to the public later," Lin Feng replied calmly. He didn't want to flatter and pretend to be nice to those old guys who had become cunning. In the end, all the arguments would be in vain. Take the position directly, just like he supported Qin Hu in the north, and then find an excuse to kick out the remaining troublesome board of directors. It's the end of the world, and you're still trying to split up and argue. Lin Feng doesn't have that patience. He will wait for you to have an argument, divide up the profit pie for each of you, and then execute the decision-making instructions that have been castrated for several rounds. This is done in peacetime because there is ample time and resources to correct errors before execution, but now it is the end of the world and the future is uncertain. A delay of 1 or 2 days or even half a day can determine the outcome of a life and death battle. Moreover, in Lin Feng's eyes, Wuchen and the steel-making base were already in his pocket, so how could he allow others to continue to interfere? After being rejected by Lin Feng, Zhang Zihan did not show much surprise. She stayed beside the president. Through Zhang Yuro's explanation and description, she had already understood the peerless strong man in front of her. "I know Lin Feng's personality and character very well. I have no interest in these things that require spending a lot of energy and probing, and I even feel disgusted." So she just mentioned it casually so as to give an explanation to the board of directors. As the elevator went up, we soon arrived at the top floor of the building, the office of the president of the United Steel Group standing outside the door. Zhang Zihan stopped Lin Feng's female companion, Ling Yi, and said apologetically, The president hopes to catch up with City Lord Lin as an old friend and does not want outsiders to disturb him. Long Gai frowned slightly and glanced at Lin Feng. The latter slightly and asked him to wait outside the door. Long rolled his eyes, sat down on the table and chair outside the office door, and watched Lin Feng push open the door. As the door was slowly pushed open, the simple interior design could be seen through the gap door, and he didn't even see the woman turn around. Only from her back can you see the graceful curves of her voluptuous figure, which exudes a mature charm. Could it be that Lin Feng likes this? Staring at the closed door, Long Yi fell into deep thought. In the president's office, Lin Feng slowly walked towards the beautiful figure standing in front of the window. He stopped when he was 3 meters away from her. The clothes the woman was wearing were the sportswear that Sister Yuro had put on before the two of them parted in order to make it easier for her to escape from Heichen. Underneath her sun-protective jacket was a yoga tank top that highlighted her voluptuous curves. Feeling the familiar breath of the person behind her, Zhang Yurao turned around and looked at Lin Feng. The two looked at each other, and Lin Feng showed a sunny and cheerful smile of the past, and took the initiative to speak. Sister Yurao, long time no see. Leaning his whole body in the man's arms, Lin Feng reached out and hugged the other person, whispering, "I'm sorry I'm late." Before he could finish his words, Zhang Yurao, who was curled up in Lin Feng's arms, suddenly raised her head and blocked the man's lips' tenderness. The other party was only at the early second stage of strength in his hands. She was like a delicate flower that could not withstand too much wind and rain. "I am too weak to keep up with your pace. Zia Feng, I can only see your back." Gradually going further and further away, Zhang Yurao whispered softly. A little depressed Lin Feng tapped his forehead lightly and shook his head. "It's okay in the future. I want to make Wuchen the center of the empire. To do this, I have to make you the true master of Wuchen, and complete control over the United Steel Group. After my Salvation Army sweeps across the southern 9 states, I will give you the opportunity to be promoted to the 3rd level. Besides you, there is also Chen Yanian. You two, one in charge of the interior and the other in charge of the exterior, will become the cornerstone of stabilizing the order of the empire." Hearing Lin Feng's generous promise, Zhang Yurao immediately showed a happy expression and hugged the other's strong arms tightly. At this time, Lin Feng saw a tiny scar on the woman's abdomen, extending vertically from below the belly button, and was more than 10 centimeters long. After a moment, Lin Feng reacted and realized what happened after Sister Yuro left him. "The night before I left the community," Lin Feng spoke in a deep voice. Zhang Yurao's eyes turned red, and she reached out to cover the tiny scar on her abdomen, then said in a lost tone, "After I boarded the helicopter and left Heicheng, I landed in Jincheng and then boarded the evacuation plane, flying all the way back to the Wuhan iron and steel plant in the rear area. My father happened to be transferred to be the factory director, and he was going to support me and take over his position. A few days later, a physical examination revealed that I was pregnant and had been pregnant for several days. According to the night before we parted, it should have been less than a week, but the doctor said that I had at least 1 month of embryonic development. I realized something was wrong, but I kept it a secret and planned to give birth to the baby first. But in the next month, my belly started to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. I was also getting weaker and weaker as the fetus was absorbing the nutrients. Crazily, I lost a lot of weight. 1 month later, the fetus had fully developed, but I had lost dozens of pounds due to overeating, and even walking was difficult. I had no choice but to find a doctor to take the baby out in advance to stop this endless plunder. After the doctor took him out, the deformed freak soon lost his vital signs due to hunger. I have tried my best. I really have tried my best." As she spoke, Zhang Yurao turned around and laid on Lin Feng's chest, sobbing silently. Lin Feng gently stroked her shoulders and comforted her. "This is not your fault. I harmed you." After learning about his life story from his mother He Yuan, Lin Feng was already very clear that it was basically impossible for him to give birth to normal offspring with humans, especially ordinary primitive humans. Zhang Yurao was at most a low-level enhanced person at that time, and could not bear the growth consumption of the descendants of the gods, and she was not around. "I am lucky to be able to save my life." After comforting the woman, Lin Feng was about to close his eyes and rest together. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. It's obvious that only Ling Yi has the courage and strength to do this at the moment. But the words coming from behind the door made Lin Feng, who was thinking with his eyes closed, suddenly open his eyes. "Lin Feng, don't sleep." Just now, in the southern Dianzhou and Gizhou, a late-stage third-order queen mother was born. The new book is ready and will be sent out in a few days. I'm sick of writing about Zerg, so I'll write more about other kinds of monsters in the next book. Global evolutionary background, arthropod insect tribe, reptile dragon tribe, mammal beast tribe, as well as plant fungi mushrooms and so on. Chapter 294 The Birth of the Late Queen Mother. Explanation and separation. After hearing this news, even if Lin Feng wanted to be gentle, he couldn't resist his inner anxiety. The late queen is different from the middle queen. It can hatch and cultivate third-order Zerg on its own. Even if it does not master the power of artistic conception, it can crush the second-order awakeners. Attribute values. The third-level early Zerg far exceeds the genetic warriors. The limit of genetic warriors is less than 1,000. Even with a bonus of artistic conception power, it is only a little over 1,000. They can only barely challenge the third-order early queen. They can only protect themselves, but find it difficult to fight back. This also means that as time goes by, the late queen mothers born in Dianzhou and Gizhou will hatch more and more third-order giant insects, sweeping across the surrounding cities. As for Lin Feng, even if the savior army marched south in large numbers and killed the third-level queens of each Zerg tribe, they could only have 20 more third-level beings if they fought to the death. The longer you delay, the lower your chances of winning will be. Therefore, they must develop and expand as quickly as possible, occupy more territory than the third late-stage queen mother in Yunnan and Gizhou, and curb the opponent's development. Lin Feng felt that time was running out and knew that he couldn't stay any longer. He needs to return to the Jinchang base as soon as possible, take charge of the overall situation, and lead the Salvation Army to prepare for battle in all directions. At this time, Zhang Yurao heard the knock on the door and woke up from her tired and comfortable sleep. When she understood the news from the woman's voice outside the door, she gradually realized the urgency of the situation. So he reached out and gently stroked Lin Feng's chest, and said, "Go ahead, leave this to me." Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "I need the full support of the Iron and Steel United Group to sustain tens of thousands of awakened people and continue the fight across the south." Die? Zhang Yurao in his arms was stunned. Although she had thought about using Lin Feng's absolute strength to remove the shackles and gain control of the entire group. But now Lin Feng took the initiative to mention this matter, and seemed very anxious, leaving Zhang Yurao at a loss as to how to respond for a moment. After all, this was no small matter. Her secret arrangements had just been put on the agenda, and it was far from the time for a showdown. Moreover, the number of people involved has reached tens of thousands. They want to uproot it while maintaining the stable operation of the Steel Union Group. It is no less than an extremely difficult and dangerous craniotomy. It is not an easy task to cut off the stubborn cancerous tissue that is attached to and parasitic in the giant brain of the United Steel Group. It requires extremely sophisticated surgical techniques. Even if Zhang Yurao was willing to do this, her plan would take at least 1 to 3 years. First, she would gradually reduce the influence of the board of directors in the lower and middle levels of the group, and then use Lin Feng's power and the might of the Salvation Army to force the upper and middle levels of the group to decentralize and delegate power one by one. Finally, we will confront the members of the board of directors and force them to face the reality and choose to step down and retire. Only in this way can we realize the transfer of rights safely and stably in the doomsday environment, so as not to push them into a corner and end up in a fight to the death. But now, judging from Lin Feng's tone, he can't wait that long. It would be best if he could complete the seizure of power and liquidation within this month, or even within a week. At this moment, Zhang Yurao could only tell Lin Feng her original plan and persuade him not to act too hastily. However, after hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head. Zhang Yurao's idea is indeed very effective in a period of stable order, and it will not cause too much resistance from the other party. She can win step by step. But there is really not much time left for Lin Feng now. He was also not interested in continuing to play house with the board of directors and their subordinates. This world has always been a makeshift one. Even without the board of directors, the factories will continue to operate. As long as the grassroots people need to eat and drink, there will be no shortage of jobs. Eliminate a supervisor, manager, or factory director, and there will always be a deputy supervisor, deputy manager, or deputy factory director to take over. Even if that is not enough, there will always be people working below who are willing to act as a substitute petty. Lin Feng complained and continued, "I have now entered the middle stage of the third stage. My strength is not enough to frighten even a group of ordinary queen mothers at the same time. I have more than 10,000 awakened ones, nearly 1,000 second stage awakened ones, and several third stage trusted subordinates. And with such a scale, all the forces in the entire Federation combined are not even half as strong as the Savior Army. Even a nuclear bomb can't kill me now. Lin Feng drives a level 34 colonial mecha, which can reach a maximum speed of over Mach per second, enough to avoid the attack of locked nuclear missiles. It only takes 3 seconds to fly 1 kilometer, and a distance of 10 kilometers can be reached in half a minute. As long as you stay 5 kilometers away from the center of the nuclear explosion, the damage can be reduced by more than 80%, so there is nothing to be afraid of. What's more, the current infrastructure and technological level are simply not enough to support remote information transmission. Without communication satellites and radars, the missiles are half-blind when launched and can only deal with giant snails like the Zerg Queen, which run slower than an ordinary person. Therefore, Lin Feng is not interested in the top management of the Iron and Steel Alliance Group. Even if there are still some people who slip through the net after launching a purge to seize power, he does not have to worry about the other party's next move. After complaining, Lin Feng told his plan, now that they have heard the news of my arrival, they will definitely be on guard, so this is not a good time to take action. Wait for me to leave in a big way to reassure them, and then you can extend an invitation to them. Just say that I want to comprehensively improve the synthetic relationship between the two sides as a token of goodwill. I will send a batch of second-level insect eggs, and will also allocate a quota in the near future. Zhang Yurao listened attentively and blurted out, what quota? Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. A place to advance to the third stage? Getting. This spot means that you will be the dominant force in the next few years. Level 3 Awakeners don't appreciate as quickly as Level 2 Awakeners currently. Apart from the Salvation Army, only General Qin Hu in the north has been promoted to Level 3 in the entire Federation. Even he was able to advance successfully with my help. Zhang Yurao was stunned for a moment, then reacted, General Qin Hu? Is he the Special Forces soldier who jumped off the rescue helicopter from the rooftop of Haichang University? Lin Feng nodded, yes, it's him. He led the charge in the watch and blocking battle and was the first to advance to the second-level Awakener. After being promoted to Colonel, he was transferred to the northern capital to command the defense of the capital. I reunited with him when I went north to provide support. The entire Zerg resistance war in the north is now centered around him. In time, he will become the leader of the Salvation Army in the north, so it won't be long before the guys on the board of directors will deeply understand the power of the third-level Awakeners and the value of this position. Zhang Yurao thought for a moment and frowned slightly. If they want to fight, they will definitely target my father first. He is also a member of the board of directors. And there is also my relationship with you. This spot will obviously be mine. Lin Feng stood up slowly and said as a matter of course, that's right. We have to force them to take action first. Don't forget that the strongest force here is the outside building, the headquarters, the camp building of the second-level battle group. No matter how many level 2 Awakeners they have, they are only at the early level 2 stage. A level 2 late stage Awakener is 10 times stronger than them. They are not even on the same level at all. In order to facilitate the cleanup operation, I will let them obey your orders before I leave. After I arrive in Jincheng, I will also send a third-level being to assist you in taking over the mess left after their death. With your dad's help, it shouldn't take two. As he spoke, Lin Feng stood in front of the French window, looking at this steel city running at high load, with factories standing side by side and thick smoke billowing. He decided to continue to throw out a piece of heavy news, which also made Zhang Yurao more motivated. I don't care about your division of power, nor do I care about how you abuse your power. As long as we ensure the supply of materials to the front line and the quantity and quality of weapons and equipment are up to standard, you can do whatever you want with the rest. Once this sweeping war to the south is over, I will formally establish a nation based on the rule of the 9 southern states. Zhang Yurao was a little shocked. Establish a nation, rebuild a federation? Or, although she had expected it in her heart, it is difficult to maintain the daily consumption and organizational structure of a powerful force like the Salvation Army with just a Jincheng base. The current situation is that the Savior Army is too strong, and a small Jincheng base is unsustainable. Even an entire state cannot satisfy their appetite for expansion. If Lin Feng wants to continue to climb up in the future, he has to find his own way, build a new country, and rebuild order. Convey Irola and pass it on. But Zhang Yurao didn't expect that this day would come so soon. She was also surprised at Lin Feng's growth and knew that he had already arranged everything for his future. Then your future status will only be higher. Even second to none and above 10,000 people. But the prerequisite is that you must make convincing achievements, rather than empty and shallow emotions. Only then can she secure the position of Mrs. Lin Feng. She also learned from Zhang Zihan how many women there were around Lin Feng, and each of them had unique skills or were meticulous. Zhang Yurao already felt a little pressure, but for Lin Feng, what he saw was far more than the loss of mountains and rivers. Even if the lost land was recovered, it would only be the beginning of everything. Whenever he looked up at the sky and the deep space, he realized that time was urgent and he could not afford to slack off. There is only one way left for him. Caught in the gap of the Zerg Queen's global competition, he worked hard and grew up quickly, and was the first to advance to the 4th stage before the 4th level Zerg King was born. This is also the only way for mankind to survive in the doomsday of alien invasion. The Federation is no longer suitable for the precarious apocalypse. We need a more efficient operating system to match the emergence of the awakened. The only option is to establish an empire, monopolize all power, quickly execute orders, and resist the Zerg with all our strength. So I need you to complete the transfer and handover of power within half a month, and then coordinate with the war on the front line to unify the South as quickly as possible. Zhang Yurao nodded, her expression gradually becoming serious. Is it related to the news just now? The 3rd stage Lake Queen Mother, is she very powerful? Lin Feng took a deep breath. It can breed and hatch various 3rd order Zergs, just like those 2nd order Zergs. If we let them grow and expand, we will face a large army of 3rd order Zergs in the future. In addition, the birth of the 3rd stage Lake Queen Mother means that the global Queen Mother competition has entered its final stage, and soon more Queen Mothers will be promoted to the 3rd stage late stage. Then the 4th order Insect King will be decided. Now the only way to delay the arrival of the 4th order Insect King is to get rid of the late stage Queen as soon as possible. We don't have much time left. After listening to Lin Feng's description, Zhang Yurao finally realized that the current situation was far from as easy as it seemed. The South resisted most of the Zerg's attacks because of the presence of Lin Feng and his savior army. Otherwise, the Queen of Heicheng would have led her Zerg army westward along the rivers, capturing cities along the way, and finally laid siege to Wuchang. By that time, it had already accumulated abundant resources and advanced to the late 3rd stage. What the Steel City would face would be hordes of 3rd stage giant insects. Even nuclear bombing will not help. Now, such a late stage queen has appeared in the southwest of Wuchang. His head. He had already asked Ling Yi about this. The hydrogen bomb has a powerful explosion, but humans have only just begun to understand the conditions for its activation. The only threat that can be posed is through the delivery of a hypersonic missile, but the fastest speed of the 3rd order Zerg can easily reach several Mach planets' gravity. In other words, the explosion of a nuclear bomb in the hands of humans is not even as fast as their escape speed. Nuclear weapons in our hands are like a blind child holding a gun, while a level 4 being is an adult holding a gun. With a casual wave of their hands, they can shatter a 1,000-meter-high mountain with a full-strength attack. The power released is even comparable to a small atomic bomb. So the situation is not optimistic right now. It's okay if you are the only one who knows about this. Don't tell anyone to avoid causing panic. Zhang Yurao nodded silently, her face turning slightly pale. Clearly frightened, Lin Feng held her in his arms and comforted her. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I have to go first. I'll leave all the subsequent arrangements for Wuchang to you. The woman nodded and began to dress Lin Feng herself. After the two of them had packed up, Lin Feng opened the door and walked out. I ran into Long Yi, who looked anxious. Seeing that the other party was impatiently walking forward, Lin Feng interrupted her first. It's already been arranged. Let's talk on the way. Hearing that Lin Feng had decided to leave immediately, Ling Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that he might want to stay with her for a few more days. By then, it is estimated that the late Queen Mother, 500 kilometers away in the southwest, will come to attack. With Zhang Zihong's farewell, the two of them left the city in a swagger and came to the forest in the suburbs, where they landed. Lin Feng sat on the green-winged insect and instructed the leader of the 2nd level regiment under his feet. After that, you will secretly hand over the task to the president of Ganglion Group. She will assign tasks to you. Just follow her instructions throughout the process. We must take over the Steel City and the entire Steel Union Group as a solid backing for the Salvation Army to retake the entire South in the future. Be careful. Thank you for your hard work. 3rd Order Queen Mother. It jumped from 5th place to 1st place in one fell swoop. In a few days, the top 4 will all advance. But we don't know yet whether they are located in the main continent. Lin Feng nodded and replied, this time when I go back, I will sacrifice the Queen Mother of Heicheng. Then we will march southward in a mighty force, sweeping across the 5 coastal continents. Chapter 295 Report and Announcement, taking the Queen Mother of Heichang as a sacrifice. At a cruising speed of Mach 1, Lin Feng and his companions reached the western border of Jiangnan Prefecture in less than an hour. It was 5 o'clock and the sun was just setting. Jinchang's West District Laotian Park is right in front of you. You can already vaguely see the various research institutes hidden among the mountains and forests. The Weapons Research Institute where Ding Chenghe worked was opposite, located the western edge, which was also a military restricted area, while the Biological Research Institute was located opposite the green-winged insect formation slowed down under the command of Long Yi. Lin Feng could already sense the presence of a large number of second-level beings in the Biological Research Institute. Just like before in Lanchang, there are quite a few of them where the power of artistic conception emerges. It is probably the result of Ling Shuian's research in the past half-month, which is about the Zerg's artistic conception and the genetic fusion of red beetles when the two of them slowly landed in the square of Jinchang Base. Chen Yanyan and her group, who had been waiting for a long time, walked over quickly, leading the second-level battle group behind them, and lined up to welcome them. Lin Feng jumped off the back of the green-winged insect and ordered Long Yi behind him to take down 3 important large boxes. Then he walked towards the women not far away heavy industry area in the south to be made into chariot armor or chain swords. At this moment, there is only a majestic level 29 dreadnought battleship docked in the empty train station square. Seeing Lin Feng coming, Chen Yanyan, with Han Yuxin and Princess Betty behind her, stepped forward to greet him. More than half a month has passed, and except for Chen Yanyan, the other 2 women have not changed much. Dreadnought and command of fleet battles. Chen Yanyan gradually transformed from a working woman to an experienced commander. Seeing Lin Feng, the 3 girls smiled. Welcome back. Lin Feng nodded. Everyone has worked hard these days. Haven't Shenji and his group arrived yet? The Salvation Army, starting from Yangtze outside the capital city and heading south, rode in the chariots modified and upgraded by Lin Feng. With all members starting at the second level of strength, their marching speed was actually not slow. A day and a night have passed since we set out, and we should have arrived as planned. Chen Yanyan shook her head. According to radio news, they crossed Luzhou and entered the north of Jiangnanshan in the early morning of today. At noon, they sent a message saying that they encountered many Queen Mothers along the way and were fighting with them. Try to be back before night. Lin Feng nodded. This was within his expectations. In addition to the Queen Mother of Heichang in the south and the Queen Mother of Jiangbei, there are 3 other high-level Queen Mothers in the central and northern parts of Jiangnan province. When leaving the north, the original plan was to have the Savior Army clear out Zerg along the way. Now they have 5 third-level beings including Shenji, Liu Yi, and Liu Yuqi. Except for Liu Yi, all of them have mastered the power of artistic conception. Zhang Yunar also has the blessing of the Queen Mother. Dealing with an ordinary third-order early-stage queen is naturally no problem. Even a newly promoted third-order mid-stage queen can be fought with the assistance of a LV-34 Colonial Micha, LV-31 Iron Laser Cannon, and LV-31 Hunter King Chainsaw Sword. Not to mention that they also have a hydrogen bomb in their hands. Even if you can't kill the opponent, you can easily escape. So Lin Feng was not worried about this. What was more important right now was to call the members together to report on the progress and success over the past half-month, and at the same announced time and issue the task of marching south. So after going through the formalities, Lin Feng immediately entered the city lord's mansion of the Jinchang base. Now, under the governance of the people, the whole city is no longer desolate and dilapidated, but has become prosperous, and the rivers and lakes have returned to their former prosperity and bustle. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the main senior leaders of Jinchang Base and the Salvation Army had been assembled in the lobby of the former Jinchang office. Lin Feng began to listen to reports from his subordinates. The first person to come on stage was Li Ran, who was in charge of the Salvation Army's logistics. Under his management, the size of the Salvation Army doubled. We now have 55,000 auxiliary soldiers, 30,000 first-stage awakened warriors, and 1,200 members of the war group who have been promoted to the second stage. Among the second-tier battle groups, there are 200 members of the fleet tank crews, and the remaining 1,000 people are divided into 20 fully staffed battle groups, each with 50 people. Among them, there are about 10 captains and commanders, all of whom are veterans of the previous battle. Now most of them have entered the middle and late stages of the second tier. The remaining 40 members are new members of the battle groups. In the past 2 weeks, we have continued to expand northwards, repeatedly defeated several Zerg swarms in the northern part of the Great River, and surrounded and eliminated a large number of Tier 2 Zergs, greatly reducing the war potential of these Zergs. At the same time, we have established several bunkers and outposts along the way to keep an eye on the movements of the coastal Zerg. Our intelligence network has spread to the northern part of Jiangnan and the southern Zhejiang frontier. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He was very happy with the recent development and expansion of the Savior Army. As many as 1,200 second-level combat group members had far exceeded his expectations. You have to know that when he led 80 people and 4 second-level regiments to leave for the north, he only left 10 second-level regiments, with a total of 200 members in just 20 days. It expanded fivefold, including the team heading north that will arrive soon. All of the 200 soldiers have been promoted to the early second stage, among them many who finally have even entered the middle second stage together with the original 80 late stage second level veterans. There are a total of 280 once the two sides meet up. There will be a total of 1,500 second level members, and when fully armed, they will be enough to sweep away tens of thousands of second level insect swarms. Combined with the dreadnoughts, even challenging more than 10 queens and the millions of insect swarms under their command would be no problem. After Li Ran finished his report, Chen Yannian came next. She walked forward with anticipation in her eyes. Now, in addition to leading the fleet to conduct long-range fire suppression and support, I am also training the fleet's pilots on a large scale every day. I have trained dozens of talented subordinates, and recruited several former commanders of the Federation fleet from the survivors who came from the rear. I have built a super fleet command system to help me share the pressure of command. With my current mental strength, I can control at most 30 tanks at the same time and participate in fierce battles. The fleet needs to be expanded, and my strength also needs to be improved. The late stage of the second stage is perfect, and it is no longer able to support a larger scale group battle. After listening, Lin Feng immediately made a promise. Don't worry. The super fleet is the absolute main force of the Salvation Army and the backbone of every battle. This time, in addition to bringing back 200 second-level Awakeners, there is also a big gift for the Dreadnought battleship. As for your promotion to the 3rd level, it will also be resolved as soon as possible. Chen Yannian agreed. Whether it was for the fleet's combat effectiveness or her own ability, she, who is already bound to the Dreadnought, was the target that needed the most improvement. In order to guard the newly born Jinchang base, a general had to be left behind to take charge. Otherwise, if Chen Yannian had followed Lin Feng to the north to provide assistance, she would have been promoted to the 3rd stage long ago, or even achieved perfection in the early stages. Now that Lin Feng has returned, the top priority is to improve Chen Yannian's strength and advance to the 3rd stage together with the LV-29 Dreadnought as soon as possible. After reporting on the Savior Army, Han Yuxin and Princess Betty stepped forward to describe the changes in the Jinchang base. After discussion, Han Yuxin is now in charge of external affairs and connecting with the former federal system, while the internal management of the Jinchang base is fully handed over to Princess Betty and the kingdom attendants and ministers she brought with her to cooperate with Lin Feng in establishing a unified kingdom in the future trade relations, which will make discussions between the two sides more convenient and faster. Currently, a large number of orders for live insects and Zerg biological materials have been sent to the Ministry of Commerce. At the same time, during this period, more than 10 bases have set up frontline stations in Jincheng, responsible for transporting awakened people and relying on the protection of Jincheng to cultivate their own strength. In addition to the rental fee, they will pay an additional participation fee to follow the Savior Army and attack the Zerg territory during the battle. They will be responsible for blocking both sides and picking up leaks to learn from experience, or you can volunteer to be stationed at various outposts and forward stations on the front line to temper your will and improve your awakening level. There are currently more than 3,000 foreign armed personnel under the management of the Salvation Army. The second is a large number of Zerg hunters. They live freely around Jincheng as hired mercenaries, earning their living supplies by killing lone low-level Zergs left in the surrounding area. There are quite a few of them, and most of them are enhanced humans or first-level awakeners. For this reason, we have set up a special insect hunting guild to conduct unified management and control. Currently, there are more than 10,000 registered people. Some who did not want to be controlled left Jincheng and lived in nearby ruins. Finally, there are the ordinary survivors who have come from bases in various states and safe zones in the rear over the past half-month. Most of them are the original residents of Jiangnan Prefecture and Zhejiang Prefecture. After they fled to the rear areas and had nowhere to stay, they became refugees when they heard that the Jinchang base was established. They returned here with their families. According to statistics, there are about 100,000 people who have settled in Jincheng. And many of them have been recruited as auxiliary soldiers of the Salvation Army. There are still several 100,000 survivors left in Huzhou. They are waiting and watching. I believe they will return to the base after we have completely cleared out the Zerg and the Queen near Jiangnan. The influx of a large number of survivors this time has also greatly alleviated our shortage of manpower. The 100,000 old, weak, sick and disabled people who stayed in Jincheng before were simply unable to support the operation of the base. Even a large amount of arable land in the north of the city and surrounding towns has not been fully reclaimed, with the addition of new people. The sowing has been completed. It seems that we should still be able to catch up with the summer plowing and autumn harvest. Lin Feng nodded. With a large influx of survivors, they could provide a steady supply of logistical supplies for the upcoming large-scale expedition, including transportation of manpower and combat soldiers. Finally, Princess Betty stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said, "An efficient centralized system has been established within the Jincheng base. All subjects can be mobilized to contribute their own strength to the operation of the base and the frontline battles. After we recover Jiangnan Prefecture and Zhejiang Prefecture, together with Huzhou in the west, the three prefectures, 1,000 miles of fertile land, will be enough to establish a medium-sized kingdom, allowing you to ascend the throne and become the supreme king." Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and slowly stood up. Looking around at the more than 100 senior members of the base, among them there were ministers in charge of the base's internal affairs, as well as powerful awakeners and commanders of the Salvation Army. As the city lord stood up, everyone else stood up as well, with all eyes focused on their leader. Lin Feng then said, "In ancient times, the three states were enough to make a vassal who dominated one side, and it was more than enough to be called a king. But is that enough? The entire coastal area of the Federation and the four southern states, in addition to the sea city in front of us, there are countless cities and the former homeland of mankind that are being invaded and destroyed by the Zerg. If we don't drive them all out and clean them up thoroughly, how can we be called the savior of the world? This time I went to the north to participate in the defense of the capital. Although you all know the outcome, the federal capital eventually fell after a long siege and attack by the Queen Mother alliance composed of dozens of Queen Mothers. Millions of human survivors became food and rations for the Zerg, and died tragically under the Zerg's giant teeth and sharp feet. How can we become complacent and relax based on our current achievements? Only by slaying all the Zerg without leaving a single one alive can we take back all the lost human homelands. Only then can we be worthy of the title of the Savior Army." After laying the groundwork for the emotions, Lin Feng changed the subject. "I declare that starting tomorrow, the army will set out and march southward. The ultimate goal of this operation is to recover the entire southern Kyushu and start a great expedition to the south, sweep across the lost Jiangnan Prefecture, Zhejiang Prefecture, Fujian Prefecture, Yu Prefecture, Guizhou Prefecture, Jin Prefecture, and Yunnan Prefecture, a total of 7 prefectures. After I finally unify the south, I will directly establish the Dawn Empire, which represents the hope of mankind, and save millions of people from danger. And tomorrow, I will use the Queen Mother of Heicheng as a sacrifice to announce the start of this great expedition." After he finished speaking, the senior executives in the audience were deeply shocked and did not come back to their senses for a long time. It was not until several people on the top floor, led by Princess Betty, began to clap their hands that the applause gradually spread and formed a long-lasting thunderous sound. A few minutes passed, and the applause stopped when Lin Feng interrupted after announcing the end of the conference. Several core members including Li Ran and Chen Yannian stayed behind to hold an internal meeting. Lin Feng glanced at Long Yu beside him, then cleared his throat and continued amid the puzzled looks of the others. "I know you can't understand why I would make such a bold statement and start a protracted war right after I came back, but in fact, this is not what I want, because there really isn't much time left for us, for humans." Next, Lin Feng and Long Yu gave a brief account of the current crisis situation after learning about the ultimate purpose of the Zerg invasion and the birth of the Queen Mother in the later period. Conservativists like Li Ran and Han Yuxin who wanted to speak up to give advice shut up. "We chose to support this time-consuming and labor-intensive expedition to the south, which would bring high pressure to the newly born Jincheng-based people like Chen Yannian, who advocates war, and Princess Betty, who is in charge of internal affairs, all stand firmly on Lin Feng's side." After unifying the internal opinions, it was already past 7 in the evening at this time. News came from the front line. Shen Ji and his companions, who had been on the journey for almost 30 hours, finally arrived at the northern suburbs of Jincheng. Chapter 296, Supplies are trapped, late-night killing operation. Where are they now? Lin Feng immediately asked, and the person who came to report was the manager of the communications department. A former backbone of a communications technology company. Under the gaze of the top bosses, the latter swallowed his saliva, wiped the sweat off his face and said, according to the news, the troops heading north for support are currently stranded in Hong County, north of Jincheng. The water is as large as a county town. The team that arrived at the northern outskirts of Jincheng was a breakout and rescue team sent by Captain Liu Yi. There were only 5 of them. According to their report, there may be 2 third-stage mid-stage queens in Honghu Lake, and the Zerg under their command has tens of thousands of second-stage Zerg swarms, and the low-level insect swarms are countless. They are now trapped north of the Y River, which flows into Honghu Lake. They cannot cross the river safely and can only fight and retreat, and stay north of the Y River. We need a super fleet with more ferocious firepower to provide fire suppression, clear out the endless tide of insects near the river, and cover the large force crossing the river. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He knew that he couldn't hold back the second-order insect swarm alone. The problem with this team, composed entirely of second-order awakeners, was that they had a large amount of supplies to transport with them, including hundreds of second-level insect eggs, 5 extremely precious queen brains, and thick golden plate bones. If there were only 280 members, even the queen mother in the late third stage would not be able to hold them back. Once the tiger armored membrane wings opened, it would be easy for them to fly 40 to 50 kilometers. Mainly due to the materials weighing tens or hundreds of tons, they slow down their pace of departure, and they could only rely on the large team of transport vehicles to drive on the highway and cross the bridges. Seeing Lin Feng frowning slightly, Chen Yannian stepped forward to explain, we have already wiped out most of the Zerg in Jiangbei. Yangcheng, northeast of Jincheng Base, has long been successfully recaptured. Not only was it taken back from the Zerg, but all the Zerg in Jinhu were also driven out. It's a pity that their queen escaped last time. Now it seems that it has entered Honghu Lake in the north along several rivers. At this time, Li Ran on the side had also taken out a detailed map of Jiangnan Prefecture and marked the above locations for everyone. As a native of Haicheng, Lin Feng also has some understanding of the terrain of Jiangnan. Over the past half-month, as Jincheng Base sent troops north several times to kill and expel the Zerg there, they have cleared the area within 100 miles around Jincheng, and even took Yangcheng north of the Dajiang River into their possession. However, as luck would have it, this move also drove the Zerg, which originally had its main nest in Jinhu Lake, to Honghu Lake. More than 10 kilometers away. Honghu Lake is the second largest lake in Jiangnan, second only to Taihu Lake near Wuchang. Jinhu Lake is only slightly smaller than Honghu Lake and ranks third. According to Long Yi, these 3 large lakes can give birth to a third-stage mid-stage queen mother. Among them, Taihu Lake, which has the richest biological resources, can even allow her body to directly enter the mid-stage perfection realm. Otherwise, the queen mother of Haicheng would not have launched a crazy and massive attack, even at all costs, risking being bombarded by nuclear bombs and emptying all her assets to launch successive insect swarms. Now that Taihu Lake has stabilized, it also relies on the main body of Longai to curb the pressure from Zhejiang province in the south. However, the rich biological resources in the northern part of Jiangnan province are enough to give birth to 2 mid-stage queens. It also indirectly led to the current dilemma. However, a golden lake is not enough to support 2 middle-stage queen mothers to continue their development and evolution. So when they found Shenji and others, they would definitely not let go of this delicious meal. What's more, Shenji and his team were also transporting and protecting the most precious queen mother's brain. By grabbing these 5 brains, the Zerg queen, who has just entered the middle stage, can directly reach the middle stage perfection after absorbing them. There are also several human third-level strongmen in the sacrifice team. Then, the sacrificial ritual can be completed, the will of the hive of the divine realm can be summoned, and the mother of life can send down the complete Zerg gene sequence. Promoted to the 3rd stage in one fell swoop, become one of the candidates for the 4th-level insect king. Such a temptation, if Shenji's team didn't have a hydrogen bomb with a TNT equivalent of 300,000 to deter. Lin Feng estimated that they had already been attacked by 2 mid-stage queens, who had personally taken action and were surrounded and intercepted by a large army of insects. This matter is not your responsibility. Go and notify all soldiers to assemble and prepare for battle. Lin Feng replied to Chen Yannian, and then arrange the follow-up rescue mission. This time, the operation is close enough. Jinchang Base is only about 50 kilometers to the north. We can make a round trip within an hour. It can be used as a pre-war mobilization training. Notify all 20 regiments to stand by. 10 will be the vanguard, 5 will be the rear guard, and the remaining 5 will be responsible for rotation and replacement. Let's conduct a large-scale actual combat training. As Li Ran and Chen Yan'an left, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Betty and Han Yuxin on the other side. This time, starting from the center of Jinchang Base, it's only a little over 100 kilometers to the battlefield. There shouldn't be much pressure on logistics supply, right? Betty and Han Yuxin looked at each other and nodded. No problem. We can use the waterway to transport supplies and weapons and equipment back and forth. Lin Feng hummed. Go down and make preparations before the troops move. The food and fodder must go first. The most important thing for the expedition to the south is to keep up with the logistics. Later, I will dispatch several second-level regiments that are on rotation to protect the logistics transportation lines. You can also select first-level awakeners from the Public Security Bureau to form a guard team. After the two received the order and left, only Lin Feng and Long Yu were left. Has the main body's strength reached a midterm perfection? Lin Feng asked slowly. He knew very well that after reading and analyzing the human superpower gene tree, Ling Yi would be able to independently cultivate a batch of warrior insects, and then consume them to directly complete the sacrificial ceremony. Thus promoted to the late third stage after arriving in Jincheng, Long Yi contacted the main body hunting and learned the relevant situation. Yes, it has entered the middle stage of perfection. Now all it needs is the gene tree in our hands, or the flesh and blood tissue of several third-level awakeners of humans. You will be able to successfully advance to the late third stage. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, without making any expression. What's your plan? Ling Yi shrugged. Although I am its clone, I actually have my own independent consciousness. After being promoted to the third stage, it can remotely control my behavior, so there's no need to worry about raising a tiger that could cause harm. Words, as long as my spiritual power is stronger than my body, then I, Ling Yi, am the real body. So next, I need the corpses of the queen mothers you killed, as well as the purple crystal brain marrow, to quickly improve my level and strength, then control the main body to advance to the late stage. In this late stage mother-queen battle, try to delay the birth of the fourth stage insect king. Lin Feng nodded, and Long Yu told him what he had been worried about. The best way at the moment is to imprison the body of Ling Yi in Tehu Lake, and wait until the day when it can play its greatest role. Although it is necessary to be on guard against others, as a cooperative partner, Lin Feng still said politely, don't worry, since you are determined to save the Zerg that are being used as war machines, then the throne of the Fourth Order Zerg King must belong to you. It's just that the situation is unclear now, so you can't use your hidden dragon. When the time is right, I will naturally support you with all my strength. First, advance to the late third stage, and then defeat other competitors, finally ascend the throne and become the new Fourth Order Insect King. Then we can continue to cooperate to save our people and civilizations. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Thank you, that's exactly what I wanted. I have sent the 3 boxes to the biological factory near the dock. Once this matter is dealt with, we can continue the research on advanced cells. We will strive to complete the cultivation of qualified electric drive cells within a week, and transplant them into the colonization mecha first to see the effect. Lin Feng slowly stood up and walked to Long Yishan. No problem. Let's go. 2 mid-stage queen mothers are enough for you to advance to the third stage mid-stage, right? The scorpion slightly, 1 is enough. The other one will be left to Miss Chen. She needs to improve her strength more than I do. The 2 of them left the meeting hall, 1 in front and 1 behind. By the time the 2 arrived at the square of the train station, tens of thousands of troops from the Jinchang base had already assembled. Looking around, there were densely packed, neatly arranged rows of human heads. A total of 1,000 second-level combatants and 30,000 first-level combatants, fully armed and ready to go. In addition, on the railway tracks outside the square, there is a dreadnought and 30 flying wing tanks, carrying 200 second-level awakeners. This incident happened suddenly and it was an emergency battle. Lin Feng planned to lead 10 old regiments equipped with replicas of armor-piercing guns and 10,000 soldiers to participate in the support rescue and attack missions. Their weapons include replicas of armor-piercing cannons, shotguns, etc., which provide unlimited ammunition consumption and can save supplies. As for the other 10 second-tier regiments and 20,000 soldiers, They will remain at the Jinchang base to be on standby at any time and conduct rotation training. Although Lin Feng has now been promoted to the middle stage of the third stage, driving a level 34 colonization armor, he can easily kill the Zerg Queen, who is also in the middle stage of the third stage. But this time the battle takes place in the south of the Yangtze River. The Queen Mother can easily dive 600 or 700 meters underground. In addition, with the cover of the water from Honghu Lake, it is not as simple and convenient to kill them directly as in the north, especially nuclear bombs. It is not so easy to detonate at close range and seriously injure the Queen Mother at the same time. The moist insect nest structure, with a large amount of groundwater and lake water pouring into it, will greatly reduce the burning sensation of the high temperature of the nuclear explosion and the intensity of the shock wave. Therefore, in the south, when the Zerg Queen does not appear on the surface, nuclear bombs can only serve as a defensive nuclear deterrent rather than a real threat in an active attack. Fortunately, Lin Feng already has the strength to kill the Queen Mother in the middle stage, so he doesn't have to worry about being helpless in the face of the Queen Mother when fighting underground. At this time, 7:30, the army had assembled and integrated. Lin Feng stood on the dreadnought, made a brief introduction and gave orders, then led the army and began to march north. The super fleet, relying on its speed advantage, set off first, carrying members of 5 second-order regiments. The fleet has a speed of 250 km per hour and can reach the Hong County battlefield 100 km away in just 20 minutes. A torrent of steel chariots was moving across the barren land. Lin Feng and Long Yi were both in the dreadnought and saw the sound of gunfire coming from the other side of the river, as well as several bright blue and white magnetic bombs one after another. Ball lightning turned into magnetic store marks and spread out, electrocuting and stunning the insect swarms within hundreds of meters. At this moment, Shen Ji and others were trapped in a small town on the other side of the Wire River 5 kilometers away by countless swarms of insects. Relying on the remaining residential buildings for cover, they stubbornly fought off the insect attacks again and again. The mid-stage queen behind the Zerg Tide knew that she couldn't kill this group of powerful human troops in a short period of time, so she planned to use the numerical advantage of the Zerg Tide to kill them all here. At that time, you will either give up the insect eggs and the queen's brain in your hand, or die together with them. But obviously, they did not expect that the real person in charge of Jinchang Base, City Lord Lin Feng, has returned in his prime. If they knew that Lin Feng had killed 2 mid-stage perfect queen mothers in the north, and was promoted to the mid-stage third stage, and that he also had an army of tens of thousands of awakened ones, I will never make such a suicidal decision. Not only would it expose his own existence, but it would also bring trouble upon himself and become Lin Feng's next target at this moment. The entire super fleet, dreadnought battleships and 30 tanks drove into the battlefield 5 kilometers away. They lined up in a row, forming a high wall of firepower. At Chen Yan'an's command, suddenly, there was a burst of artillery fire. Hundreds of artillery shells, with bright yellow burning trails of smoke, rushed towards the insect swarm 10 miles away. On the fertile farmland cultivated by humans, blooming fireballs burst into bloom, releasing shock waves and producing sonic boom effects, the sound of bang 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 resounding throughout the entire battlefield. Lin Feng then took Long Yi with him and flew into the air. Ling Yi released the perfect aura of the initial stage of the third order, and immediately dispersed the swarm of green-winged insects and wind-winged insects hovering above his head. After arriving at the town, Lin Feng saw a level 34 colony mecha that had entered Sentinel Guard mode and was using the ion laser cannon mounted on its left arm to attack flying Zergs in the air. Fortunately, we left it in the accompanying team, otherwise, if a large number of green-winged insects and wind-winged insects dropped suicide insects from the air and carried out bombing, it would be really hard to defend against under the cover of night. It will distract the already understaffed team. Lin Feng walked forward, waved his hand, and put away the full-body armor mode of the golden armor on his body. The colonial mecha, which received the order, immediately opened the hatch, welcomed its master, and entered combat status. As everything was debugged and the reserve energy was fully loaded, Lin Feng directly waved the 6-winged membranous wings behind him and started the flight mode. He flew to the sky above the forefront of the battlefield and cooperated with Long Yi, who had entered the Queen Mother to disperse the rolling tide of insects that kept, and opened a gap for Shen Ji and others behind him to cross the Wai River and pass, emerging safely facing the insect swarm and the heat wave of artillery fire. The group stepped on the insect corpses that were piled up for several meters and came to the south of Hong County, where they successfully reunited with the super fleet. The Zerg army behind them saw the human army escape, and the consumption plan had already failed. After receiving orders from the middle stage queen behind them, they fled in all directions and retreated into Honghu Lake like a tide. However, it is easy to come, but it is not so easy to leave. After the transported materials were successfully removed from the battlefield, Lin Feng led Shen Ji and others back to the north of the Y River. A group of 7 third-level warriors, led by hundreds of second-level combat team members, attacked towards Yuaicheng, the largest city in the central part of Jiangnan province, on the east side of Honghu Lake. And there, 2 middle-stage queens were quietly staying deep in the underground insect nest, discussing how to deal with it. This impending life and death crisis. Chapter 297, Kill the Queen Mother of Jinhu Lake, and advance to the middle stage. But for the Zerg, its biggest advantage is the fertile land, green areas everywhere and abundant biological resources. Except for the city center, the nearby counties and towns are all covered with large tracts of green fields and forests, which are very suitable for the Zerg to absorb biomass energy. Therefore, relying on Honghu Lake, the Queen Mother of Huaicheng developed steadily at a moderate speed, and was in the upper middle level. The Golden Lake Queen below it was actually the same as it. Half a month ago, she had successfully advanced to the middle stage of the third stage, through the fishery resources in the Golden Lake. However, its location is only separated from the Jinchang base by a river, less than 50 kilometers away. Naturally, they became the target of attack by the Savior Army during their daily leveling and training. At that time, the Queen of Jinhu was in the critical stage of midterm promotion. Her control over the Zerg under her command was far less than it had been in the initial perfect stage, and her combat mobilization capability had dropped by more than half. That's why the Salvation Army led by Chen Yan'an seized the opportunity and beat them up. Not only did they lose hundreds of second-order Zergs, they were also forced to evacuate Yangcheng below Jinhu Lake and had to huddle to the north of Jinhu Lake and move into the territory of the Queen Mother of Huaicheng. The only lucky thing was that without Lin Feng and Long Yi present, the inexperienced saviors did not initially notice the strange behavior of their Zerg opponents. They didn't guess that their controller, the Queen Mother of Golden Lake, was in an extremely critical and very weak stage of advancement to the middle stage of the third stage. After Chen Yan'an led the army to fight more and more bravely and eliminated all the Zerg entrenched near Yangcheng and drove them out of Jinhu Lake, they realized that the entire battle process was a little too smooth stage. However, the Zerg under its command had been destroyed by the Savior Army led by the Super Fleet, especially the second-order Zerg, which had been reduced by 70%. Even the old nest underground in Yangcheng was cleared out by the Savior Army, the hatching pyramid was dismantled, and the more than 100 second-level insect eggs remaining on it also became one of the trophies. The last remaining 100 or so second-level Zerg guards and more than 10,000 low-level Zerg are the only remaining Zerg forces of the Golden Lake Queen. After becoming a commander without troops, it, with only mid-level strength, fell to the bottom of the third-order mid-level stage in the global Queen Mother rankings, second only to the Queen Mother of Haicheng, who is imprisoned on the edge of watching in order to regain strength and restore vitality. The Queen Mother of Jinhu had to form an unequal alliance between the two emperors with a local snake Queen Mother of Huaicheng. It is probably responsible for guiding the Zerg near Honghu Lake, continuing large-scale developing, collecting and plundering biological resources, and then giving 80% of them to the Huaicheng Zerg, and keeping the rest for itself. In this way, the Queen Mother of Huaicheng can focus more on accumulating strength and quickly advance to the middle stage of the third stage. The daily chores such as managing the Zerg, expanding territory, and defending against enemies are handed over to the Queen of Jinhu, who made the alliance. Although the latter is an ally in name only, he has actually become a laborer under the command of the Queen Mother of Huaicheng. As time goes by, the Huaicheng Queen Mother, who was promoted earlier these days, has become even stronger with the support and care of the Jinhu Queen Mother, consolidating her midterm strength and has entered the 35th level of the third stage. Lin Feng and his companions were in the north. If they had come back a few days later, perhaps the Queen Mother of Huaicheng would have successfully advanced to the middle stage, and might even be planning to advance to the late stage and preparing to attack the Jinchang base to provoke a new war. Now that the army of Jinchang base has arrived, 7 third-level strongmen including Lin Feng and Long Yi, leading tens of thousands of awakened people behind them, march straight into Huaicheng. The 280 experienced second-level combat group members brought back by Lin Feng, with the cooperation of the Super Fleet, directly took over the battlefield as Zerg hinterland in the center of Huaicheng. Kill the second-tier warrior hunters and destroy the long-range artillery positions composed of pulse scorpions. The rest of the second-tier team members were responsible for suppressing the firepower on the periphery, further compressing the Zerg's activity space to the city center. Countless swarms of Zerg died in large numbers under the fierce artillery bombardment of the saviors. Hundreds of second-order Zerg, such as Tiger Spine Zerg, Pulse Scorpions, Warrior Hunters, and several tank fire beetles, were defeated by the armor-piercing cannons and Tiger-Tooth swords of the Second-Order Regiment, with more than half of them killed or injured. The insect swarm of more than 100,000 near Huaichang lasted less than an hour before tens of thousands were killed. The rest chains were driven away by artillery and death, as well as the order of the Queen Mother, and how deep underground countless swarms of red beetles hid in the city's sewers, shivering the human army on the ground has taken control of the pits on the surface of the city and cleared the debris at the entrance of the wormhole, preparing to go deep into the underground worm nest. Lin Feng drove a colonial mecha, followed by Long Yi's Queen Mother, and came to the ecological park in the city center. This park was built along the river. The former cultural center had been destroyed by the Zerg, who dug out a deep pit with a diameter of 30 meters. This deep hole is also the largest entrance to the insect nest in the entire Huaicheng. Sitting in the Queen Mother, Ling Yi spoke in a buzzing voice, "That's right. 700 or 800 meters down this main road, there are two Stage 3 mid-stage Queen Mothers. Now they are mobilizing the remaining second-order Zerg to form the last line of defense. We just need to kill them all the way. Do we need to carry nuclear bombs in this battle?" Lin Feng shook his head slightly. "No need, it's just an ordinary mid-stage queen. With your cooperation, if you can pin one of them down, I'm sure I can kill it within 2 minutes." After saying that, he took the Queen Mother and 5 other subordinates in the early third stage and jumped into the deep pit in front of him. Accompanying them were more than a dozen second-level battle groups, with as many as 700 second-level members. Except for the second-level peak gene warriors. The remaining members will be responsible for clearing all channels of the hive, occupying the hub areas that intersect and connect, as well as the first-level and second-level hives of different depths. The underground kingdom of a mid-stage queen can cover an area of hundreds of miles and have dozens of insect nests and caves of different depths and sizes. While the members of the regiment are clearing and controlling these areas, they can also quickly increase their strength by killing second-order Zerg swarms. Lin Feng and his 7 companions, as well as the second-level peak gene warriors behind them, rushed all the way and drove straight into the deepest part of the ground. It took less than 2 minutes to break through layers of obstacles and obstructions and reach the deepest part of the mother nest. Pushing aside the corpses of tiger-backed worms that blocked the entrance and exit, everyone entered the spacious nest where the Queen Mother was, an underground world teeming with insects. However, what appeared in front of everyone was only a huge figure shaped like a mountain. The other mid-stage queen had apparently fled from here in advance, leaving her companions here to delay time. The one who was left behind was the Queen Mother of Jinhu, who was living under someone else's roof and driven to Huaicheng. The Zerg under its command had long been consumed when they were besieging Shenji and others. Now the Zerg swarms in the underground mother nest are all controlled by the Queen of Huaicheng. After both sides noticed the emergence of a powerful person with the aura of a mid-level third stage in the human army, they quickly connected the two to the shocking events that took place in the northern capital city. 2 mid-stage perfect queens were killed one after another in a short period of time, and died with hatred. Especially the later Eastern Queen. She was one of the top 10 queens in the world and was well known in the southeast region of the main continent. Before it was killed, it specially issued a warning in the common spiritual world of the Queen Mother. Warning to all the Queen Mothers in the southeast region, a powerful human in the middle stage of the third stage has been born here. He can burst out the perfect combat power of the middle stage of the third stage, and cooperate with the nuclear bombs in the hands of humans. Possesses the powerful strength to kill all mid-stage queens. Now, after feeling the momentum of the biological colonization armor, the 2 queens underground in Huaicheng understood that they had hit a wall and were in danger of being killed. The majestic aura, comparable to that of the late third stage, was overwhelming the 2 middle stage queens in the Zerg hive, and frightened many low-level Zergs, causing them to lose their mental connection and faint due to brain failure. Therefore, the Queen Mother of Huaicheng acted decisively and controlled a large number of red beetles under her command to transport herself away first, and naturally left the Queen Mother of Jinhu behind to delay and cover their retreat. At this moment, facing the aggressive third-level human warrior, The Queen Mother of Golden Lake could only mobilize the remaining warrior hunting insects to fight to the death. It took a lot of effort to finally advance to the middle stage of the third level. Once it summons the divine domain to descend, it will fall back to the early stage of the third level. All the efforts of the past 2 months will be wasted. Moreover, even if the blessing of the divine realm could save the life of the Golden Lake Queen Mother, she would sooner or later become a consumable for the promotion of other midterm Queen Mothers after losing her Zerg and her own midterm strength. Therefore, unless she has no other choice before her death, the Queen Mother of Golden Lake will not choose to consume her own mid-level and rashly summon the arrival of the divine realm. However, it was this brief hesitation and another misjudgment of the situation. This made its struggle seem so powerless and ridiculous in the eyes of the colonial Micha. At the same time, Long Yi drove the Queen Mother and provided a shield for Lin Feng from behind. He also used his mental power to first destroy the energy around the Golden Lake Queen Mother and imprison her. In this way, if the Queen Mother of Jinhu wants to summon the divine realm to descend, she must first tear apart a blockade net of Long Yi and then perform the ceremony. These 2 or 3 seconds can create endless possibilities. When Lin Feng controlled the colonization armor and resisted the spiritual thorn attack of the Golden Lake Queen, he swung the Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand and slashed it hard at the back of its head and neck. There was only a scream of pain, followed by the spread of spiritual power, which spread throughout the entire underground world. But Lin Feng did not give it a chance to continue struggling. Since you have chosen to challenge yourself, you have to bear the possibility of being killed instantly. With the help of the Hunter King chainsaw sword, it chopped down fiercely with many attributes, and directly cut off most of the neck. While severely injuring this LV-34 queen, it also destroyed its possibility of summoning the divine realm and fighting to the death. A second later, the golden saw blade of the Hunter King chainsaw sword was stuck in the Queen Mother's broken bones. Lin Feng pulled out the chainsaw sword and immediately made another move, completely cutting off the thick neck that was tens of meters wide. The sharp hissing sound came to an abrupt end, leaving only a large amount of spiritual power raging in the insect nest like a storm. The unconscious Queen Mother of Jinhu, under the influence of her survival instinct, continuously released random mental attacks. Unfortunately, in the next second, a figure clenched a long knife made of golden plate bone in his hand and stabbed it into the queen's brain, crushing its brain tissue and killing it completely. The spiritual attacks that were flying all over the sky gradually dissipated with the death of Queen Jinhu. It was Lin Yi who piloted the Queen Mother and dealt it the final fatal blow. Such a fast battle process shocked the other members present. They thought that when Lin Feng killed the Queen Mother in the south, he relied on the acceleration of a high-altitude dive to break through the opponent's outer layer of defense and hit the fragile insect brain to complete the kill, and then he killed the Queen Mother of the East, even while being devoured by thousands of insects in the divine realm, and forcibly killed the opponent underground. Therefore, Shenji, Liu Yuqi and others did not know how powerful Lin Feng was at this time. All we know is that their leader has advanced to the middle stage of the third level, and whose strength is 1 level stronger than theirs. But in fact, when Lin Feng drove the colonial mecha, he was already equivalent to late third stage existence. Kill the defenseless level 34 mid-stage Queen Mother within 3 seconds with just 1 strike. After killing the queen inside the insect nest, except for Ling Yi who needed to absorb the life energy of the queen's corpse, Lin Feng led the rest of the team members to chase the other queen in the direction she fled. Following the path it left, behind it came the reminder from Ling Yi in the Queen Mother: the other queen is stronger than the one that was killed. She is probably the local queen in Huaichen. This is her lair that she has been operating for a long time. All insect swarms obey her orders. Don't take it lightly, she may directly summon the divine realm. Lin Feng nodded, and then arranged for Zhang Yuner, who was driving another Queen Mother, to put on a layer of shield for herself. Although the Queen Mother of Golden Lake did not summon the divine realm at the first moment, she had made sufficient preparations and gave the colonial mecha a mentally charged attack, directly shattering the outermost mental shield and consuming half of the internal mass energy shield. The mass energy shield is a native attribute of the colonial mecha. After upgrading to level 34, it has 6 reserves. The first shield was completely shattered by the mental storm when the Queen of Golden Lake fell into a frenzy struggle. What is happening now is the second time with the second layer of shield attached by Zhang Yuner. Lin Feng still has 5 chances to withstand mental attacks, which is enough to withstand the influence of the insect nestful of everyone in the divine realm and kill the Queen Mother of Huaichen. However, when the group followed the footprints and reached the deepest part of the underground mother nest, They unexpectedly discovered an extremely large deep pit at the end. What made it feel incredible was that the deep pit was actually filled with surging groundwater. This pit should be connected to the Wire River nearby. It is the retreat route that the Queen Mother of Y City dug for herself. Liu Yi, one of the group, spoke up. He had studied water conservancy engineering at university and had some knowledge of this. This is a siphon structure, which uses the pressure difference on both sides to fill the deep pit with water, similar to a toilet seat, with a U-shaped turning channel underneath. Lin Feng frowned slightly. So the Queen Mother of Huaichang fled to the Wire River along this waterway? Liu Yi nodded. This also explained why the Queen Mother of Huaichang disappeared without a trace in just a few minutes. Just when Lin Feng and his companions were hesitating whether to jump into the deep pit and chase after the enemy, the super fleet that remained on the surface and guarded the various cave entrances received news from Chen Yanayan in the dreadnought. As bound equipment in Lin Feng's hands, there is a special link signaled between the dreadnought and the colonial mecha. It can achieve stable information transmission within the range of influence of Lin Feng's spiritual power. At this time, Chen Yanayan said excitedly and nervously, the Y River outside the park suddenly boiled. A large high-level queen surfaced, now swimming towards Honghu Lake. I am mobilizing troops to block the attack. If you have finished killing them, come up quickly. The new book has been released. Please read it tomorrow. Tuesday. Global evolution type. There are arthropod insects, reptile dragon lizards, fungal mothers, and so on. All things compete for freedom in the frosty sky. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Mechanical Overlord, LV-30 Golden Battleship. If the Queen Mother of Huaichang were allowed to enter, it would be like a fish entering the sea. With the help of the buoyancy of water, her movement speed would be several times faster. At the same time, it can mobilize a large number of insect swarms under its command to cover its evacuation in delay time. The problem below has been solved. We will be there soon. Hold it, don't let it run into the lake. Lin Feng quickly replied, then stopped everyone around him who decided to enter the water hole, and informed everyone of the news on the surface. Let's go. This Huaichang Queen Mother can help the Dreadnought and Chen Yanayan complete a cross-level upgrade. After saying that, Lin Feng immediately arranged for some members of the Second Order Battle Group to guard the body of the dead Queen Mother and protect everyone. Ling Yi, who was absorbing life energy and starting to advance. Then he led around him and immediately returned to the surface. When the group quickly reached the surface, they saw outside the ecological park, the dreadnought battleship and the 30 tanks behind it were continuously firing hundreds of shells, bombarding the black shadow emerging on the river not far away. On the river surface under the cover of night, a huge object shaped like a floating island was drifting upstream towards Honghu Lake. Upstream with the help of the fire from the ammunition explosion, Lin Feng saw that only the back of the insect body was exposed for more than 10 meters on the river surface. It was obvious that the lower reaches of the Huai River had been renovated and dredged by the Huaichang Queen Mother. It was originally 5 or 6 meters deep, and now it has become 50 or 60 meters deep. Only in this way can it accommodate its 100-meter-long body. If this is the case, it must have also modified Honghu Lake in the same way, at least digging a tunnel under the lake that could submerge itself and completely sink into the water. In this way, most of the damage caused by human artillery fire can be avoided. Even if there is a nuclear bomb attack, the high temperature will be absorbed and differentiated by the lake water. The high temperature of water vapor at 100 degrees is of no harm to the Queen Mother in the middle stage of the third stage. As a common stable substance with the largest specific heat capacity, water can absorb a large amount of heat source to avoid high temperature damage. In addition, the Queen's body density is similar to that of water. By simply adjusting the size of the hydrogen storage bag in her abdomen, she can obtain enough buoyancy in the water to support her body and move quickly. Lin Feng took a deep breath, knowing full well that once the Huaichang Queen Mother escaped into Honghu Lake, it would be very difficult to find her trace and kill her in Honghu Lake, which was half the size of a county. But it is far from as simple as on land at this time. Under the harassment of the super fleet, the escape speed of the Queen Mother of Huaichang slowed down, but she was only more than 1 kilometer away from the mouth of the Wire River. With its drifting and swimming speed of 30 to 40 meters per second, it will disappear into Honghu Lake in less than half a minute. So Lin Feng directly unfolded the colonial mecha, activated the 6-winged membrane wings on its back, and activated the flight mode. Under the bright moonlight, it turned into a golden stream of light. With a maximum explosive speed of Mach 2, he raised the ion laser cannon on his left arm and fired a charged ion laser cannon, while at the same time tightly gripping the Hunter King chainsword in his right hand, preparing for another thunderous slash. As long as you aim at the back of the head and neck of the Queen of Mother Huaicheng and strike with full force, you can cut her in half. The exit of the deep pit of the ecological park is 4 or 5 kilometers away from the location of the Queen Mother of Huaicheng. Even with a Mach 2 speed of the colonial mecha, it will take 12 seconds to reach behind her full force of the LV ion laser cannon. The damage was as high as 7,000 points, which directly burned the 10-meter back exposed on the river surface into a charred mess. Unfortunately, with the protection of the river water, the high-temperature damage caused by the ion laser cannon to the part of the Queen hiding underwater was instantly reduced through the refraction and relief of the water. The final burning effect was less than 1/5 of the original. Fortunately, there are still members of the second-level regiment with armor-piercing cannons and electromagnetic cannon replicas in their hands, which can make up for some of the damage. But at this moment, the Queen Mother of Huaicheng was less than 500 meters away from the entrance of Honghu Lake. She only had a few steps to go before she could escape into the sea. Lin Feng was quick-witted and agile. At the last moment, he swung the Hunter King chainsaw sword in his hand and arrived behind the Queen Mother. And as Lin Feng got closer, a swift and powerful mental cone attack hit the colonial mecha directly. Tear apart the outer mental shield and attack the inner mass energy shield with all your strength. The colonial mecha hesitated for only a moment, and then, under Lin Feng's control, flew to the back of the neck of the Queen Mother of Huaicheng. Then, ignoring the rushing river water, it swung the chainsaw sword in its hand. At this moment, when the Huaicheng Queen Mother attacked with all her strength and failed to delay the enemy, she realized that she could not effectively stop the enemy from getting closer. The Queen Mother of Huaicheng acted decisively, and at the cost of consuming 1 level of her own evolution, she directly summoned the Divine Realm to descend. The tremendous energy was released from the Queen Mother's body under the influence of spiritual power, and instantly formed a dark area around her. But how could Lin Feng give it a chance to fully form? It took at least seconds for the Divine Realm to be summoned and completely condensed into shape, and there was no time to wait for the statue of the Mother of Life to emerge, so there is still plenty of time left for Lin Feng. With a third mass energy shield, it condensed again on the surface of the colonial mecha, helping Lin Feng resist the influence of the laws from the hive's will. At the same time, he also released the power of his own artistic conception, relying on particle control to continuously disintegrate the rolling spiritual energy that was rushing in from outside the mass energy shield. At this moment, the Hunter King chainsaw sword in Lin Feng's hand was also buzzing. It was obvious that it had been waiting for a long time and couldn't wait to give the second Zerg Queen a fatal blow. As Lin Feng exerted all his strength, he raised the chainsaw sword and swung it hard towards the neck of the Queen Mother of Huaicheng. The golden saw blade instantly tore through the cervical vertebrae, and under the effect of infinite cutting properties, continued to chop deeper into the heel of the Queen Mother of Huaicheng that he cut off all the insect heads. The huge head fell into the water, and the huge insect body, without the control of the brain, went upstream in the river, but suddenly stopped and piled up at the wide entrance to the lake. At this moment, the Queen Mother of Huaicheng was only 100 meters away from her final destination. Water at the outlet overflowed to both sides, quickly submerging the embankments on both sides and forming a large barrier lake. At this time, the third-level subordinates following Lin Feng and the super battleships also arrived at both sides of the lake entrance. Facing the vast lake shore, several people were hovering in the air, thinking about how to kill the Queen Mother in the water. Fortunately, the dreadnought has amphibious properties and can move freely on lakes and rivers. On the other hand, the Queen Mother of Huaicheng was already dying, otherwise Lin Feng would not dare to let the dreadnought battleship sail into the lake mouth. After all, it is easy to launch an underwater attack on a surface warship, especially with the Queen Mother's spiritual ability, which allows her to hide and cover up her own breath, approach the surface warships without being noticed, and launch a surprise attack. At the beginning of the Doomsday, naval fleets of various countries, including large aircraft carriers, were wiped out by the Zerg in an instant. Now Lin Feng is standing on the Queen Mother's corpse. When the dreadnought battleship arrives, he will salvage the insect head of the Huaicheng Queen Mother and place it on top of the corpse. Just use the shotgun on the side. Too much power will destroy the brain crystal core inside. Lin Feng flew to the bow of the ship and spoke softly. The damage of the shotgun was only over 100 points, which was perfect for the final harvest. Although the Dreadnought was a level 29 orange quality equipment, in addition to the 10 second-tier main guns rivaled the armor-piercing guns, a large number of shotguns were installed on the other platforms to supplement the insufficient firepower. Hearing Lin Feng's reminder, Chen Yannian nodded and took control of the Dreadnought. The 2 rows of anti-aircraft guns on the top of the command room, combined with several shotguns, were aimed at the Queen Mother's head. After several consecutive shots, the brain tissue inside the insect head was immediately shattered, and the dying Huaichang Queen was harvested and taken away. And with the death of the Queen Mother, vast life energy began to be injected into the Dreadnought. Together with Chen Yannian, who was bound to it, they also received enough energy for it to be promoted to a higher level. After killing 2 mid-stage queens, Lin Feng's colonial mech's reserve energy had been consumed by more than half. But the good news is that, including the final battle before leaving the north and the final killing of the Queen Mother of the East, Lin Feng has now obtained a total of 4 third-level upgrade energies. Every time Lin Feng helps kill the Queen Mother, he can gain an additional upgrade energy, so excluding the 2 energies provided by the Queen Mother in the East. There are 4 times in total it can upgrade the current level 31 iron laser cannon or level 32 Hunter King chainsaw sword to the next level. However, the LV-29 Dreadnought battleship is about to be upgraded, and the future expedition to the south will also require the formation of a highly maneuverable fleet with a battleship as the core, responsible for leading the entire Salvation Army to expand territory. Therefore, the best strategy is to upgrade the future LV-30 gold quality battleship to level and integrate more replica weapons. Moreover, as long as 1 more queen is killed, the energy for 5 upgrades will be collected, which is enough to upgrade the golden battleship by 2 levels. So Lin Feng temporarily suppressed his desire to continue upgrading the other 2 pieces of equipment, and concentrated on training the Dreadnought as the main force of the expedition. With the death of 2 mid-stage queens, not only was a crisis successfully resolved, but it also brought the Salvation Army a new 3rd-stage mid-stage existence, a LV-30 golden battleship, and its 3rd-stage captain. As for the other 2nd-level awakeners, Zerg materials, 2nd-level insect eggs and other harvests and spoils, they were countless and were handed over to the tens of thousands of 1st-level combat soldiers and tens of thousands of auxiliary troops brought by Li Ren to clean up the battlefield and collect statistics during this period. Those first-order black-backed insects that were left alone and surviving were also captured alive and packaged, and sold to the rear as living insects in exchange for weapons, ammunition, food, medicine and other supplies. On the afternoon of the 2nd day after the Salvation Army's 3rd-level senior officials returned to the Jinchang base, more than 20 hours later, Chen Yannian was the first to complete her 3rd-level promotion. Along with it comes the upgraded level 30 golden battleship. Inside the golden battleship, under Lin Feng's careful care, Chen Yannian's level up was completed smoothly and successfully. After waking up, she looked radiant. Chen Yannian, LV-30 39 horsepower 1.5K, PH 1.4K, SP 1.9K superpower awakening, mechanical pioneer, remote control of mechanical devices within a certain range, artistic concept, mechanical domination, mechanical overlord. She can establish a spiritual connection with any mechanical body, giving it life and soul in a sense. She is the creator of all machines and the god of all mechanical life forms. Note, the target awakens the power of artistic conception, and the spiritual attributes are greatly improved. After looking at the attribute data displayed after Chen Yannian's appraisal, Lin Feng was not surprised by the emergence of artistic conception after all. Although the superpowers she awakened are not as rare as Liu Yuki's, they are definitely unique in terms of mechanics and it is a very rare spiritual ability. It was just the specific name and effect of the artistic conception that surprised Lin Feng. Mechanical Overlord. From the description, this is a god-level domain comparable to the will of the hive, with a potential to be promoted to the 4th level or even condense the laws and ascend to the 7th level of godhood. However, when Lin Feng was discussing mechanical ascension with Long Yi, he was awakened by Long Yi. They were still mechanical bodies. So either the entire family entered the virtual world of computer chips and were completely isolated from the outside world, or they will eventually abandon their flesh and blood bodies and gradually transform into pure mechanical bodies. But in this way, the entropy reduction and stable environment of the flesh and blood body will be lost, and it will be impossible to nurture spiritual consciousness, condense artistic conception and domain laws. Moreover, In this cold universe, it is filled with high-energy particles and energy radiation left over from ancient powerful beings. For mechanical bodies without physical protection, their spiritual consciousness will be washed away and corroded and received by these evil thoughts from the universe eventually. With repeated system restarts and refreshes, the data that once stored past memories will become distorted and gradually lose itself. Reduced to a lowly robot that repeats instructions. So mechanical ascension was indeed perfect in the early stages, but as time went by, it was actually a dead end with no future, a cup of sweet but poisonous wine. It's not even as good as the psychic ascension of pure mental power. At least the latter can still glimpse the ultimate mystery of the universe and the ultimate sublimation, and know everything about the past and the future. Even if the consciousness will eventually merge into the sea of cosmic energy, it will be worth having seen all the truth, and at that moment, the omniscient psychic ascender was omnipotent before he completely disappeared. Now that Chen Yannian has awakened the mechanical overlord, it means that from now on, she will control more and more mechanical bodies, and even give them life, creating a mechanical dynasty. If it is unable to advance to the fourth stage, it will definitely embark on the path of complete mechanization in the next 10,000 years. Looking at the extremely excited Chen Yannian, he happily mobilized his supernatural powers and artistic conception to communicate with a new battleship that had been upgraded together with her. Lin Feng smiled and buried his worries silently in his heart. Then, together with Chen Yannian, they sensed the brand new golden battleship around them. This is a golden warship that is comparable to the third stage currently, only the basic attributes have been improved for more specific changes. We need to integrate more weapons and armor materials into it in subsequent upgrades and modifications. Golden Battleship LV-30/39, Gold Quality Basic Defense 800, Damage 600, Average Speed 250 km, Endurance Limit 2000 km. Additional attributes, Land Navigation, Life Radar, Indestructible, Superpower Fire. The original Indestructible has been updated to Defense plus 800, Damage plus 800. A new energy shield has been added, which covers the entire hull and can effectively resist energy attacks below 2000 damage. Each use will consume 200 kilometers of endurance energy, and the shield lasts for 5 minutes. The original super firepower has been updated to, before Lin Feng could finish reading the long description of attribute changes. Suddenly, the ethereal voice of Long Yi emerged in my mind. I also successfully completed the promotion, but your side seems more interesting. Please read the new book. Chapter 299, Plan, Level 4 Body, Fate. At this time, after returning from Huaichang in the north, Long Yi had been staying on the edge of the city, several kilometers away from the Jinchang base railway station. It is inseparable from the corpse of the middle stage queen, absorbing the remaining life energy from it. Although she had been able to use mental power to transmit some information before, this was the first time she had done such an ultra-long distance transmission across visual range, very wide range of mental influence, which can even cover a distance of several kilometers. Mother on human awakeners does not exceed 1 kilometer even for a mid-stage queen herself. Mother, the maximum distance of her mental attack is only about 1 or 2 kilometers. Long Yi was able to sense the connection without anyone noticing. It was obvious that the improvement brought to her by the promotion to the middle stage was far beyond her expectations. The spiritual power not only covers several kilometers away, but also can feel the power of artistic conception overflowing from Chen Yannian. Apparently she also noticed the unusual state of mind of the mechanical overlord. However, Lin Feng ignored her and continued to look at the identification results in front of him. The original super firepower has been updated to 10 level 29 battleship heavy guns, with a basic damage of 900, a maximum range of 20 kilometers, and a firing rate of 1/second. It can fire magnetic storm bombs, which are charged for 10 seconds before being activated. The effective range is 10 kilometers, the average damage is 500, and the killing coverage area is, the diameter of the explosion center is 1 kilometer, and the center damage is 1, which decreases in sequence. The original dry land boat's properties have been updated to, it can obtain energy from Zerg corpses, achieving unlimited endurance, maximum speed plus 100%, adapting to any complex water terrain, and an internal space of cubic meters. Attributes and 4 additional attributes. There are significant improvements. The basic defense and attack, as well as the maximum speed, have all increased a bit, but the maximum range has not changed much. This is within Lin Feng's expectations. After all, the size and weight of the golden battleship are almost twice as much as before. Zerg Army, rampaging through it, using 1400 impact damage to crush any behemoths that stand in its way. At the same time, the energy shield was also increased from the previous average of 1000 defenses to 2000. Although the consumption increased, for the golden battleship, it was already completely immune to the attacks of the second order Pulse War Scorpion, and could also withstand the long-range mental cone attacks of the third order early queen attacks. The improvement of super firepower is also quite rapid. The damage of the 10 battleship heavy guns was directly increased from the original limit of 200 to 300 points to 900 points, which is equivalent to the power of 10 armor-piercing guns. At the same time, after switching to pulse cannons, the shooting distance was increased to 10 kilometers, which can bombard swarms of insects farther away. In addition, after completing the cross-level promotion, the level 30 golden battleship will be able to directly integrate the orange quality second-level electromagnetic gun replica in the future. The next time you upgrade, you'll be armed to the teeth, as for land sailing and life radar, as additional attributes of auxiliary types. The gain effects have generally been doubled. The storage space was originally 3,000 square meters, which was increased to 6,000 square meters, and the life radar detection range was also expanded from 20 kilometers to 40 kilometers. The only pity is that no new additional attributes have appeared, which is probably because Lin Feng has not yet integrated the materials. When the next upgrade comes, the best and most complete materials and weapons must be integrated into the upgrade. After seeing the upgrade changes of the LV-30 golden battleship, another reminder popped up in front of Lin Feng: equipment upgrade completed, synchronous upgrade energy loaded. Do you want to absorb an upgrade? Seeing this, Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. He was tired all night yesterday and killed 2 mid-stage queens in succession, not just to upgrade the level of the battleship. Otherwise, you can directly use the reserved equipment upgrade energy to upgrade the LV-29 orange quality dreadnought. The ultimate goal of such hard work is naturally to quickly improve one's own level and strength. After choosing to absorb, Lin Feng only felt a strong energy fluctuation released from the golden battleship and flowed into his whole body. After a while, an upgrade was completed. Lin Feng, LV-35 39 horsepower 5K, PH 5K, SP 5.9K equipment, Ion Laser Cannon LV-31/39, King Hunter Chainsword LV-31/39, Biological Equipment LV-34/39, Land Cruiser LV-30/39. Skills: Identify, Upgrade, Copy, Telepathy, Genetic Radiation, Devouring Berserk, Unyielding Source, Fearless Call, Level 4 Upgrade Energy Reserve Times. Note: this upgrade energy can help orange equipment upgrade to gold quality. Each basic attribute has been increased by 1000. The current reserve number of third-level upgrades has accumulated to 4 times, and only one more is needed to upgrade the golden battleship to level 32. At the same time, Lin Feng was given the energy to upgrade twice simultaneously just once. Lin Feng can successfully advance to level 36 and reach the perfect state of the middle stage of the third stage. The remaining time is used to increase the consumption of fusion upgrade. This choice of allocation can maximize the combat effectiveness of both Lin Feng himself and the overall combat effectiveness of the Salvation Army. All of this is naturally within Lin Feng's plan. The next step is to collect all the materials and replica weapons needed for the next upgrade of the golden battleship. After Lin Feng said goodbye to Chen Yanian, he notified Long Yu to come. The two arrived together at the port on the bank of the river in Jinchang base. Inside the storage warehouses on the dock sits a large biological hatchery. Now it has been fed by Han Yuxin and others and turned into a large biological factory. The biological materials that Shenji brought back during this trip, including a large number of second-order insect eggs and the precious Zerg Queen's brain, were all placed here. The biological factory is currently under the care and control of Zhang Yuner. When Lin Feng and Long Yi arrived, she was processing the 3 large boxes of human superpower gene banks that Long Yi brought back after taking over. Long Yi introduced calmly, according to the classification of the Federal Biological Research Institute, there are 3 categories of human superpower awakening. One is the physical alteration of the material system, such as the most basic physical enhancement power. This category accounts for about 20%, and the most special kind is a mixture of matter and consciousness, which has both physical and mental changes and can act on 2 levels. It also includes some auxiliary abilities, such as predicting the future, sensing existence, change in cognition, etc. This category is collectively referred to as miscellaneous items, with no specific division. Your abilities are like this, and Ryuki's are also miscellaneous. In order to bring them all together and integrate them into one body, we need at least the vast vitality of the Queen Mother. The solution is to study the limits of physical evolution without changing the size of the body. That is the electric drive cell project. Currently, relying on the absorption of spiritual and miscellaneous abilities, it is expected that the progress of the electric drive cells can be increased to 30%. After being connected to the power source and activated, it can burst out several times the power and last for more than 3 minutes. As the sample size increases and the research methods improve, its tolerance and adaptability will increase exponentially. Speaking of this, Long Yi said with pride and certainty, "Give me another half a month, and I will be able to cultivate electric-driven cells with 90% applicability, which will be enough to elevate your body to the threshold level of the 4th stage?" Lin Feng nodded. By that time, it is estimated that the Salvation Army will have swept across the 5 southern coastal states and will be about to engage in a peak showdown with the late Queen of Mother Diantha. The power of the 4th level body will also allow Lin Feng to win this life and death duel at the same time. It lays a solid foundation for starting the journey to the center of the earth and going to the end of the world to rescue his father Lin Yu. Otherwise, a flesh and blood body driven by chemical energy alone, even if Lin Feng was promoted to the late 3rd stage, he could not withstand the high temperature of 4,000 to 5,000 degrees deep in the Earth's core. After learning about the progress of the electric drive cells, Lin Feng asked about the main purpose of this visit. Regarding the fusion transformation of the golden battleship, do you have any good suggestions? Long Yi narrowed his eyes and glanced at Zhang Yuner beside him. The latter then tactfully left the biological factory, leaving enough private space for the 2 big guys who they could not afford to offend. When summoned by Lin Feng, Long passed through the square and saw the upgraded golden battleship. Today, its size has doubled. Now it has reached a terrifying size of 500 meters long and 80 meters wide. It is twice as large in all dimensions as the largest battleship ever built by mankind, a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier. And when it travels on land, it is a real steel behemoth. The inertial impact force of driving at high speed alone is enough to crush and severely injure a 3rd stage early Zerg queen. Thinking of this, after Zhang Yuner left, the door of the biological factory slowly closed. After thinking for a moment, Ling Yi spoke. Originally, there were 5 purple crystal brains of the Queen Mother, plus the 2 I killed yesterday, so I have collected a total of 7, 2 of them are of midterm perfect grade, 2 are of ordinary midterm, and the remaining 3 are of early term low grade. The 2 mid-stage perfect brains from the southern and eastern Queen Mothers can be integrated into the golden battleship to improve its performance in 2 aspects. The golden battleship is now 500 meters long, comparable to the middle stage Queen Mother, and the matching control center is only Miss Chen. She has just been promoted to the early stage of the 3rd stage, so she can't take care of controlling the battleship and commanding the entire fleet at the same time. So we have to separate them now and separate the battleship's control system from the fleet's command system. 2 purple crystal brains are equivalent to 2 of the most sophisticated top-level biological control centers, which can perfectly assist Captain Chen in controlling the fleet. 1 controls the battleships, and 1 commands the fleet. The remaining 2 mid-level brains can be used to hatch biological hatch colonization suits. We can equip Ryuki, Liu and others with 1 to improve their combat effectiveness. In the later stage, the propulsion of electric drive cells can also be tested in preliminary actual combat on these colonization mechas. After saying this, Long Yi changed the subject and his expression became serious. Compared to these, don't forget what I told you before. After Chen Yannian's artistic conception power is highly bound to the golden battleship, it will bring unpredictable consequences. Ling Yu took a deep breath and continued, the potential of the golden battleship is not low compared with the other weapons in your hands. If you think about it carefully, it is equivalent to a collection of all weapons and equipment. Now that I have just completed the leap level promotion, I can be comparable to the 3rd level mid-stage Mother Queen with subsequent upgrades in the future. Sooner or later, one day, I will expand to the point where I can be 1 kilometer long. It is equivalent to the pinnacle of the evolution of a 3rd-order life form. By then, how can Chen Yannian control this meteor class battleship alone? And there is only one way to use her artistic conception to give soul life to a 4th-tier meteor-class warship. That means integrating all the power of the spiritual realm into the golden battleship at the cost of self-awareness. Not only will it solve the problem of difficulty and control, but it will also be able to keep up with your progress 10,000 years later. Even if it cannot be promoted to the 4th level, it will still be by your side. become the strongest weapon in your hands. This is almost Chen Yan'an's inevitable fate ever since she awakened this state of mind. She has always been on the tightrope of a cliff if she is not careful. She will fall into the abyss, and you know the final result of mechanical ascension. Lin Feng frowned and spoke in a low voice. I won't let this happen. Isn't the purpose of integrating into the Queen Mother's brain to share her mental pressure? Since the middle stage of the Queen Mother is not enough, then we should continue to integrate the third stage into the late stage, or even the late stage into perfection. With a cold look in his eyes, he asked back, but what if that's not enough? Lin Feng was stunned and murmured, it's not enough. Then, it was not until this moment that Lin Feng realized that if that was still not enough, the only target would be the super brain of the fourth order insect king, and that also means that Long Ai's life must be used to extend Chen Yan'an's life. No, this is impossible. There must be other solutions. Otherwise, how do so many cosmic races in the Milky Way conduct interstellar travel? Take the reptiles and dinosaurs that left Blue Star for example. If their fleet can return to Blue Star, there must be a solution. If you want to survive in this cold and barren universe, you can't waste even a single bit of resources for the continuation of the entire race. The existence of the peak of the third level is the most valuable biological resource below the fourth level. After saying this, Lin Feng realized something. I feel a chill all over my body. Chapter 300, Building a Golden Fleet, Queen Mother of Heichang offers sacrifice. Lin Feng murmured to himself, somewhat incredulous. Ling Ai shrugged, generally speaking, yes. After all, not every civilization in the universe can possess biotechnology like the Zerg. A fourth-order realm king is equivalent to the strongest meteor-class battleship, and the space within it can even accommodate an entire state. Only stronger 5th and 6th order realm kings can support the entire Zerg civilization and rapidly expand into the universe, of traveling through wormholes and resisting the invasion of energy from the deep virtual world of the universe. As long as the worm god tears apart the gravity point space under the star, they can achieve cross-galaxy navigation. But humans, like most ordinary cosmic races, do not have this accumulated foundation, nor do they have the technical strength to travel across galaxies. If you want to leave the solar system in the future, you can either ask for help from an advanced civilization outside the solar system, or have Chen Yan'an transform into the intelligent control system of the Golden Battleship and use the fourth stage spiritual power to communicate with the star map signals in the Milky Way, allowing the nearby phase halo to create a wormhole and lead you into the channel center where materials are abundant and galaxies are concentrated. Or maybe you are alone, carrying a small number of your people, consuming their bodies and spirits as fuel, crossing several light years, drawing light energy from another star, cultivating new flesh and blood, and storing enough biomass energy. This cycle repeats itself until we reach the center of the interstellar journey. After crossing hundreds or thousands of light years, the gods who ruled there had to work like slaves for hundreds of thousands of years to obtain thousands of square kilometers of barren land on a desolate planet, and then accumulate resources to cultivate their own people again. Of course, this piece of land and space does not belong to you forever. Tens of thousands of years later, the new humans born from your gene pool must develop into cosmic civilization, build their own race warships, leave the homeland that has been passed down for thousands of generations, and become a wandering interstellar civilization. This is the cruel truth of the universe. The former is less painful, but it also comes at a high price. It is only in exchange for the opening of the phase halo and the direct entry into the channel center through the wormhole. As for the latter, according to the location of the solar system, you will go to the nearest navigation center. There are several vacuum areas in the process, and you need to cross a distance of dozens of light years. Therefore, in the end, you will still be alone. After saying this, Long Yi looked at Lin Feng in a daze, sighed softly, and continued, but fortunately, as latecomers to Blue Planet, you humans have the pioneering dragon civilization, which provides a convenient way. Lin Feng's eyes linked suddenly up. You mean, humans boarded the dragon fleet and used the wormhole they summoned to leave the Blue Planet? The Scorpion slightly, that's right, so you just need to be careful not to let Miss Chen go crazy and gradually merge with a golden battleship in order to prolong her life. Having said that, after hearing what Jinglong said, Lin Feng already had different ideas in his heart. He is not a pure-blooded human. Even if he is promoted to the fourth level, he will become a hybrid of the gods represented by Lin Yu. Human genes are not worth mentioning in front of the gods. Therefore, The true fourth-level human king of mankind is still vacant and is left to all the surviving humans, but given the current world situation, Lin Feng holds in his hands both the human gene tree and the largest number of human third-level awakeners. In other words, Lin Feng has the ability to choose the fourth-level human king of mankind. The fourth-level human king can be Liu Yi or Liu Yuqi under his command. Or naturally it can be Chen Yannian, who assists him and helps Lin Feng the most, but there is only one such candidate. Lin Feng could only temporarily name her Chen Yannian. After all, whether from the perspective of emotional experience or interests, she is the most suitable candidate even for the entire human civilization. After Chen Yannian is promoted to the fourth level, she can use the power of the mechanical master's artistic conception to help humans quickly improve their strength and make up for the technological level that lags behind by tens of millions of years. At the same time, it will also give birth to a war monster that is more terrifying than the Zerg. Thinking of this, Lin Feng became more and more looking forward to the further integration and upgrading of the Golden Battleship with a Golden Battleship as the core. By copying a large number of level 29 orange dreadnought battleships, a truly invincible golden fleet can be formed. By then, sweeping across the entire south, crushing the early stage Queen Mother, and suppressing the middle stage Queen Mother will all be a piece of cake. Let's go. I've arranged for a truck to pick it up, so that we can make room for your next work. Lin Feng looked at the two 10-meter-long golden spheres stored in the fleshy biological nest that were being squeezed out, and spoke to the cicada that was controlling the biological nest. The latter nodded, allowing the two brains from the mid-stage perfect Queen Mother to fall to the ground smoothly. Oh, by the way, we now need the membrane wings of the second-level wind wing insect. Yes, it is best to be level 29, to cooperate with the fusion transformation of the Golden Battleship, as well as the synthesis of other dreadnought battleship replicas. The cricket narrowed its eyes slightly. This is no small project. Have you gathered all the other materials? Lin Feng shrugged. Of course, the most important material, refined steel, has been sent to us by Wuchang Steel Union Group in the past half-month. We have already stockpiled tens of thousands of tons of refined steel in the southern heavy industrial zone, enough to build a second-tier fleet. We collected quite a few corpses of the second-order wind-winged insects during the attack on the Huaichang Queen Mother this time. The scorpion slightly, no problem, but the size of this bio-nest is only enough for studying electric-driven cells. If we want to mass-produce the membrane wings of the second-order wind-wing insects, we need to use at least several large biological nests. It is definitely not possible in the Jinchang base. I plan to go to the underground site where the Jiangbei Queen is located and restart the hatching meat tower inside. There is also a large number of biological nests that can be used in the insect nests underground in Huaicheng, the queen we solved this time. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but haven't the Zerg there been wiped out? Ling Yi showed a sly smile. The second-level Zerg and first-level black spine bugs are gone, but there are still a large number of low-level red beetles hiding in the narrow gaps they dug. The two large lakes, Jinhu and Honghu, produce a lot of aquatic resources every day. They are tailor-made as a breeding base for biological materials. At the moment, the earliest we can see any output is tomorrow. How many pairs of winding insect membrane wings do you need now? Lin Feng thought for a while. No less than 50 pairs, including 10 pairs of golden battleships, and 1 pair of the remaining second-order dreadnoughts build 41st. How long does it take to grow these? After a few seconds of hesitation, he quickly gave the result. The earliest we can gather these 50 pairs of second-order membrane wings is the day after tomorrow morning. But tomorrow, you can first offer sacrifice to the Queen Mother of Heicheng, and then set off the day after tomorrow when everything is ready. Lin Feng nodded and felt relieved. This was earlier than he expected. He had originally planned to use the food stored in the Jinchang base to speed up the production of the windwing insect's membrane wings. Now that I have heard of Longgai's plan, not only can we save a lot of food resources, but we can also reduce the logistical supply pressure for future great expeditions. The car is here, you guys continue to be busy. Hearing the roar of the engine outside, Lin Feng walked forward, stood in front of the Queen Mother's brain, spread out his hands, and easily inserted his 10 fingers into the outer layer of golden plate bones. Then he steadily picked up the object weighing nearly 100 tons. Now Lin Feng has been upgraded to level 35 and possesses a strength of over 500 tons. He can easily lift a 100-ton truck and transfer the queen's brain protected by golden plate bones. Afterwards, Lin Feng followed them all the way and took good care of them, and safely delivered the 2 mid-stage perfect Mother Queen's purple crystal brains to the railway station square in the east of the city. Then he took action again and sent the Queen Mother's brain into the tail warehouse of the Level 30 Golden battleship, docked here. Once entering the battleship's space warehouse, there is no need to worry about the risk of being damaged. It is extremely safe. Considering that the wind wing insect's membranous wings cannot be put into mass production until at least tomorrow, Lin Feng plans to use the number of upgrades he has on hand to complete the next upgrade and bring his own strength to the strongest level. In this way, Lin Feng can kill the Queen Mother of Heichang tomorrow as a sacrificial act for the great expedition to the south, and perform the most clean and efficient beheading in front of everyone's eyes. Prove to the world that even the Zerg's third stage mid-stage queen is no more than this. While it was exciting, it also completed the complete recovery of Jiangnan province, and included all the coastal cities in the province. In this way, of hundreds of thousands of refugees from Jiangnan Prefecture who are still waiting and watching in Huzhou will have more confidence in the Jinchang base and the Salvation Army when they return to their hometown and restart production. The subjects under Lin Feng will increase from hundreds of thousands to millions. There are more people that can be mobilized at Jinchang base, and the pressure of the expedition to the south will be greatly reduced. So keep upgrading, there are many benefits. So after taking a short rest and replenishing the organic nutrient solution of the second level insect eggs, Lin Feng directly consumed 2 of the remaining 4 upgrade energies, allowing the LV-30 Golden battleship, which had just been upgraded, to start upgrading again. The energy containing the state of mind of particle control flowed from Lin Feng's body into the Golden battleship. Soon its basic attributes were improved again. Because it was not a cross-level upgrade, the upgrade was completed very quickly and in less than 2 or 3 hours. Of course, it is also related to Lin Feng's spiritual attributes, which are far higher than those of the level 30 Golden battleship. After completing the upgrade, Lin Feng once again saw the attribute identification of the Golden battleship LV-31/39, Gold quality basic defense 1K, damage 800, average speed 200 km, endurance limit 2000 km. Additional attributes: land navigation, life radar, indestructible, super firepower. Note, as the overall weight of the warship increased by more than 200 tons, the average decreased by kilometers per hour. The speed small upgrades within the stage didn't bring much change. Basic defense and damage are both increased by 200. However, the average was reduced by 1/5 due to the increase in the overall weight of the warship. This is not a good sign. Just 2 mid-stage perfect plate bone brains, weighing only 200 tons, caused the battleship's speed to drop so drastically. If there were a few hundred more speed, the Golden battleship would become as clumsy and slow as the Zerg Queen. Not only does it move slowly, but it will also become an extremely conspicuous target on the battlefield. What's more, Lin Feng also planned to integrate hundreds of armor-piercing guns and electromagnetic gun replicas into the battleship, and make it able to carry several colonial mechas, and set aside a special hangar area to serve as a mothership. Now, the average speed of the Golden battleship when fully loaded may be less than 50 km per hour, and the maximum speed is at most 70 to 80 km per hour. It's not much different from a big Zerg Queen. If you want to integrate more weapons and equipment while maintaining the speed advantage as much as possible, you must add more flying materials. Even the membranous wings of the second-order wing insect are only a temporary delaying tactic, which can only delay the increase in volume and mass and the resulting speed decay. There is only one way to completely solve this problem, and that is to integrate the individual materials of the flying units of the third-level Zerg. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had learned from Ling Yi a long time ago that the green-winged insects and wind-winged insects were hybrids of the spiny insect family that absorbed the genes of alien flying insects, and their own evolutionary potential was only at the second level. Feng rushed north to help. He obtained the membrane wings of the second-level wind-wing insect in an air battle. When he spread his wings and flew high, he unexpectedly encountered the fourth-level king floating in outer space. Ling Yi then told Lin Feng that if he wanted higher quality flying materials, he could get the descendants of the world insects living on the surface of the fourth-level world king, and in his body the third-order king bug. This is the best way for Lin Feng to upgrade and transform the Golden battleship in the future and take it into the deep space. As long as it integrates the most common third-order king insect, it can gain additional buoyancy of about 50% of its own weight. If you catch a few more, you can turn a land-based battleship into a real space mothership. By then, except for the fourth-order life forms, Lin Feng will be invincible in the biosphere of the Blue Star's crust. It seems that during the Great Expedition, It is necessary to ask Longai to go to high altitude to see if he can capture the King Realm insect when Lin Feng was thinking about how to solve the slow speed problem caused by the battleship overload. At the bottom of the attribute description of the upgraded LV-31 Golden battleship in front of me, a familiar popped up: equipment upgrade completed, synchronous upgrade energy, loaded. Do you want to absorb an upgrade? Lin Feng nodded and began to absorb the extra benefits brought by the equipment upgrade, moving towards the mid-stage of the third stage. The small upgrade within the stage was completed in less than an hour. Lin Feng, LV-36 39 horsepower 6K, PH 6K, SP 6.9K equipment, Ion Laser Cannon LV-31/39, King Hunter Chainsword LV-31/39, Biological Reproduction Equipment LV-34/39, Golden Battleship LV-31/39 Skills: Identify, Upgrade, Copy, Telepathy, Genetic Radiation, Devouring Berserk, Unyielding Source, Fearless Call, Level 2 Upgrade Energy Reserve Times. Note: this upgrade energy can help Orange equipment upgrade to gold quality. The 3 basic attributes have all increased by another 1,000. There are only 2 remaining third-level upgrade energy reserves, and 1 more is needed to upgrade the Golden Battleship to level 32. At the same time, it integrates armor-piercing cannons, electromagnetic cannons, and the most important 2 Queen Brains, as well as the Brain Shell, a level 36 golden plate bone with a defense power of up to 6 or 7,000 points. Next, we need to kill the Queen Mother of Heichang, get the last remaining upgrade number. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.